Chapter 337. The bone-piercing killing intent activated the sect-protecting grand formation. Clanging sounds rang out continuously, as if thousands of swords were ringing together. The clouds once again curled up, but this time, the clouds were filled with danger. It was as if thousands of sharp weapons were hibernating within. "Do you know what you're saying?" Tan Fong asked coldly. Beside him, several grandmasters also released their own auras, which surged and swept in all directions. As expected of the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. How generous. But if you think this is enough to attack my floating mist sect, then you're gravely mistaken. The drifting mist's expression did not change, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Buzz. Killing intent surged, rippling endlessly. This time, the heavenly sword's power was even stronger. When it touched the formation, the clanging sounds became even more hurried. The clouds churned rapidly, and the formation was completely activated. An unparalleled pressure appeared, as if an ancient beast had awoken. Its aura was violent. "Do you want to fight? Then we'll accompany you." The drifting mist's eyes suddenly became very cold, and a powerful aura surged around him. "Then let me see how strong the floating mist sect-protecting grand formation is," Tan Fong shouted, and his body emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a heavenly sword, cutting through the sky and tearing apart the void. He slashed forward. Whoosh! The void was easily cut open like water. Black cracks spread out, and a terrifying killing intent surged. Clang! Clang! The sect-protecting grand formation was completely activated. The clouds and mist curled up, becoming thicker and thicker. It was as if they had come to a fairyland. But there was an extremely dangerous aura in the white mist. It was as if there were 108,000 swords hidden within, making clanging sounds. The drifting mist stood above the sect. His hands moved, and a terrifying energy flowed, driving the formation. The clanging sounds became even thicker, like the sound of swords clashing. The sound spread for dozens of miles. Boom! The sword that could cut through the sky finally fell, slashing into the clouds and mist. A terrifying aura rippled, and the clouds dispersed, revealing numerous extremely sharp light swords that rushed forward. This was an intense collision. The power of the heavenly sword was very strong, slashing through the heavens. However, the power of the light swords wasn't weak either. They had the advantage in numbers. They continuously attacked the heavenly sword and then exploded, dissolving the energy of the light swords. Tens of thousands of light swords shattered in an instant, but even more light swords condensed and rushed forward. What a terrifying defensive formation! The ancestral masters were shocked. The defensive power of such a large array was truly shocking. Even their foundation could not be broken. "Open up!" Tan Fong shouted loudly and became one with his sword. The aura around him became even more terrifying. He was like a dazzling sun as he slashed down with extreme speed. Clang! The formation was operating, and boundless power surged. Swords of light appeared one after another. There were more than 108,000 swords, and their power was even stronger than before. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The 108,000 swords were shattered, and Tan Fong was also pushed back by the impact of the energy. In front of the Piao Miao sect, the clouds continued to swirl, but the clanging sounds continued to ring out. Murderous intent surged. It actually broke through the foundation. The ancestral masters were a little stunned. What kind of formation was this? It actually had such power. "I don't believe it." Tan Fong's expression was very ugly. This time, a light flashed in his hand, and his foundation appeared. It was a sword that shone brightly. The moment it appeared, it shattered the void. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire area. Even the few grandmasters could not withstand it. Wong! The long sword shook lightly, and the void collapsed. Tan Fong held the long sword and slashed down. This was a full display of his foundation. It was very terrifying. It was not like before, where it was just a dormant attack. The void was cut open, and the formation shook violently. Even the foundation was shaken, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Cloud Sword! The Piao Miao sect cultivator shouted. His expression was a lot more serious. His hands moved faster, leaving behind afterimages. The clouds in the sky rolled, and then gathered together to form a cloud sword. During this time, clanging sounds could be heard, as if tens of thousands of sharp blades were fusing together. The cloud sword appeared, shining with white light. It slashed at the foundation, and a loud sound exploded. A terrifying aura rippled out, and the void began to shatter. The whole world was shaking, and even the Piao Miao sect's gate was shaking. However, the formation still blocked the attack. The terrifying energy made people feel ashamed. Let's attack together. The foundation returned to Tanfeng's hand. His eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, "Let's attack together." The terrifying aura rippled in the next moment. The ancestral master's eyes were cold, and they were ready to force their way into the formation. Enough, little guys. This is the Piao Miao sect. Just then, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. It directly shook their souls. You're late. Su Long left long ago. The old voice sounded, but it contained an inexplicable power that shook their souls. Even the ancestral masters' faces changed. This is... Tanfeng's face was also filled with shock. They looked in the direction of the Piao Miao sect, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never thought that the Piao Miao sect would have such an expert. Their expressions were ugly, and they were in a dilemma. They retracted their auras. We won't send you off. Just then, the Piao Miao sect cultivator said coldly. Clouds swirled around, and the sound disappeared. The formation was hidden, and the clouds covered the Piao Miao sect once again. What should we do? The ancestral masters' faces changed. They looked at Tanfeng with the intention to retreat. Let's go. Such an expert wouldn't lie. Let's go back. Tanfeng said dejectedly. He didn't think that the foundation they brought out couldn't do anything to the Piao Miao sect. They couldn't even break the sect's protective formation. Moreover, there was such an expert guarding it. As expected of a force with a long history, the other forces in this area can't compare at all. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's assassins were speechless. Just the sect's protective formation was much more advanced than the other forces. Let them find that little guy quickly. I don't believe that Su Long can endure and won't appear. Tanfeng snorted. Yes. After returning to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, they mobilized even more experts to find Zichun. Mountains, steep ridges, dense forests, and mountain ranges all became the direction they were looking for. At the same time, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's assassins also joined the search for LV Pong and the others. Obviously, they wanted to find them and use them to threaten Zichun, then Sulong Yongqi City. That day, Zichun had fought his last battle here. He had slaughtered 5 Imperial Sky Realm cultivators and killed many True Energy Realm cultivators. That battle had caused a huge commotion. After that, Zichun left. No one would have thought that Zichun, who had left, would return after recovering from his injuries. When everyone went to the mountains and forests to find Zichun, he had already been in seclusion in Yongqi City for more than a month. During this period, he cultivated desperately and consumed countless elemental force pills. He was more hardworking than ever before. It was as if he cultivated day and night without rest. The porcelain bottle that contained the elemental force pills had already been thrown to the ground. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed, but the major forces still had no clue. Moreover, the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance's people had returned empty-handed from the Floating Mist sect. Could it be that they all disappeared? The major forces were unwilling to give up and sent more people. Moreover, the Wang family and Lu family, who were on good terms with Zichun, also received a serious warning to be more serious. After that, the other powers also increased the number of people they had sent to assist them. At the same time, various bounties were spread out in the streets and alleys. After another half a month, there was finally a clue. Someone came to claim the high reward for the Lin family's whereabouts. It was a middle-aged man with small eyes and a cold light between his eyebrows. He looked at the Xiantian realm cultivator and asked coldly, "You know the Lin family's whereabouts?" "Yes, sir." The cultivator's heart trembled. He avoided the other party's gaze and said, "I know Lu Mu. That day, when we were drinking together, He drank too much and kept complaining. He said that the Lin clan was high and mighty, yet he had to come to this godforsaken place. There was no fun at all. Oh, what else? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. I noticed that at the time. After that, we drank a few more times. The other party continued to talk about some things. He said that they used to be a large clan called the Lin clan. However, they had encountered a great calamity and had come to seek refuge. One day, they would achieve meteoric success and make all the experts tremble. But at that time, he also told me softly that he treated me as a brother and told me a secret. In fact, they did not come to seek refuge, but to obtain an inheritance. At that time, he was drunk, but he was very careful. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and a cold smile appeared on his face. He directly threw a few bags of vitality stones to the cultivator and said, "Not bad, lead the way." Okay. The cultivator took the vitality stones in fear and trepidation. After feeling the weight, he kept nodding. He was full of joy. In the territory of Danyang City, there was a small town called Flying Water Town. It was a relatively remote town, and the powerhouse in the town was only at the fifth sky of true essence. But today, the town was filled with experts. Among them, there were a few who could fly, and there were also true essence celestial layer cultivators. There were no less than a dozen of them. Their powerful auras spread out, and the whole town fell into a state of panic. Sir, that day, we drank here. He said that he was bored and came out to get some fresh air. He is in a small village dozens of miles away. It had been many years since the Lin family left Zhongli City and came to Lu Village. It was a small village, but there were no outsiders living here. Of course, the Lu family here was the Lin family of that day. This place was close to the forest and was deserted. It was said to be a remote village, and very few people knew about it. In the beginning, the Lin family was very curious about living here. In their spare time, they would go into the forest to hunt, and in their daily life, they would cultivate. But as time went by, this curiosity was slowly replaced by boredom. Without the luxurious life of a big city and without servants to serve them, many people were not used to it and were dissatisfied. Gradually, there were complaints. Some of the Lin family did not listen to the advice of the head of the family and went to the small town to have fun. There were even some people who did not have any scruples and talked nonsense, ignoring the head of the family. Today, there was finally trouble. Many powerhouses broke into the small village, one after another. The peaceful life of several years was broken today. Kill, except for Lin Shui. Kill without mercy. Chapter 338. The remote Lu family village was very peaceful. The sun was setting in the west, and the golden afterglow sprinkled down, covering the small village with a layer of light golden gauze. At the entrance of the village, a few children were playing, and the sound of tender laughter rang out continuously. An old man was sitting under a withered tree, playing chess. Occasionally, he would look at the laughing children, and his face was brimming with happiness. It was a happy scene, but unfortunately, it was broken in the next moment. Kill, except for Lin Shui. Leave no one alive. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, breaking the peace of the village. A strong aura filled the air, and a group of figures flew towards the village. They were surrounded by killing intent, and their eyes were cold and emotionless. Puff. A cold light flashed, and a sharp blade appeared, slashing towards the children at the entrance of the village. The cold light flashed, and a child's head flew up. On his face, there was still a frozen, innocent smile. Blood spilled on the faces of the other children. They were all stunned, and stood there with fear in their eyes. You guys! The old man who was playing chess got up, and he was furious. He stood up instantly, and yuan qi surged around his body. But when he saw the figures above him, his face changed, and he exclaimed, "Sky travel. Humph. You Lin family are good at hiding. You made us look for you." Kill. For people appeared in the sky, and their aura surged, sealing the village. The dozen people who arrived were all true energy realm warriors, and their strength was at the sky layer. They were crazily surging with killing intent. Against the Lin family, it was a massacre. Puff. A cold light flashed, and a head flew up high. The headless body spurted blood, and an old man fell down, spurting out blood. One of the two old men had died in an instant. The remote village was in big trouble today. When the shocked children saw the blood again, they let out ear-piercing screams. They called out for their parents and ran toward the village in panic. Their figures staggered, and they did not know where to go. A few of them even fell down and cried loudly. "Don't cry, let's go." A slightly older child, about 5 or 6 years old, turned around and pulled a 2 or 3-year-old child. Swoosh! Taking a step forward, a cultivator from one of the major powers caught up with him. A cold gleam flashed in his hand, and a 5 to 6-year-old child was decapitated. Blood sprayed all over the 2 to 3-year-old child. Blood splashed out. Cold light flashed again. The 2 little fellows died. Their pure large eyes lost their luster. "Uncle, why did you kill us?" When a slightly older child saw the arrival of the cultivators, his eyes were filled with fear. He leaned against the wall and spoke in a tender voice. "Because you all deserve to die." The cultivator laughed viciously, his eyes flashing with cold light. When the children appeared at the village entrance, they were the first to be slaughtered. The group of cultivators were extremely ruthless, their eyes ice cold, as if what they were killing wasn't life. Several cold lights appeared, and the children fell to the ground one by one. "Who exactly are you all? Why are you so cruel, not even letting a child go?" The village entrance elder roared. His hair stood up in anger, and his eyes were scarlet red like a bloodthirsty, vicious beast. These children were the future of the Lin family. They were all very young, and they often called him Grandpa. Occasionally, they would steal chess pieces. They were very naughty, but today, they fell into a pool of blood and were slaughtered. Light flashed in his hand, and a dazzling light shot out. This was an all-out attack that combined essence, chi, and spirit. It was an extraordinary attack. "Bastard, die!" The elder roared and rushed towards the group of cultivators. The dazzling light in his hand was one step ahead. Puff! An 8th celestial layer cultivator blocked the attack with a sharp blade in his hand. Streams of elemental energy flooded the surface of his body, but it was useless. The old man's extraordinary attack was extremely terrifying. With a flash of light, the blade was sliced apart, and the opponent's body was sliced apart. A cultivator from a major power died. But at the same time, several cold lights landed on the elder's body one after another. Wounds appeared, and the sound of sharp blades piercing through the body was heard. The elder fell down unwillingly. In just a few breaths of time, the massacre at the entrance of the village was over. "Uncle, you bastards, I'll kill you." A young man heard the screams and rushed out of the village. The first thing he saw was many children lying in a pool of blood and 2 elders dead. He shouted, and his eyes were red with endless killing intent. Boom! The aura around him was violent, and terrifying energy flowed. He was also a true energy realm cultivator, and he rushed towards the crowd. He fought with his life, and he was ready to die. Puff! A cultivator from a major power was punched through the chest by the young man. At the same time, he knocked back another cultivator. He didn't defend at all, and he attacked without holding back because he knew that this was the only attack he could make. A cold light flashed, and it passed through the young man's neck. The sword light flashed, and the young man fell to the ground. This was an extremely tragic massacre. No one was left alive. Before anyone entered the village, the elders and children had been killed. The legs of the Khanate realm cultivator who had made the report went weak in fear. He had only wanted to collect some rewards. He had never thought that the major forces would be so cruel as to eliminate the root of the problem. The cultivators were like a pack of wolves, rushing into a flock of sheep. A massacre began. Puff! No matter if it was women or children, old or young, they didn't let anyone go. As long as they saw someone, they would kill them. Screams, screams, cries for help, and screams were endless. The scene was chaotic. Puff! Blood splashed. The Lin family was in danger. One by one, the members of the Lin family fell under the butcher's knife. "You bastards, I'll kill you!" A hot-blooded man of the Lin family shouted, and he rushed out with a weapon in his hand, wanting to fight with his life. Puff! The sword light flashed, and a head flew. Not everyone was qualified to fight with their lives. Idiot. The cultivators of the major powers sneered, and they turned to kill the next one. Get lost. A middle-aged man with a strong aura surged around him. He was a ninth sky of true essence cultivator, and he had a high status in the Lin family. He was the younger brother of the family leader. He had already killed 2 cultivators of the major powers. As for the third one, he was sent flying by him, and he was severely injured. He didn't have long to live. He was very strong, and he was one of the few strong cultivators of the Lin family. He shouted and rushed toward the third cultivator with his knife. Swoosh! Above him, 4 cultivators blocked the area. Seeing that the enemy was so fierce, one of them pointed a finger, and a sharp sword chi appeared. It rushed toward the middle-aged man like a beam of light. Ha! The middle-aged man shouted. He sensed something, and the long knife in his hand danced, slashing toward the sword chi. Puff! The sword chi was very fast, and the long knife was a step too late. It pierced through his forehead, and a bloody hole appeared. His vitality disappeared. The death of the family leader's younger brother made the Lin family even more chaotic. Why? Why do you want to kill us? We have no enmity with you. Someone shouted with resentment. Because you deserve to die. If you want to blame someone, blame Zichun and Lin Shui. They are the ones who killed you. A cold voice sounded. The man stood in the air and looked at them coldly. Below him was a hell on earth. Screams kept sounding. It was very sad. Run, run, go, go. The Lin family was in chaos. Even the family leader's younger brother was dead. Who could stop these strong cultivators? Many figures flashed and ran out of the village, but no one could escape successfully. The major powers were already prepared. They would all be killed the moment they tried to leave. We have never left the village. We have been hiding for years. Who betrayed us? An old man shouted. He was very unwilling. The young people kept dying, and the children were killed. The Lin family had no future. It was completely over. The person who reported before was pale. He did it purely for the reward. Now that he saw such a tragedy, he was already regretting it. Zhou Yu, it's you. At this moment, a young man rushed out of the Lin family. His face was deathly pale. But when he saw Zhou Yu, he stopped. He recognized him. Lu Mu. Looking at Lu Mu, Zhou Yu's expression was very complicated. He didn't say anything. He knew that it was his greed that had killed so many innocent people. Bastard, I treated you as a brother, but you betrayed me. Lu Mu was furious, but in the next moment, he felt cold gazes all around him. Damn it, it's you, you brat. I told you not to go out, but you still went out to fool around with me and leaked our tracks. An old man rushed out. His eyes were filled with regret and anger. He rushed towards Lu Mu with boundless killing intent. For his own selfish reasons, he had harmed the entire family. Hundreds of people were going to die. He wanted to kill this unfilial son. It's not me, it's him. He betrayed me. I just mistook him for a brother. Lu Mu pointed at Zhou Yu and tried to explain. Uffed. Suddenly, a sword light flashed from behind the old man. Lu Mu wanted to cry out, but it was too late. His father fell into a pool of blood, killed by the sword light. Phew! Lu Mu let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his father's lifeless body, he didn't have time to lament. He turned and left, holding a bundle in his arms. It's all that damned woman's fault. It's all her fault. She's the one who harmed the family. Lu Mu cursed. His speed was very fast. He avoided several cultivators and circled around the entrance of the village. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light fell from the sky and touched his forehead. His body trembled, and he fell to the ground, dead. The 4 of them flew into the air and guarded the 4 directions. They stood tall in the sky, and no one could escape. Father, I was wrong. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed out. Her heart was filled with regret. That day, she had told her father about the inheritance. Her father had told her to leave alone, but she had insisted on taking everyone with her. That day, Her father had said that there were too many people in the family and it would be impossible to keep the secret. But Lin Shui had been stubborn. She had said that if the family was united, they would be able to cut through metal. But even if the family was united, they had only managed to hold on for a year before dissatisfaction appeared. That had led to today's tragedy. You weren't wrong. That year, I was the one who agreed to your suggestion. Lin Shui's father also rushed out. He held a ghastly blade in his hand. Chapter 339. Go to hell. The head of the Lin family was very fierce. He was the strongest person in the Lin family and was very strong. He waved the ghost head blade in his hand, making a whining sound like a ghost crying. Pfft. A blade light appeared, bringing with it a large amount of cold light. It rushed towards a cultivator and instantly killed him. Come, you bunch of bastards who won't die a good death. He grasped his long saber, his hair standing on end. His ghost head saber had already drunk the blood of 2 cultivators. He won't die a good death? Then let's see who won't die a good death today. A cold laugh rang out as a 9th heaven cultivator charged towards the Lin clan head. He was holding a sharp weapon and his body was covered in flames. This was the Li family's cultivation technique, the Li fire art. It was very terrifying. Go to hell. The head of the Lin clan let out a roar. A saber light descended from the sky with an incomparable aura. The saber light was dazzling, and the cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard. Whoosh! Boundless flames surged and a sword of fire appeared. The two collided, creating a shock, and both were forced back. The two of them were similar in strength and once again charged at each other like 2 rays of light. Boom! Like rolling thunder, the explosions continued and the aftermath of the energy shook the surroundings. The two of them fought fiercely, and the more they fought, the faster they became. Go to hell! A light shout rang out and a green figure appeared. It was very agile and was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of a cultivator. Then, a green light streaked past. The green light turned into a woman. She was very beautiful like a green lotus. It was Lin Shui. But today, the usually cute Lin Shui's face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. In front of her, the cultivator fighting with her fell to the ground and died. You're so cruel and vicious. You'll suffer retribution, scolded Lin Shui. Kill them all. The roar in the air rang out again. For some reason, Zhou Yu felt a chill in his heart. But at this moment, a cultivator from a large power flew towards him. No! Zhou Yu exclaimed, his eyes full of fear. At this moment, he really regretted cooperating with a large power. Now he really had to kill them. You can't. He rapidly retreated, his eyes filled with terror. But how many tricks could mere Xiantian experts have? Swoosh! A cold glint flashed before Zhou Yu saw his body being pushed back. After taking a few steps back, he directly fell to the ground. Fresh blood violently spurted from his neck, before his vision turned black. Boom! On the Lin family head side, the battle was very intense. The two of them attacked without any regard for their lives, colliding repeatedly and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This time, there were more than 10 true Energy Realm warriors, but in the previous battle, almost 10 of them had died, and the rest were all attacking Xuelin. Swoosh! Xuelin's body was light and agile. She was like a beam of green light that kept flashing. At the same time, she formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Light flashed as battle techniques appeared one after another. She was only at the 7th level of true essence, but her battle prowess was no weaker than a demon. At this moment, she was besieged by several true essence cultivators, but she was not defeated at all. Pooh! The green light flashed and turned into a sharp blade, piercing into a cultivator's heart. In a flash, the cultivator died in the next moment. At the same time, a cold glint fell from above, wanting to cut Xuelin in half, but her body flashed and dodged it directly. At the same time, 2 of her fingers formed a sword and shot out a beam of sword chi, piercing through the cultivator's forehead. Her face was as cold as frost, and her killing intent filled the air. Her attacks were decisive and merciless. The death of her family members had completely infuriated her. After receiving the inheritance, her battle prowess was very strong. Killing ordinary warriors was very easy for her, and she was definitely comparable to a demon. Boom. The cultivators attacking the Lin family head could not take him down after a long time. Both sides were really angry, and turbulent energy surged. At this moment, another figure appeared and attacked the Lin family head. 2 against 1, the Lin family head was in danger as soon as they exchanged blows. Boom. The last loud sound caused a boundless wave, and the energy surged. When the light faded, the battle ended. The Lin family head had been hit by 2 swords, and both were fatal. On the opposite side, the ghost head blade cut off a cultivator's head and pierced another cultivator's heart. The Lin family head was dead. "Father!" Shui Lin cried out in sorrow, and tears kept falling. "You guys, go and kill all the people hiding in the houses." Above her head, Yukong said coldly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this battle. At this moment, the village was dead silent, and there were no survivors. Only a few people who were still hiding in the houses out of fear were lucky enough to survive. "Don't think of leaving." Shui Lin's face was as cold as frost. Green light flashed around her body, and her hands formed a seal, and a powerful battle technique appeared. Boom! Green light flashed, and with an inexplicable power, a cultivator's head was cut off. Buzz! Green light flashed around Shui Lin's body, and thousands of lights flashed like sharp blades, rushing forward with extraordinary power. Pooh! Pooh! This time, wherever the green light passed, 2 true energy realm cultivators were cut down. Shui Lin's battle prowess was terrifying. "Damn it!" Yukong cursed. He raised his hand and pointed out a finger. A beam of energy shot out like a silk thread, trying to trap Shui Lin. Swoosh! Light flashed around Shui Lin's body, and like a green snake, her body became boneless and flexible, and she dodged the attack directly. At the same time, she formed a seal with her hands, and another green light shot out, cutting down the last cultivator. What a flexible movement technique! The 4 Yukong cultivators were surprised, and at the same time, they were even more certain that she had obtained an extraordinary inheritance from the ruins. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, using their Yuan Qi to form tangible objects and shrouded Shui Lin. Their original intention was to capture Shui Lin. Green light flashed around Shui Lin again, and her whole body became hazy, as if she had really turned into a beam of light, and became an invisible object, passing through the 4 tangible objects. The 4 Yukong cultivators frowned, surprised. "Let's do it. Don't play with her anymore. It'll be bad if other forces are alerted." One of them said, "All right, just injure her and bring her back." Another one said, "Boom." Then, terrifying energy surged, and the 4 Yukong cultivators attacked. The energy they released was overwhelming, and it filled the sky, pressing down on Shui Lin. This attack was not only to capture Shui Lin, but also to kill all the people in the room who were still alive. Bang! Bang! Under the pressure of the surging energy, the houses could not withstand it and exploded, and there were screams from time to time. Shui Lin turned into a beam of green light, but tears were flowing down her face. Her heart was in pain, and she blamed herself. She was the one who killed everyone, but she did not want to die. She wanted revenge for her father, for her grandfather, and for everyone in the family. Swoosh! She turned into a beam of green light, darting left and right, trying to find a chance to escape, but the surroundings were sealed, and she had no chance at all. Bang! Bang! More houses exploded, and screams were heard, along with the voices of children calling for their parents. Shui Lin could not hold on any longer. She coughed up blood, and the green light around her became dim. "Stop it, you bastards!" Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and then a large red light appeared, like a burning heavenly sword. It flew from the sky and turned into a beam of red light. Boom! The heavenly sword arrived above the 4 Yukong cultivators and suddenly slashed. The void trembled, and ripples appeared. A terrifying aura spread, and it instantly dispersed the overwhelming energy of the Yukong cultivators. At the same time, the heavenly sword slashed above the 4, and an unparalleled aura exploded. The heavenly sword exploded, and the 4 Yukong cultivators coughed up blood and flew in all directions. Below, the green light around Shuelin was also dispersed, and she returned to her true form. You are so shameless. How could you do such an inhumane thing? There was an angry shout in the sky, and then a figure appeared. Red light flashed around him, and he was like a giant. When he stepped down, the world shook. It was Wang Zhenwei. He was stronger than before, almost reaching the Grandmaster level. A terrifying aura surged around him, and it stirred up the wind and clouds. His eyes were cold, and there was murderous intent in them. Especially when he saw the innocent deaths below, he was even more furious. The shamelessness of you major forces has reached a limit. You are willing to do anything. Another cold voice sounded. The sky trembled, and a strong man appeared, holding a murderous wolf-tooth weapon in his hand. The murderous wolf-tooth weapon trembled slightly, and the void shattered, and a black hole appeared. Lu Mingyong of the Lu family had come. He was a fierce man, and he used the murderous wolf-tooth weapon to force grandmasters to retreat. Whoosh! In the distance, a light flashed, and another person appeared. It was Qi Qingqiu of the martial ancestor. His eyes were cold, and he frowned when he saw the dead villagers. He was another force of the martial ancestor. His disciples, Miao Kong and Wu Mo, were friends with Zichan. 3 people appeared one after another, and they were all very strong. They stood in the sky, and the 4 were shocked. What is the meaning of this? But the 4 were not to be outdone. They represented 4 forces. You have gone too far. You came to the territory of the Qin family and massacred the villagers. Are you looking down on us? The people of the Qin family had come. This was the territory of the Qin family, and it was because of him that they arrived in time. The 4 represented 4 forces, but they were obviously stronger than the other 4. The 4 did not dare to breathe loudly. The 4 people who came later each had the strength to kill them. They were just following orders. How could they look down on the Qin family? Brother Qin, you are overthinking. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, there were sounds of the sky breaking, and strong cultivators appeared one after another. They were all flying, which meant that they had a high status. Apart from the Moon Pavilion, all the major forces of the southern region were here. The Gung family, the Chu family, and the Zhongli family had all sent strong cultivators, as well as the other force of the martial ancestor. The Godly Slaughter Pavilion also sent someone. It was an old assassin. That day, he swaggered in under the background of the major forces and even threatened them. Lin Shui raised her head and looked at these major forces blankly. She did not understand what they meant, but when her gaze fell on the 4 people in the sky, her eyes were filled with hatred. At the same time, she remembered these 4 forces. Zhongli, Gung, Chu. All right, since you are all here, let's talk about this, Wang Zhenwei said indifferently. His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This is so cruel and shameless. Lu Mingyong shouted, and the mace in his hand shook. Chapter 340. Below, corpses littered the ground. There were both women and children. Lin Shui was crouching on the ground, crying in grief. She was very lonely and helpless. Above them, a group of people appeared in the air, their auras surging. They were in the midst of negotiating. It's just a small family. They don't even have a single void god. If they're destroyed, then so be it. The Gung family's expert disdainfully smiled. Every year, a few families disappear from our Letian city. What's so tragic about this? Letian city was a chaotic power. Even the city lords often died. The disappearance of a family was nothing. The rise of every power is covered in blood. It's the same for everyone. Why is there a need to criticize us? Asked the Tsang family's expert. That's right. The Li family's expert said, in the martial heaven continent, the strong are respected. To achieve one's goal, one must use any means necessary. Don't tell me you don't know that. Why the need to be so fake? Do you think we don't know what you're saying? Sneered another person. The other powers were disdainful. They clearly didn't feel that they were in the wrong. They didn't think it was a big deal. How shameless. After doing such a tragic thing, you still speak so righteously. Are you even human? Lu Mingyong was infuriated. He had an urge to smack them to death, Of course not. The expert from the Tsang family stood in the air with a majestic figure. He said proudly, in their eyes, "We are gods, high and mighty, gods who can decide their fates." Shameless. Lin Shui clenched her teeth and raised her head, glaring at this god. She would remember him. In the future, she would knock this god off his divine altar and turn him into an ant. You slaughtered my Qin village in my Qin family's territory. If word of this spreads, how will my Qin family have the face to stay in the southern region? You have to give me an explanation for this matter, said the Qin family's expert unyieldingly. The Qin family is just a small family. What explanation do you need? Just destroy them. An indifferent voice rang out. It was the old assassin. He was old, but he didn't keep a low profile at all. He was very domineering. What did you say? Do you dare say it again? The Qin family's expert's eyes flashed coldly. I said that the Qin family is nothing. Just destroy them. Did you not hear me clearly? Or do you think that the Heavenly Assassination Alliance doesn't have the strength to destroy your Qin family? Said the old assassin with disdain. This was a little too arrogant. Saying that he wanted to destroy the Qin family was like using the Heavenly Assassins Alliance's power to intimidate others. You're courting death. The Qin clan expert was enraged. His eyes flashed with killing intent. This was not putting the Qin clan in his eyes at all. He naturally couldn't tolerate this. If he retreated today, the Qin clan wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the future. Killing intent surged, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The old assassin was very calm and confident. With the Heavenly Assassins Alliance as their backing, they were bursting with confidence and were no longer as low-key as before. The other forces did not say anything, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. That's enough. Whether we start a war or not, it doesn't seem to be up to you, Emir Yukong, to decide. Even if it's your clan elders, I'm afraid they don't have that qualification. An indifferent voice sounded. Wang Junwei glanced at the old assassin and said, "Now, let's talk about serious matters." The old assassin's expression changed, and he said, "I can spare those cowardly ants below, but I have to take Lin Shui away. This is the order of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. This is to lure Su Long out. There can't be any mistakes." The old assassin once again brought out the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. You're dreaming. You're all a bunch of devoid of humanity. If Lin Shui is in your hands, she can still live. Don't forget the original intention of this matter. Lu Mingyong shouted. He stared with his eyes wide open, holding the Wolf Fong weapon tightly in his hand. The original intention is naturally to lure Su Long out. The old assassin said, "You old bastard, you're really shameless. Su Long and Lin Shui don't even know each other. How can you lure him out?" Lu Mingyong was angry. "Isn't there still Zichun?" The old assassin asked. "I know Zichen's character. If he knows that Lin Shui is dead, he definitely won't appear. Instead, he'll hide even deeper. He'll only appear after he's done his job and slaughter everyone. Although he's righteous, he's also very scheming." Wang Junwei said, "I didn't say that I'll kill Lin Shui. I only said that I'll take her away." The old assassin emphasized, "Then you can try. I guarantee that Zichun won't appear." Wang Junwei sneered. He glanced at the other forces and said, "Last time, you all went back on your words and didn't even care about the face of your ancestors. You've already disappointed Zichun and made him vigilant. He doesn't trust you all anymore. He definitely won't entrust his life to you. Lin Shui will die in your hands sooner or later. Why should Zichen go through so much trouble and risk his life for a dead person? You're too naive. Then what do you think we should do? Hand Lin Shui over to us. As long as we guarantee her safety, Zichun will naturally appear." Wang Junwei said. "You're dreaming. Wang Junwei, don't act all high and mighty. We know why you're doing this. It's nothing more than her inheritance." The Tsang family shouted angrily, "You want to play such petty tricks in front of us? Do you think we're fools?" The Li family sneered. The others were also ridiculing. "Humph, inheritance? Our Wang family has a lot of inheritances. Do you think we'll covet other people's things?" Wang Junwei snorted. "Who would complain about having a lot of inheritances? Don't lie to yourself." Someone mocked. "Last time in the ruins, the Liu family of Yunxia City also obtained an inheritance. Aren't we still living well? You guys, don't think that others are as despicable as you. You can disrespect your ancestors, but we can't. The Yu family was furious. This is just my suggestion. If you don't want to, I don't want to explain anything. But there's one thing I want to say. We'll take Lin Shui to Yongqi City and let her stay there to ensure her safety. Wang Zhenwei said. Oh, you don't want to take her to Yunxia City? Humph, Wang Zhenwei snorted. This time, the assassin pavilion was in charge. They wanted to kill Su Long, so they sent enough experts. The major forces wanted to kill Zichun. There was no conflict between the two sides. Instead, they could cooperate. So, they all looked at the old assassin, waiting for his reply. After thinking for a while, the old assassin finally nodded and said, "We can agree to this, but you can guarantee that Zichun will appear? As long as Lin Shui is in our hands, Zichun will definitely appear." Wang Zhenwei said confidently. Okay. The major forces finally reached an agreement. That night, the experts took Lin Shui back to Yongqi City. At the same time, the rest of the Lin family were also taken away. After that, the village turned into a sea of fire. On the second day, there was a shocking news. Zichun's confidant, Lin Shui, had been captured in Yongqi City. If Zichun did not appear, Lin Shui's life would be in danger. This was a blatant threat. Once the news was out, it caused a stir. Is this the bottom line of the major forces? They actually use such means. It seems like they are really pushed to the extreme by Zichun. They are afraid that Zichun will really go into seclusion until he reaches the flight realm. The world was shocked, and all kinds of voices were heard. Zichun, your woman is in our hands. Are you still going to be a coward? Lin Shui is with us. Zichun, if you don't appear, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Shui is a beauty. Zichun, are you not worried that such a beauty is in our hands? The true energy realm cultivators of the major forces stood out and expressed their opinions. All kinds of threatening words were heard. This major force is really shameless. They actually thought of this. They are shameless to the extreme. They are using Lin Shui to threaten Zichun. The world was shocked, and it caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Zichun, if you don't appear in 3 days, Lin Shui will definitely die. The dignity of the Chu family is not to be violated. Come out and accept your death. Lin Shui was captured, and the major forces believed that Zichun would appear. They stopped looking for others, and many experts were called back. Moreover, they were all guarding outside Yongqi City. Once they found Zichun, they would immediately attack and kill him. Regarding Lin Shui's incident, Zichun, who was in Yongqi City, naturally knew about it. Damn it, you bunch of damn things. Zichun's eyes were burning with anger, but he soon calmed down. This was a trap, and he had to solve it. Otherwise, he would die. On that day, he quietly left Yongqi City and left Yongqi City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Zichun did not appear. The world was in an uproar. Could it be that Zichun did not care about Lin Shui's life? The major forces found Wang Zhenwei. He had promised that day. Are you an idiot? How long does it take for the news to spread to the depths of the forest? In just 3 days, you want him to appear? Where is your brain? Wang Zhenwei sneered. Zichun, if you don't appear in 10 days, Lin Shui will definitely die. The major forces gave another deadline. Many experts were called back, but no one looked for Lu Peng and the others. They also left some clues 3 days later. On the 4th day, Zichun arrived at Rising Sun City. Here, he met a few of his companions. Lu Peng, Zhang Haoyan, Miao Kong, and Ye Tian were all there. These major forces are really shameless. They actually used Lin Shui to threaten Zichun. They are obviously asking Zichun to die. The few of them were furious. At this moment, Zichun walked in. Zichun. The few of them went up to greet him. What do we do now? This is a trap, and we have to break it. I need your help. Zichun said. What can we help with? The few of them were stunned. The 10-directional nirvana formation. Zichun said coldly, his eyes cold. You're going to use the 10-directional nirvana formation to kill them. Lu Peng was shocked, and then said, that's a good suggestion. I agree. In the next moment, his face fell again. But my attainments and formations are too low. I can't display the full power of the 10-directional nirvana formation. It's fine. When the time comes, you and Elder Imo will attack together. Zichun was very calm. He had already thought of a countermeasure. Moreover, there was a reason why he did not appear in 3 days. Fortunately, the major forces gave him 10 days. Then what can I do? Miao Kong asked. Materials. I need a lot of formation materials. Chapter 341. Wang Qiong, Wu Imo, and Lu Chun arrived one after another. What do you need us to do? Lu Chun was like a little butterball. He looked simple and honest, and he asked directly after he appeared. Wu Imo was still very lazy, wearing a loose robe. As for Wang Qiong, he had a long face as soon as he appeared. He looked like he wanted to beat up Zichen. This was because Zichen had asked Wang Xian'er to come over. Do you want to kill her? Wang Qiong questioned. As the top genius of Yunxia City, he had become stronger. His origin energy surged around him, and he could enter the next realm at any time. He came on behalf of Wang Xian'er, as he didn't want his sister to be implicated and in any danger. Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, Isn't Xian'er easy to talk to? Wang Qiong's face became even darker. Fortunately, they started to discuss serious matters. Lin Shue's life is definitely not safe in our Yongqi city. There's a patriarch guarding her day and night, Lu Chen said. Thank you. Zichun was very grateful. Now, under the pressure of the Heavenly Assassin Alliance, all the big and small forces in the southern region were looking for him. Zichun was alone and had no backing. He was really touched that someone was helping him now. Don't say this. My patriarch said that he thinks highly of you. Don't give up. All difficulties will pass. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Lu Chen smiled. Zichun nodded. Lin Shue's life is guaranteed. You can leave as you wish, but no one can protect Lin Shue after a long time. Wu Mo's words were unpleasant, but it was the truth. If they really wanted to take care of Lin Shue, Zichun had to appear. Now, only Su Long can solve this situation. He has unparalleled combat power and should have the strength to do so, Wang Qiong said coldly. Su Long, to be honest, I don't know where he went. Zichun smiled bitterly. Su Long was very mysterious. He didn't tell him anything that day, not even Su Mingyao. Then, Zichen's eyes became very firm and confident. He said, As long as the patriarchs don't appear, I naturally have a way to solve today's situation. The resolute look in his eyes became very sharp, as if a massacre was brewing. You don't have to worry about that. I can guarantee that the elders won't appear. They are all old monsters and are very selfish. If there isn't a huge benefit, they won't appear. Their time is precious. If Su Long doesn't appear, even the elders of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance won't attack you. That's good. Zichun heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of Yukong. The only thing he was afraid of was the elder level. Right now, Yukong couldn't kill him with a single slap, but the elder level could. Wang Qiong looked at Zichun and said without any trace of politeness, That's easy. Do you know that even if there isn't a sect master, there are still dozens of Yukuan cultivators and countless true energy cultivators? Song, Li, Chu, Gung, Zhu, and martial ancestors' other force. There are a total of 6 forces targeting you. 10 people from each force, that's 60 people. Even if you have the Xingchen sand, it will take you half a day to kill them all. Yeah, there are so many experts. Zichun, what can you do? Even if you have the Xingchen sand, it will take you a long time to kill them all. There are even more true energy boundary cultivators. They want to surround you and kill you. Lu Chen also asked. I used up the Xingchen sand last time. There isn't a single bit left. I called you guys here today to discuss this matter. What do you want us to do? I need some materials. This is the list. I hope you guys can get all of them. Zichen took out a piece of paper. There were many materials recorded on it, and when one looked at it, they would be dazzled. So many. The 3 took the paper and glanced at it. They felt dizzy. As they continued to read, their expressions changed, and they gasped. These materials were too expensive, and Zichen needed a lot of them. In addition, There were many materials that they had never heard of before. The three shook their heads helplessly. We can't get more than half of these materials. There are even some that we haven't heard of before. We can't get them. Zichun was slightly disappointed, but it was within his expectations. Elder Imo had said that if he could get all of these materials, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a few sect master level experts. What do you want these materials for? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Equipment forging? But they're so messy. They don't match. This isn't equipment forging, Nye Tian said with a smile. I'm going to use spell formations to solve problems. Little Grandmaster, you're going to show your power. The three turned their heads to look at LV Pong, surprised. Little Grandmaster, you're a spell formation Grandmaster. LV Pong pointed at Zichun and said, of course it's not me. It's him. Your elders gave him that title. Have you forgotten? The three's expressions flickered as they lost their composure. What? You're the little Grandmaster from that day? The appearance of the little Grandmaster had shocked them greatly. Even the spell formation Grandmaster that the sect master level experts had invited had become a foil. However, the little Grandmaster had accidentally stepped into a concealment formation and died. The three were shocked. So it's you. You're still alive. It was one thing for a person to possess unparalleled battle prowess, but they didn't expect him to be so skilled in spell formations. Zichun smiled. That concealment formation that day is a teleportation portal that can lead you to the depths of the relic. Ma Yanqing's spell formation skills were too poor, so she didn't see through it. You guys get these materials as soon as possible. I'll find a way to get some more so that we can give them a welcome gift. All right, but there's not much time left before the 10-day deadline. We can't guarantee that we'll get them in time. Don't worry, Zichun said. I've made arrangements for Yangqi City. You just need to get the materials as soon as possible. Keep it a secret. After that, everyone left. Zichun, on the other hand, was looking for materials for the formation in various cities. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Zichun still hadn't appeared. The major forces were furious and questioned Wang Junwei again. This time, even Wang Junwei didn't know what to do. He could only say to wait. You shameless families are really scum. You want to kill me? Come on, if you have the ability. However, on that day, Zichun's cold voice sounded like a thunderclap, spreading for dozens of miles. Zichun has appeared. Everyone was in an uproar. In Yangqi City, figures appeared one after another and flew into the distance. There were more than a dozen people in the air, rushing toward the source of the voice with killing intent. However, they couldn't find anything after looking around. Zichun had already left. What? You want to kill me? You're really shameless. So many people in the air to deal with a true energy realm cultivator. In another mountain range, Zichun's voice sounded again. However, the group of people in the air didn't find anything. This was a good sign. They didn't feel depressed when they returned. Instead, they were happy. This proved that Zichun was really worried about Lin Shui. As for the assassin pavilion, they were even more happy to see this. The longer Zichun delayed, the more time Su Long had to hear the news and the higher the chance of him appearing. Zichun, 3 days later, if you don't appear in 3 days, we'll cut off one of Lin Shui's arms. The major forces said ruthlessly and decisively. Zichun, this trash, really doesn't dare to show up. He's already scared out of his wits. That's right. With the family's heir, he's dead for sure. In addition to the heir, there were more true energy realm cultivators from major forces clamoring arrogantly. Zichun stood on a mountain peak and looked at the town in front of him with cold eyes. Clamoring? Very well. Zichun's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the town, the third monster incarnate of the Tsang family was here, and there were 2 other air cultivators. At night, a figure entered the town silently like a ghost and sneaked towards the place where the monster incarnate of the Tsang family lived. There were cultivators guarding the place, and they were all in the true energy realm. Puffed, a cold light flashed and a light sound was heard. A cultivator who was supported by Zichun slowly fell down and his vitality dissipated. He was like a ferocious ghost that appeared from hell and specialized in killing. He pointed at the back of another cultivator. The latter couldn't react at all and fell down silently. Zichun entered the pitch-black room in a flash. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he killed a cultivator. He was like a ghost, floating and killing the people of the Tsang family one by one without making a sound. The room was filled with a faint smell of blood. Zichun hid and restrained his aura so no one noticed him. In less than a quarter of an hour, a total of 15 people had been killed without a sound. Who is it? The faint smell of blood filled the air. The monster incarnate of the Tsang family sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a cold light shooting towards him. Buzz. The Tsang family monster's aura surged and a light covered his body, blocking the attack. However, the powerful impact also made him retreat. The person who wants your life. Zichun turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the enemy. His energy surged, and he was determined to kill the enemy in one blow. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the dark night. The terrifying energy surged and the entire house began to tremble. Then, with a loud bang, stone fragments flew and smoke filled the air. Puffed! The Tsang family monster was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He coughed out blood and his face was full of shock. Who are you? He was shocked. The other party injured him with one blow. It was too terrifying. What do you think? Zichun's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He stepped forward again and made a terrifying attack. You are Zichun. The Tsang family monster was shocked. His eyes were full of fear, and he quickly retreated. Bang! Another loud sound. The other party was sent flying again and coughed out blood. He was indeed a monster. It was much harder to kill him than ordinary cultivators. Great uncle, the Tsang clan genius called out. The other party was Zichun, a sky martial artist with unparalleled combat power. He couldn't defeat him without breaking through to the spirit origin realm. Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura surged and the two houses exploded. Two powerful auras appeared. They were the two Zycone cultivators. At this moment, they finally reacted. Damn it! It's Zichun. They sensed everything with their powerful spiritual will. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The people from their families were all dead. Their spiritual will surged and rushed towards Zichun like two bolts of lightning. This was a powerful attack. It was also the biggest reliance of the Zycone cultivators. Buzz. Light flickered around Zichun's body, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared. Rays of light fell from the diagram, forming a light screen that revolved around Zichun. The spiritual will hit the light screen, causing it to vibrate and make a buzzing sound, but it couldn't break through. Swoosh! Golden light surged. Zichun formed a seal with both hands, ignoring the spiritual will attack. As the seal fell, the extreme yang qi appeared. A dazzling light rushed towards the Tsang family monster. Chapter 342. The monster from the Tsang family fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, there was an ear-piercing shriek in the air. Two spirit weapons rushed towards Zichun with a terrifying murderous intent. The spirit weapons were like two cold bolts of lightning. With extreme speed, they arrived in front of Zichun in an instant. His figure flickered as he stepped on the 9 lightning flashes, leaving behind afterimages. Clang! Even the 9 lightning flashes was unable to dodge the attack of the spirit weapons. Afterimages were torn apart. At the same time, the spirit weapons slashed on the light screen, causing clanging sounds to ring out. Run! Increase the distance! Elder Hiroshi exclaimed. The light screen he was controlling was about to collapse. Zichun was like a ray of light as he rushed forward. He no longer dodged and flew out of the town. Clang! Clang! The clanging sounds continued as the spirit weapons turned into a ray of light and chased desperately. At the same time, in the sky, powerful energy surged as the sky warriors were enraged. They roared and shouted angrily. However, Zichun was very slippery. He was like a fish and also like a ray of light. The two of them were helpless. Their speed couldn't be compared to the other party, and they were toyed around by the other party. That night, the town was destined to not be peaceful. The two sky warriors went completely berserk as they unleashed terrifying attacks. They were mad and didn't care about anything else. As the terrifying energy fell, many houses exploded and screams could be heard. Zichun, Come out if you dare." 2 hours later, in the sky, the two sky warriors' indignant voices could be heard. However, Zichun was nowhere to be seen. That night, the town was very lively. Everyone was discussing Zichun's incident. As for the Tsang family, it was undoubtedly another slap in the face. The third monster died, and the two sky warriors couldn't catch the other party. Early in the morning, the news spread out and caused a sensation. Many forces heard the news and sent sky warriors to chase after him. They swept through all the mountains and forests, but to no avail. The 3-day deadline was up. Zichun appeared and even killed people from the major forces. However, no one could catch him. Now, even the major forces didn't know what to say. However, this matter was clearly not over yet. Since Zichun had made an appearance, it was obvious that he was going to make a high-profile appearance. On the second night, another force was massacred. Once again, it was Zichun who acted decisively and ruthlessly. Other than Yukong, there were no survivors. After killing all the true element realm cultivators, he turned around and left, not wanting to get entangled with Yukong. Yukong felt helpless as he watched Zichun escape. His speed couldn't be compared to Zichun's, and his spirit weapon couldn't kill Zichun in one strike. He could only let out an indignant roar. The same thing happened on the third day. This time, it was the Chu clan that suffered. The dignity of the Chu clan could not be violated, but whenever they encountered Zichun, it seemed that the Chu clan would suffer losses. Their dignity was violated again and again. For 3 days in a row, Zichun caused a huge commotion. The true energy realm experts of the Tsang, Li, and Chu families were all slaughtered by Zichun. This caused a huge sensation. Weren't you all arrogant? You slaughtered the Lin clan? Then let's continue. The Gung clan will be next. On the same day, Zichun announced. The true energy realm experts of the three forces were all on tenterhooks. Yukong guarded the surroundings, but Zichun still managed to find a loophole. As for the Gung clan, they also made ample preparations after hearing the news. They set a trap for Zichun and waited for him to take the bait. As for the true energy realm cultivators of the Gung clan, they didn't dare to rest at night. They were all on high alert. They were equivalent to cannon fodder. No one cared about their lives. Zichun's arrogant and domineering words shocked and excited everyone. Everyone was paying attention to this matter. Many rogue cultivators were also staring at the Gung clan, wanting to see how Zichun would slaughter a group of true energy realm cultivators. Everyone was looking forward to the battle at night. However, the cultivators of the Gung clan didn't notice anything unusual. Zichun didn't show up either. It turned out that it was just a joke. After waiting for an entire night, Zichun still didn't show up. Everyone sighed in disappointment. However, they could understand why. The Gung clan obviously set a trap for Zichun. Dozens of Yukong cultivators were hiding in the dark. Naturally, he wasn't that stupid. Zichun, you're too arrogant. You didn't show up. You're just bragging. Come if you can. We'll wait for you. The next day, a group of true energy realm cultivators braced themselves and clamored. Do you think I'm an idiot? Only an idiot would make a move with so many Yukong cultivators guarding there. Zichun replied again. Without a doubt, the place where his voice came from became scorched earth. It was destroyed through the air, and 3 feet of the ground was destroyed. It was a complete mess. Zichun, if you don't care about Lin Shue's life, you can continue to hide. But for every day you hide, we'll take one of her things. Let's see how long you can hide. I'll see you try. The two sides went back and forth, engaging in a war of words to stall for time. The Godly Slayer Pavilion didn't say anything. They were happy to see this. Meanwhile, the major factions kept pressuring Zichun so that Zichun wouldn't dare to show up. At least they had earned back some face. Meanwhile, Zichun was waiting for them to get some materials. During this time, he went to look for Lu Chan. After confirming that Lin Shue's life wasn't in danger, he was relieved. He only appeared once every 2 or 3 days. Each time, his figure would disappear in a flash. The group of Yukong cultivators would chase after him and then find him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. It was like a game of hide and seek. Zichun, we've got the materials. The major factions gradually lost their patience and were ready to teach Zichun a lesson. At this time, Wang Qiong and the others finally arrived. They had gathered all the materials they could find. The materials you want are truly frightening. Even the elders have been alerted. You have to put in a bit of effort and do something big to create a real commotion. Wu Amo, who had always been lazy and carefree, was serious for once today. His hand flashed and a large pile of materials appeared. All of them were used for formations. They flashed with colorful lights and were dazzling. Not bad. Elder Amo appeared. Looking at the materials, he nodded and said, "If it couldn't create a sensation, I wouldn't be willing. Such an arrogant guy must pay the price for his arrogance." Xian said that you must live. Wang Qiong didn't say much. After taking out the materials, he stared at Zichun for a long time before saying this. He was sick of Zichun and couldn't be bothered with him. If it wasn't for Wang Xian's repeated reminders, he wouldn't have bothered with Zichun. "I will live, and I will live well. Thank her for her help during this period of time. Tell her to wait for me, and I will marry her." Zichun nodded solemnly. However, Wang Qiong's expression changed and his eyes flashed. He wanted to slap him to death, but he didn't say anything in the end. "Little Butterball, do you have any instructions?" Zichun looked at Lu Chun. Lu Chun shook his head and said, "I don't, but the family does. They want Lin Shui to stay in Yongqi City. They asked me to ask you and listen to your opinion." In the last battle, the Lin family was almost wiped out. Other than Zichun, no one could make decisions for Lin Shui. Zichun stared at Lu Chun. "Don't misunderstand. They just want her to stay in Yongqi City." Lu Chun hurriedly explained, "This matter is over. It's up to her. If she's willing, I won't object." Zichun said, "That's great." Lu Chun was very excited and took out many materials. It seemed that the Lu family was very attentive. "Do you need us to do anything else?" "No need. It's not good for you to show yourselves. Leave the rest to us." Zichun's eyes flashed coldly. After disappearing for a long time, Zichun appeared again that night. Like a ghost, he snuck into the Gung family's residence and started a massacre. All the Gung family's true energy realm cultivators were killed. It was a close call, but Zichun managed to evade the pursuit of the Imperial Air Master and finally left. At this point, the four forces were all massacred by Zichun. "Zichun, if you don't show up in the last 3 days, don't blame us for being impolite to Lin Shui." The major powers were enraged, and this repeated over and over again. Zichun had already lived for more than a month, and he had also killed many of their people. They didn't want to play anymore. The people of the Godly Slaughter Pavilion also lost their patience after seeing Su Long not appear. Only by killing Zichun and forcing Zichun into a corner could Su Long appear. At the same time, Elder Hiroshi also refined the things that Zichun needed after consuming a lot of blue spirit grass. "Where are you going to set up the battlefield?" Elder Hiroshi asked. "Beheading Valley." Beheading Valley was the place where the major forces killed rogue cultivators. For many years, this ending had not changed. Zichun planned to change everything here. "All right then." Elder Hiroshi nodded. Then, he asked Lu Pong to bring the Tai Chi diagram to Beheading Valley to set up the array. On the same day, Zichun appeared in Songli City. This time, he didn't change his appearance. It was his real body. "Zichun." Seeing the familiar cultivator next to him, someone exclaimed. Zichun turned his head and smiled at the other party. "Ah." The other party screamed as if he had seen a ghost and ran away. At the same time, more people saw Zichun. "Zichun, it's Zichun. He showed up. It's really him. Oh my god, I didn't expect him to really show up." Everyone was talking about it in shock. Zichun's appearance was the first thing that the major forces got the news and rushed over. Many experts came from all directions. Zichun held a purple golden gourd in his hand. It used to be filled with Xingqian sand, which could destroy space. Everyone guessed that Xingqian sand was gone, but no one was willing to try. Zichun had only been in Songli City for a brief moment. That was the territory of the Songli and Songli clans. Although Lu Chun had promised that there wouldn't be any ancestor-level cultivators, it was still possible that the other party was bored and could kill him with a cough. More experts appeared and headed towards Zichun. Cold lights surged and flickered. One by one, they arrived in the air and followed Zichun. At this moment, many forces arrived in the sky. Even Wang Junwei and the others arrived one after another. They weren't that extreme. They just followed from afar. Surround him, but don't kill him, Tan Fong of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion said. Behind Zichun, there were many strong cultivators. They were all flying in the air. Their killing intent was boiling, but they did not attack. On the ground, there was a group of true energy realm cultivators. They were bold and followed Zichun closely. At the same time, more cultivators from the major forces came from all directions to surround Zichun. Zichun finally arrived at the Beheading Valley. Chapter 343. In the Jianying Valley, Oldemo and the others had already arrived. Moreover, they spent a few days to carry out a series of arrangements. They were extremely meticulous. All right, the initial stage of the 10-direction Nirvana formation has been completed. Next, only the most important formation flags are left. The Jianying Valley was already densely packed with materials. They were all arranged according to the method of the 10-direction Nirvana formation. They had been specially refined to form runes, and energy was constantly circulating. Oldemo, you're playing a big game. With such a formation, once its power is fully unleashed, it might even kill a sect master. LV Peng was very surprised. In the past few days, he had learned a lot from Oldemo, and his attainments and formations had improved. Of course, I'm playing a big game. 10,000 years ago, the Wuji sect dominated the southern region. 10,000 years later, even if the Wuji sect is gone, I won't let anyone bully my only successor, let alone some monkeys. Oldemo stretched out his hand, and light surged in his palm. Large flags appeared one after another. These were all formation flags. They were shining brightly with runes flowing on their surface. There were 81 of them, and they surrounded Oldemo. This was LV Peng's inheritance from Ren Tuesday. Each formation flag was a priceless treasure, more precious than Ma Yanqing's formation flags. If Ma Yanqing saw that LV Peng had 81 of them, he would probably do everything he could to snatch them. Buzz. The formation flags trembled, releasing endless light. With a shake of Oldmo's hand, they flew into the air. Clang. A sonorous sound rang out. The formation flags seemed to be inserted into the void, standing there firmly, motionless. Light flashed, and runes flowed. Clang. Clang. Oldmo's hands flashed, and formation flags flew out one after another. More and more formation flags stood in the void, shining brightly. They were connected to the formation materials in the Jianying Valley, and they complemented each other. When all 80 formation flags were fixed in the air, the entire formation flags seemed to be connected into a pattern. Even the formation materials were integrated into one. The entire Jianying Valley seemed to have become a main body, completely integrated. The formation flags, materials, and the valley all became one. Inside, a powerful energy flowed and lay dormant. Even though Zhang Haoyan and Ye Tian knew nothing about formations, they could still sense the terrifying aura surging within the formation flags. Their expressions changed greatly, and they became even more wary of this formation master. If one flew into such a large formation, they would definitely die. Just one more flag. As long as it stands in the air, the 10-directional Nirvana formation will be complete. Elder Mo's eyes were sharp as he put away the last flag. At the same time, he sent out a burst of energy. All the formation flags in the sky began to emit a misty light. The entire formation was activated and began to operate. However, the most important formation flag was missing. In the next moment, the misty light faded and all the formation flags concealed themselves. It was as if they had merged with the void and disappeared. On the ground, the materials that covered the entire heroic Beheading Valley also disappeared, and the heroic Beheading Valley returned to its original state. If the array formation was not activated, one would not be able to tell that there was a peerless array formation inside. Elder Imo, we're leaving. Take care. LV Peng took out the Taiji diagram and placed it on the ground. Elder Imo, take care. Nye Tian and Zhang Haoyan also said. Then, the three of them flew into the distance, leaving the heroic Beheading Valley. This was a battle of the 10-directional Nirvana formation. They did not have the strength to participate, so they could only leave. It would not be long before this place turned into an Azura hell. The same goes for you kids. Take care of yourselves. I have high hopes for all of you. Your future lies outside, not in this tiny place, Elder Imo said with a smile. His figure flashed as he entered the Taiji diagram. Then, the Taiji diagram emitted rays of light and hid in the void. After doing all this, not long after, Zichen appeared. Behind him, many experts from the major forces followed, and killing intent filled the air. Boundless killing intent almost materialized and pierced through the sky. If it were not for the heavenly slaughter pavilion's people, Zichen would have been torn apart in an instant. Zichen, you've really calculated well. You've even chosen the place of death. Heroic Beheading Valley. You really think you're a hero. No one attacked, but there were many people who mocked him. It's not an exaggeration to call him a hero after killing so many monsters and offending so many major forces. This heroic Beheading Valley is obviously prepared for heroes like him. Since ancient times, no one who offended our major forces could survive. This time is no exception. No matter how strong you are, no matter how terrifying you are, you'll definitely die. Many true energy realm cultivators mocked. With Yukong around, they were fearless. Do you really think you're going to kill me? Zichen stood in the middle of the valley and looked around with cold eyes. What? At this point, do you think a miracle will happen? Everyone sneered. Let me tell you, even if Su Long is here, he won't be able to save you today. Today is the day you die. There won't be any miracles. Experts arrived one after another. They either stood in the air or stood in the distance. In short, they filled the entire valley. However, not all the experts had arrived. From time to time, someone would appear in the distance. Should we go and take a look? A cultivator from the Liu family asked. Beside him, Liu Mingyong, Wang Jinwei, Qi Qingqiu, and the others were all there, watching silently. No need. Liu Mingyong shook his head. He had received orders from his family not to interfere in today's matter and not to follow. He just had to stand in the distance. Although Liu Mingyong didn't understand what it meant, he could only do as he was told. At the same time, the other three forces didn't move either. In the heroic Beheading Valley, the atmosphere became very oppressive. Many murderous intents gathered together and almost materialized. It made one's scalp tingle. Zichen stood in the valley and glanced at everyone. He wasn't afraid at all, as if he didn't notice the murderous intents. Kid, I hate your expression. You're about to die, but you're still so arrogant. A cultivator spoke in the air with a cold voice. At the same time, he stepped in the air and rippled the space. He pointed at Zichen. Swoosh. The sword Qi attacked. It was very sharp, like a ray of light. But Zichen's figure flashed, and the 9 lightning flashes appeared, easily dodging it. You still dare to dodge? How dare you? Yu Tian was furious. Waves of energy surged, and a terrifying aura descended, causing Zichen to retreat. That's more like it. Yu Tian sneered. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, but he held it in. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he couldn't catch a big fish, he wanted to catch some small fish. The Yukong in front of him had obviously just stepped into this realm not long ago. Zichen had killed too many Yukongs. He no longer cared about people like this. He wanted to catch a big fish, an existence like Wang Jinwei. Only by killing those who had the potential to break through to the ancestral master realm could he make the major forces feel pity. The news of Zichen being surrounded and killed in the heroic Beheading Valley spread out instantly, causing an uproar in the southern region. This was deliberately done by the assassin pavilion to lure Su Long out. Zichen was surrounded by dozens of Zephyrs and was surrounded by experts from all directions. Zichen was in danger. Those who were paying attention to Zichen's situation were worried for Zichen. They sighed in their hearts. Was a monster going to fall like this? Obviously, they didn't think that there would be a miracle. Boom. Yu Tian didn't dare to kill, but it didn't mean that he didn't dare to attack. At this moment, several Yu Tians attacked. Zichen's figure flashed like a phantom, but he was still hit by the energy, and he coughed out blood. His face was pale, and he retreated again. Haha, aren't you very strong? The unparalleled monster? Why are you scared now? Come on. What monster? He's just trash. Such a person only dares to be arrogant in front of us. In front of the Uteons, he's nothing. Many cultivators took to the air to attack, and their attacks were swift and fierce. Although they could not kill Zichun, they could still injure him. Not far away, a group of true energy boundary cultivators were mocking him. How powerful Zichun had been back then, and how much shock and fear he had brought to them, was how harsh and humiliating they would be today. Puff. Zichun coughed out blood again. His face was pale, but his eyes were calm. But such a look, in the eyes of others, was despair and helplessness. Scary, scary. Zichun is really going to play big. Is he going to kill everyone in the major forces? There are more than 60 Uteons, and he still wants to wait. Is he waiting for the master-level cultivators to come? Zichun was humiliated, but he kept enduring. This made Wuamo and the others' faces change. They secretly thought that Zichun was scary. They swore in their hearts that they would never be enemies with Zichun. More and more Uteons gathered in the Jianying Valley, and there were already more than 60 of them. As for the true energy realm cultivators, there were even more. Each force sent out more than 10 Uteons, which was absolutely terrifying. Even among the major forces, the number of Uteons was not that many. It was already good for each force to have dozens of them. Those who appeared this time, plus those who died before, almost half of them had appeared. This was a terrifying number. If half of the Uteons were to die here, it was equivalent to reducing the strength of the major forces by 50%. Are you guys enough? Almost everyone had arrived. Among them, there were many who were at the same level as Wang Zhenwei. Zichun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the sky. What? A Uteon sneered, and a strong aura surged around him. This was a powerhouse who was at the same level as Wang Zhenwei. He was about to break through to the master level. When he saw Wang Zhenwei, he snorted coldly. Just now, he even injured Zichun with a single blow. I said that's enough. So many of you against me. Don't you feel shameless? Zichun asked coldly. Shameless. You're just an ant. What right do you have to talk about shamelessness in front of us? Another Uteon sneered. Ant, Zichun sneered. If I'm an ant, then what are you? A high and mighty god? For someone like you, who I can crush with a finger, I'm a god, and you're an ant. Uteon said proudly. That's right. I can kill a chicken or a dog with a single blow. If we're not gods, then what are we? Another Uteon said. Zichun sneered, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Gods? Very well. Today, I'll show you who's the real god. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, the entire Jianying Valley went berserk. Array flags appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. There were a total of 80 flags, covering the sky and covering the entire Jianying Valley. Chapter 344. The Grand Formation activated, and killing intent surged. Rays of light fell from the 80 formation flags, connecting with the entire Jianying Valley. Of all the factions that had arrived, other than those that were watching from afar, the rest were surrounded by the Grand Formation. Light flashed, and a hazy light appeared. Terrifying killing intent spread. Outside, everyone cried out in alarm. No one knew what had happened. Why had the Jianying Valley suddenly disappeared? The valley had suddenly become hazy, and they couldn't see anything. It was as if a layer of mist had blocked it. Elder Hiroshi appeared, his eyes flashing coldly. He fixed the last flag in the air. At this moment, an even more terrifying killing intent filled the air. The Jianying Valley became gloomy, and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard, making people's hearts tremble. The entire Jianying Valley had disappeared. There was only a single grand formation that emitted a terrifying aura. There were formation flags in the sky and materials on the ground. They resonated with each other, forming the 10-directional Nirvana formation. The Jianying Valley had disappeared, and this place had become hazy. Feeling the terrifying killing intent surging in the surroundings, Yukong's expression changed. This is the thing that will knock you off your pedestal. Under the activation of the formation, Zichun was floating in the air. Golden light surged around him, and golden lightning wreaked havoc. Yukong, you've broken through to Yukong. Everyone was in disbelief. Below, the true energy realm cultivator's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ziqian had actually levitated into the air, as if he was standing in midair. Ziqian didn't pay attention to them. He couldn't be bothered to explain. These true energy boundary cultivators were cannon fodder, ants. Within the 10-directional nirvana formation, he could kill them with a single thought. Here, he was a true god. His gaze swept across and landed on Yukong, who had called himself a god. Ziqian coldly said, "Aren't you a god? Today, I'll let you see what a real god is." He stood in the air, golden light surging around him. Golden lightning revolved around his body, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. Go die. The killing intent in the surroundings made Yukong feel danger. He took the initiative to charge at Ziqian. A terrifying aura surged, and killing intent filled the surroundings. Boom. He unleashed a powerful attack. A mountain-toppling and ocean-overturning energy surged towards Ziqian, causing the void to tremble. In my eyes, you are the ant, and I am the god. Today, I will betray you and die. Ziqian's voice was cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. In the next moment, he pointed a finger at Yuzong, who was flying toward him at high speed. It was as if his words were the law. Above his head, a formation flag flashed and shot out a beam of obliterating light, like a divine thunder that could destroy the world. Boom! With a loud rumble, the heavens and earth trembled as the divine thunder of annihilation descended. First, it destroyed Yukong's attack, then it struck Yukong's body. The destructive aura rippled continuously. With such a powerful attack, Yukong didn't even have time to scream before he fell from the sky. One of them died in midair. A single strike killed a Zephyr warrior. Everyone's expression changed. Ziqian stood in the air under the 81 array flags. Cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he looked like a real god. Everyone's expression changed and felt a chill in their hearts. Ziqian didn't use the Xing Chan sand and killed Yukong with a single strike. Panic spread in the hearts of the true energy realm cultivators. If even Yukong was killed in a single strike, wouldn't it be easier to kill them? Ziqian glanced around and looked at a cultivator in the sky. He then said coldly, "Aren't you killing me as easy as killing a chicken? Today, I will show you what it means to be a chicken or a dog. Die." As the cold words fell, the brilliance on the array flags flowed again. A terrifying murderous intent surged, and a destructive energy fell. No. Yukong was terrified and screamed. The energy around him surged, and light appeared under his feet. He dodged to the side. At the same time, he unleashed more energy attacks, trying to block the attack. The spirit weapon was trembling, and an unparalleled power was displayed. It flew forward, causing the space to tremble. However, it was futile. All the resistance was futile. Such a powerful attack was unstoppable, destroying everything in its path. All the attacks that came in contact with the destruction energy exploded. At the same time, the destruction energy landed on Yukong's body. A miracle did not happen. Yukong could not block the attack and died. The spirit weapon trembled in the air for a few times before it lost all its spiritual energy and fell from the sky. The surroundings were dead silent. Yukong, who was arrogant before, was now shocked. They were all silent, and a chill ran down their spines. Ziqian stood in the air, and golden light flashed around him. He was like a real god, judging everything. With a single sentence, one of Yukong died. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, not knowing what to do. Swoosh! A brilliance flashed, and the void trembled. A sword light appeared, carrying a chilling aura, and rushed towards Ziqian's forehead. Yukong, the assassin of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, merged into the void and suddenly appeared, striking a sure kill attack. Humph! Ziqian stood in the air without any reaction. However, Elder Hiroshi snorted coldly. With a wave of his hands, light flowed on the array flag, and another terrifying aura fell. Boom! The assassin of Yukong, along with his weapon, was killed in one strike. He died and fell from the sky. Another person died, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Swoosh, swoosh. The void trembled again, and two assassins appeared one after another, one on the left and one on the right. They charged towards Zichun, and within the sharp sword chi, there was a bone-piercing killing intent. Boom, boom. This was the 10-directional Nirvana formation, and it was controlled by Elder Hiroshi. Nothing in the formation could escape his senses. With a wave of his hands, two terrifying auras fell, and another two assassins died. There were no miracles here, only massacres and destruction. Kill. Everyone, go all out and kill Zichun quickly. Finally, one of the assassins spoke. His voice was cold, and he wanted to kill Zichun first. Swoosh, swoosh. Light flashed continuously, and killing intent filled the air. One by one, the assassins woke up and charged towards Zichun. In an instant, dozens of them attacked, and a powerful aura swept through the space. Boom! Dozens of them attacked, and the entire formation went berserk. The formation began to tremble, and more light flowed on the array flag. Dozens of attacks fell on Zichun, and like the impact of meteorites, a destructive aura burst out. The place where Zichun was standing instantly turned into nothingness. Everything was destroyed. Even the void was shattered, and no one thought that Zichun could still be alive. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Elder Hiroshi, activate the formation. Kill without mercy." Zichun's figure had unknowingly appeared beside Elder Hiroshi. Elder Hiroshi's hands moved, and a seal was formed again. The entire formation shook, and the array flag began to rotate. Then, a powerful energy appeared, and the 10-directional Nirvana formation was completely activated. Damn it, this is the 10-directional Nirvana formation. A voice rang out from the crowd, filled with fear and shock. It was Ma Yanqing. He had also come. He originally came to join in on the fun, to see if he could gain any advantages. But he never would have thought that he would enter such a supreme killing formation. He felt that this place was very strange before, but he did not realize that this was a formation. Now that the formation was activated, he reacted. The 10-directional Nirvana formation represents 10 directions of Nirvana. No one will survive. It's over. Everyone will die. Ma Yanqing's face was pale, and his eyes were full of despair. Boom. The formation went berserk, and everything became chaotic. The assassins kept attacking Zichun, and the formation was activated. A powerful energy flowed, and light flashed, obliterating everything. Boom. The formation was activated, and a terrifying aura appeared. One of the assassins did not even have time to scream before he was turned into ashes. Even his spiritual weapon was destroyed. Above the formation, light flowed, and a light curtain fell, emitting a terrifying aura. As the light curtain swept, more than a dozen true energy realm cultivators were cut into pieces by the light curtain. This was a terrifying scene. The 10-directional Nirvana formation represented 10 directions of Nirvana. No one would survive. Ah, help! Help! Zichun, let us go! Screams and cries for help rang out continuously. All sorts of mournful roars of despair resounded in their hearts. But it was useless. The light curtain kept falling, like a sharp blade, cutting everything. Even spiritual weapons could not block it, let alone refined weapons. Broken limbs were constantly thrown, blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air. This was simply a massacre. When the light curtain fell, no one could survive. Swoosh! A large piece of light fell, and the true energy realm cultivators died one by one. No one had a whole body. Boom! The formation was activated, and one of the assassins was hit and fell to the ground. On this day, Jianing Valley was stained with blood, and broken limbs were everywhere. Zichun's figure flickered, dodging powerful attacks. At the same time, he wandered around the true energy realm cultivators, slaughtering them one by one. Puff! In his hand, the silver spear had turned blood red, and wherever it passed, corpses were left behind. Break the formation first, don't kill Zichun. In this formation, he can't die. Ma Yanqing's shout was drowned out by many energy explosions. At this moment, all the assassins went crazy and kept attacking. Some attacked Zichun, but more attacked Elder Hiroshi. because he was the one controlling the formation. Boom! Another beam of energy descended, obliterating everything. A sovereign-level expert comparable to Wang Zhenwei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Boom! The energy fell again, and after 3 consecutive times, the master died. During this time, Elder Hiroshi's figure flickered, as if teleporting, and dodging the attacks of spiritual weapons. No one could stop him. He was the real god in the formation. Even a master at the pinnacle of the Zephyr realm died. At this moment, panic spread in the air. Break the formation first. Don't kill Zichun. It was also at this moment, Ma Yanqing's voice sounded like rolling thunder, causing the crowd to shake.
It's a master.
Array master, we have a master here as well. Seeing Ma Yanqing, everyone seemed to see hope, and their eyes lit up. This is the 10-direction Nirvana formation. Only force can break it. Now, use your strongest attack and break the formation with all your strength, Ma Yanqing shouted. Boom! A terrifying aura fell, pointing directly at Ma Yanqing. The latter's face changed drastically, and runes flashed around his body as he dodged to the side. Puff! Under the attack, he coughed up blood, but he dodged the killing blow. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Break the formation quickly." Chapter 345. The brilliance fell, carrying a terrifying murderous intent, heading straight for Ma Yanqing. The latter's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. The runes around his body flickered continuously, trying to block this attack. Puff! He coughed up blood and retreated quickly. The runes around his body were all scattered, but he was still alive. Break for me! Ma Yanqing's face turned red as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. There was a brilliance flowing in the essence blood, and the light condensed in the air without dissipating. Ma Yanqing's hands moved, and a mysterious rune appeared. With the essence blood as a guide, it formed a mysterious array diagram, surging with a terrifying aura, rushing into the sky. Ma Yanqing followed closely behind the array diagram, wanting to use it to rush out of the array. You're courting death. Elder Emo spoke for the first time, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He knew that this person's attainments in array formation were not high, but his temper was comparable to a master's. The array flag trembled again, and a bright light illuminated the entire array. Then, a brilliance fell, causing the void to tremble. Boom! The array diagram that Ma Yanqing drew with his essence blood instantly exploded. Then, the brilliance fell and shrouded Ma Yanqing. The array master of a generation let out a scream, and then disappeared as the brilliance disappeared. He was beaten into ashes. Rumble! The array was completely activated, and the array flag and the materials merged into one, emitting a brilliant light. Bursts of thunder sounded, annihilating all murderous intent. Elder Emo stood in the air, his figure constantly flashing, dodging one attack after another. The array was obliterating vitality. The 81 array flags rotated in the air, and thousands of rays of light fell like sharp blades, cutting everything. Puff! Puff! The true energy realm cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they were cut by the light curtain. If they could rely on their own strength to avoid the light curtain's attack, then the true energy realm cultivators would be slaughtered. There was no way to resist at all. In a short moment, almost 90% of the true energy realm cultivators were killed, and the remaining 10% would die sooner or later. Zichun, you're a demon. You'll die a horrible death. Such inhumanity, you'll be struck by lightning. The remaining true energy realm cultivators kept cursing. Their words were vicious and terrified. If you kill me, you'll be following the will of the heavens. If I kill you, I'll be struck by lightning. What kind of logic is that? Zichun's body flickered with light, matching the brilliance of the grand formation. The ancient weapon in his hand was dyed red with blood. His killing intent was boundless, as he killed the cultivators who were lucky enough to avoid the light screen. Pooh! Zichun was merciless in his attacks, transforming into a beam of light. In just a few breaths of time, the remaining true energy stage cultivators were slaughtered. At this point, all the true energy realm cultivators were dead. Hundreds of them had died, their blood flowing like a river, broken limbs piled up like a mountain. The valley was stained with blood. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The remaining Imperial air cultivators were all displaying their ferocious attacks, attacking the Great Formation, using brute force to overcome brute force. Swoosh! A beam of light fell from the sky. Terrifying killing intent surged like a sharp blade, cutting open the body of one of the warriors in the air. Boom! The formation was activated, triggering the sound of thunder, and all directions were silenced. This time, Elder Imo used all his strength. All kinds of materials bloomed with light. Among them, tens of thousands of primordial stones were consumed in an instant. The entire Great Formation went completely berserk. The true all-direction silencing had arrived, obliterating all life. Pung! One of the Imperial air cultivators' bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist and dissipating. Blood rain floated between heaven and earth. Pooh! A beam of light flashed, and another Imperial air cultivator's body was torn apart, dying an unnatural death. The all-direction silencing was fully displayed at this moment. No matter where one was in the formation, as long as one was swept by the light, their body would explode in the next moment. No one could block such a terrifying attack. Even those at the peak of the Imperial air realm were killed. Arg! Screams continued to sound as the Imperial air cultivators died one after another. Go to hell! One of the Imperial air cultivators gritted his teeth. His body was covered in blood, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After resisting the attack of two beams of light, he charged towards Zichun. Swoosh! Zichun used the fastest speed in the world to dodge. Pooh! Another beam of light fell, and the powerful Imperial air cultivator who blocked two beams of light died. Pung! The light fell, and the Imperial air cultivators were being obliterated. Broken limbs were everywhere, and it was a tragedy in the human world. Boom! An ancient mirror flew up, flashing with light and rippling. This was a forbidden weapon, and it was controlled by someone at the peak of the Imperial air realm. Powerful fluctuations spread out. After one blow, the forbidden weapon exploded. An attack equivalent to the level of a grandmaster appeared, and the energy that could destroy heaven and earth filled the world as it began to bombard the formation. Boom! Forbidden weapons came one after another. At this moment, none of them dared to hold back. The price of holding back was death. Pooh! The Great Formation began to ripple, and tens of thousands of vitality stones exploded. The energy was absorbed, and the light fell, and the killing intent was dense. One of the Imperial air cultivators was obliterated. There were more than 60 Imperial air cultivators, and after the slaughter of the formation, there were less than 20 left, and all of them were injured. They were all very powerful. They were either at the late stage of the Zephyr realm or at the peak of the Zephyr realm, but they couldn't do anything to a little guy at the true energy realm. In the formation, Zichun was invincible. After more than a dozen people paid the price with their lives, they came to this conclusion. At this moment, they could only break the formation with force. Boom! The light fell, and another person died. All of the Imperial air cultivators trembled in their hearts, and then they continued to break the formation. At this moment, forbidden weapons appeared one after another as if they were free, and every time they appeared, they would unleash their strongest attack and then explode. And this attack was a Grandmaster-level attack. Boom! The Great Formation was violently impacted, and the formation flags began to tremble. The materials began to disappear, and the 10-sided Nirvana formation began to weaken. Continue. All of the Imperial air cultivators seemed to have seen hope, and once again increased the strength of their attacks. The Great Formation rippled even more violently, and the formation flags trembled even faster. Once the forbidden weapons appeared, it was equivalent to a Grandmaster-level attack. Zichun, the Great Formation can't hold on for much longer, Elder Imo warned. Kill as many as you can. Zichun's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The appearance of the Great Formation enveloped the entire Zhanaying Valley, making it hazy and making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside. Boom! Boom! Only the sound of tremors told of the fierce battle in the Zhanaying Valley. This is a formation. Zichun actually set up a formation here. Everyone was shocked. So what if there is a formation? There are so many Imperial air cultivators here, and the formation can't kill them. Zichun will definitely die. That's not necessarily true. Zichun deliberately brought everyone here, which means that he is fully prepared. This time, he might really be able to survive. Don't forget, the formation master, Ma Yanqing, is also here. With him here, there is no great formation in the world that can't be broken. As time passed, the great formation had already lasted for a quarter of an hour, and the rumbling sound still did not stop. Instead, the tremors became more intense. No one has broken the formation yet. Everyone's expression changed. Even those who thought that Zichun would definitely die were shocked at this moment. One had to know that there were dozens of Imperial air cultivators who were enveloped by the formation. What kind of formation could trap them? Boom! There was an explosion, and a terrible murderous intent filled the air. Finally, a loud sound that could destroy heaven and earth resounded through the sky, and the misty formation was broken. The Zhanaying Valley appeared. In the middle of the valley, there were less than 10 people left. After that, there was a scene of corpses and a sea of blood. It was very terrifying. The green mountain peak was dyed red by endless blood, emitting a strong, murderous aura. In the middle of the valley, broken limbs were everywhere, and it was difficult to find a complete corpse. It was simply a tragedy. What? Everyone's expression changed, and their faces were full of shock. They never thought that it would be such an ending. Of the dozens of Imperial air cultivators, less than 10 were alive, and all of them were injured. Hundreds of true energy cultivators, none of them were alive. Looking at Zichun again, there was not a single wound on his body, and his clothes were clean and spotless. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Wu Mo was tongue-tied and could not say a word. He thought to himself, this is too big of a gamble. No one spoke, and there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Only the breathing of the surviving Imperial air cultivators reverberated in the air. Now, do you still dare to call yourselves gods? The formation disappeared, and Zichun landed. He looked up at Imperial air and said coldly, if we can kill you easily, we are gods. Imperial air survived, the Zhanaying Valley recovered, and the formation was broken. Zichun was a true energy cultivator, and he had no more trump cards, so they were naturally not afraid. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Can't these corpses teach you the lesson you deserve? Zichun sneered. Brat, cut the crap. You should be proud of yourself for killing so many of us. However, that's all. Killing intent flashed in Yukong's eyes as he shouted, now, everything has ended. Go and die. As soon as he finished speaking, he took to the air and charged towards Zichun. Killing him in one blow is too easy for him. We have to cut him into pieces. The other Imperial air cultivators also rushed up. Many Imperial air cultivators came, but Zichun did not dodge. His eyes were calm, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he released his aura. He was at the peak of the 5th firmament of true energy and was about to break through to the 6th firmament. Buzz. The void trembled, and a destructive aura appeared. The sky was clear, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning rushed down. Zichun's thunder tribulation had arrived. At the same time, an inexplicable energy appeared in the sky, enveloping several Imperial air cultivators who were rushing over. The moment this energy appeared, several Imperial air cultivators turned pale and could not help but cry out in alarm. Thunder tribulation. As soon as the words fell, the world lost its color, and the clear sky suddenly rolled up black clouds, covering an area of hundreds of miles. At the same time, an inexplicable heavenly might shrouded down. Run. Wang Zhenwei was the first to sense that something was wrong, and his face changed drastically. His figure flashed, and he was thousands of meters away. At the same time, Lu Mingyong and Qi Qingqiu's faces changed drastically, and they also ran away. Heavens, it's actually a thunder tribulation. Why did Zichun attract such a thunder tribulation? The three of them changed their faces, and they retreated dozens of miles. Chapter 346. Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled in all directions. The terrifying power of the heavens pressed down in all directions, making people terrified. Everyone retreated at the first moment. Their faces changed dramatically, and they were extremely shocked. This was the heavenly thunder tribulation, the thing that cultivators feared the most. It meant that cultivators were going against the heavens and were punished by the heavens. This world did not recognize them, so it sent down the destructive thunder. Why would the heavenly thunder tribulation appear out of nowhere? Everyone's face changed. Looking at the terrifying heavenly thunder in the sky, their hearts trembled. Dark clouds covered the sky like rolling demonic chi, covering the sky and the sun. It was pitch black. But then, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down with rolling thunder power, obliterating all life. The world was roaring, and the rolling thunder was shaking. The world was trembling. This was the heavenly lightning tribulation that would only appear when Yukong stepped into the master level. It had the power to destroy the world. Before the heavenly lightning tribulation, everyone had to prepare carefully and not be careless. Only after everything was arranged properly would the heavenly lightning tribulation begin. But today, the tribulation came so suddenly that the group of peak Zephyr Realm cultivators were at a loss. Boom! The heavenly thunder fell like a winding thunder dragon, illuminating the sky. It was dazzling and hit the body of a peak Zephyr Realm cultivator. In the next moment, the destructive thunder power surged, and the peak Zephyr Realm cultivator was smashed into pieces. A rain of blood fell between heaven and earth. They were already injured in the 10-directional Nirvana formation, and now faced with the heavenly thunder tribulation, they had no hope of survival. The dark clouds rolled, covering an area of several miles. The terrifying thunder power fell, and the bolts of heavenly thunder were dazzling, rippling with a destructive aura. This was a terrifying scene. Except for the people who were facing the tribulation, everyone retreated far away. Some of the slower ones were obliterated by the heavenly thunder and turned into ashes. In the world, in addition to the rolling thunder, there were only mournful screams that kept echoing. The heavenly thunder fell, and the mountains exploded. The majestic mountains around the Jinying Valley were cut in half. Zichun, I want you dead. A Zephyr Realm cultivator who was scorched black and blocked 2 bolts of heavenly thunder roared, his eyes full of killing intent. But the world was full of heavenly thunder, forming chains that penetrated the sky and obliterated everything. Zichun's figure was nowhere to be seen. Boom! The heavenly lightning fell and struck Yukong's head. In the next moment, Yukong was shattered into pieces and disappeared from the world. In the distance, everyone was fleeing in panic. It was too terrifying. An existence at the peak of the Zephyr Plane died just like that. Die. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. Someone roared in the air, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Wang Jinwei and the others who were dozens of li away. Above his head, the black clouds swirled and moved with his body. Occasionally, a blinding bolt of heavenly lightning would fall. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Jinwei turned and left quickly. Qi Qingqiu and Lu Mingyong followed closely behind. Boom, boom. During this period of time, bolts of heavenly lightning fell one after another, and those true energy realm cultivators who were too slow to escape were all reduced to ashes while screaming in agony. The sound of rolling thunder spread out for dozens of miles. During this time, Yufei coughed up blood repeatedly as he resisted the heavenly lightning. Boom! By the time the 3rd bolt of heavenly lightning fell, Yukong was finally unable to withstand it and was shattered into pieces. His body was destroyed. This was an extremely shocking scene. Zichun attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation, and no one could escape this tribulation. All those at the peak of the Zephyr Plane were reduced to ashes under the heavenly lightning. Zichun, you will die a horrible death. In the world, bolts of heavenly lightning fell like chains of heaven and earth, piercing through the sky. The moment Yukong was reduced to ashes, curses were heard. The Imperial Air Warriors died one after another until everyone was annihilated. Half an hour later, the black clouds in the sky dissipated and the sky became clear again. The sun shone brightly, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The Jianying Valley from before completely disappeared. The blood-stained valley was turned into flat ground. Occasionally, there were bolts of lightning energy raging, and black smoke rose. The steep mountain peaks disappeared, and only corpses were left, covering the valley. Blood gathered into a small river, and corpses were everywhere. Bloody lights soared into the sky, and resentment filled the air. The cultivators of the 6 forces that besieged Zichun all fell. Even those at the peak of the Zephyr Plain died. On this day, the world was shocked. Zichun once again created a miracle. He set up a peerless array and killed dozens of Zephyr Plain cultivators and hundreds of true Energy Realm cultivators. It's too scary. All the cultivators who recalled that scene felt their hair stand on end. Whether it was the peerless array or the heavenly lightning tribulation, they were all shocked. Since that battle, the area within a few miles of the Jianying Valley had become a dead place. It was said that every night, there would be the sound of ghosts crying, "Zichun, I'll kill you." Occasionally, cultivators who passed by would see blurry figures that looked like malicious ghosts and spirits. They let out ghostly wails and flashed past in a flash. Zichun killed many powerful cultivators of the major forces, so the valley was full of corpses and resentment, and became a dead place. No one dared to come. Some bold cultivators who didn't believe in evil would die in a few days after coming here and being affected by the resentment. Zichun's incident was spread like wildfire, and it shocked people. He really did create a miracle, but his life and death was a mystery. Some people guessed that Zichun was still alive. After summoning the heavenly lightning, he ran away immediately, leaving himself a chance to live. However, more people guessed that Zichun had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning because it was a heavenly lightning tribulation at the peak of the Zephyr Plain. Even a Zephyr Plain cultivator was blown into ashes, let alone Zichun. Despite all the miracles, he was only a true Energy Realm cultivator. The major forces suffered heavy losses. This time, Zichun really hurt them. Several cultivators who had the potential to break through to the Master Realm died. Such losses made them feel so distressed that they wanted to vomit blood. The major forces were furious, but they had to vent their anger somewhere. Zichun's life and death were unknown, and there was no trace of him. Where could they vent their anger? Lin Shui was still in Yongqi City. Therefore, the major forces tried to find trouble with Lin Shui, but with the Lu family's patriarch, no one could do anything to Lin Shui. On one night, the Lu family's patriarch was furious. With a loud roar, he killed 2 Zephyr Plain cultivators who tried to sneak into the Lu family to kill Lin Shui. From then on, no one dared to do anything to Lin Shui. On the second day, the Lu family's patriarch announced that he would take Lin Shui as his adopted daughter. From then on, Lin Shui's status rose, and the Lu family could openly protect her. Tanfeng, who was in charge of the assassin pavilion, was surprised when he heard the news. However, that was it. The assassin pavilion had suffered heavy losses this time, and many of their old assassins had died. He wanted to reorganize everything. Reorganize the heavenly slaughter pavilion, and reorganize this barbarian land. Unfortunately, after a few days, he received news from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance that Su Long had appeared and was not in this barbarian land. Both sides had engaged in an intense battle and had suffered great losses. Damn it, he left this place long ago. Tanfeng was enraged. His eyes were burning with fury. Immediately, he left the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion with his men and left the area. At that moment, the elders of the Assassin Pavilion were completely dumbfounded. They suffered heavy losses this time. Their only hope had abandoned them and left. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Half a month later, the Assassin Pavilion was attacked by a large force. With the Wang family of Yunxia City as the leader, the Lu family and the Qin family as support, and the martial ancestors' forces, they began to attack the various branches of the Assassin Pavilion. At the same time, they found the headquarters through the branches and launched a destructive attack. The world was shaken once again. In a month's time, 2 of the Assassin Pavilion's headquarters were destroyed. The last one was discovered. However, when the various forces arrived, it was already empty. Most of the assassins had fled. In this region, one of the 3 major sects of the 7 major cities had disappeared. The assassin pavilion had gone from being in the light to being in the dark and had become the target of everyone. Letian City's Gung family. They had suffered heavy losses this time, and Letian City was filled with all kinds of battles. They did not have the time to care about anything else, so they called back all their experts to protect their current position. The Tsang family and the Li family had also suffered heavy losses. This caused the two forces to fall out of the top three due to the loss of their experts and become the weakest force. The Chu family had also been very low-key recently, and they no longer said that their dignity was not to be violated. As for the martial ancestor, he had suffered heavy losses and was completely suppressed by Miao Kong's forces. A huge change had happened in this region. The arrest warrant for Zichun had been removed long ago, and all the portraits had been removed. However, Zichun had not appeared. Everyone guessed that Zichun was already dead. Lin Shui believed that Zichun was still alive, but she did not look for him. After this incident, she stayed in the Liu family and went into seclusion. This incident made her understand that the strong were respected. At the same time, many of the demonic geniuses went into seclusion, trying to break through to the spirit origin realm. The shock that Zichun had brought was too great. It made them more or less feel inferior, and they cultivated with all their might. Time passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and half a year had passed. Zichun still did not appear. The news of Zichun's incident that had spread like wildfire also died down as time passed. Without Zichun offending the major forces, this region regained its silence, as if there was no life, and it became dead silent. A year had passed, and another monster appeared in the Chu family. He was very strong, and he fought with the monster from the Tsang family in Tsangli City. The two of them were evenly matched. Both of them were at the 9th heavenly layer, and were not far from the spirit origin realm. The battle was very fierce, but the spectators felt that it was very boring. They had seen Zichun's battles, and they were all soul-stirring. He had killed more than a dozen monsters, and they were all bloody. Today's battle was flashy, and many people felt that it was not interesting. Because of the battle of monsters, Zichun, who was about to be forgotten, became the subject of discussion again. However, Zichun had not appeared for a year, and the chances of him being alive were not high. Everyone sighed. One of the strongest geniuses had fallen in the end. A few months later, the Wang family of Yunsha City released a shocking news. The number 1 genius, Wang Qiong, had officially broken through to the spirit origin realm and became the first young monster to break through to the spirit origin realm in this region. This was a sensational news. Wang Qiong had finally broken through, which was almost the same as what many people had guessed back then. The world was shocked, and everyone was paying attention to Wang Qiong. In the past, after breaking through to the spirit origin realm, the monsters would leave here and explore the outside world. It was almost an unwritten rule for thousands of years. Chapter 347. Wang Qiong's breakthrough was a major event that caused a sensation. Just as everyone was wondering if he would stay or leave, Wang Qiong didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to cultivate in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. A month later, there was news that the martial ancestor, Wu Mo, had successfully broken through and became the second genius to reach the spirit origin stage. On the day of his breakthrough, he caused a huge commotion, and even the ancestral patriarch was alerted. Then, the ancestral patriarch brought him to the martial ancestor's important place to give him the strongest inheritance. After Wang Qiong and Wu Mo's breakthrough, more and more geniuses broke through to the spirit origin stage, causing a sensation. This was a flourishing age. Many freakish geniuses appeared, their battle prowess extremely great. After 2 years, they finally broke through to the spirit origin stage and became Zephyr warriors, gaining the ability to fly. However, Zichun, the strongest monster, had died in that lightning tribulation. It was inevitable that people felt it was a pity. If Zichun appeared in such a golden age, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Moreover, some people guessed that if Zichun was still alive, he could also break through to the spirit origin stage. Some people gave a definite guess. No. Before the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, Zichun had been ordinary and his cultivation speed was average. However, after the Nimbus martial ancestor disappeared, Zichun became famous and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. He broke through to the true energy stage from the true chi stage and was on par with the other geniuses. However, some people guessed that even if Zichun was still alive, after 2 years, he would at most be at the 9th sky of true energy stage. He wouldn't be able to break through to the spirit origin stage. After that, shocking news spread one after another. Another genius of the martial ancestor, Wu Ping, broke through to the spirit origin stage and became Zephyr warriors. Lu Chun of the Lu family, that little butterball, broke through successfully. Wang Shi of the Wang family in Yunxia City also broke through. Lu Bo of the Lu family received the inheritance from Zichun and was very strong. He also broke through to the Zephyr warriors. On the day of his breakthrough, he fought with Wang Shi, and the two of them were evenly matched. The third genius of Yunxia City had already broken through. As for the second genius, no one knew how strong Wang Xian'er was, but some guessed that she had already broken through. In the Wang family, Wang Shan's pained cries could be heard from time to time. He was thoroughly agitated by the news of him breaking through the flight manipulation realm. Why didn't I cultivate properly back then? He was filled with regret and roared repeatedly. While others had already made a breakthrough, he still hadn't made a breakthrough yet. Even though he hadn't slacked off for the past 2 years, he was still a hair's breadth away from reaching spirit origin realm. This made him very unwilling. It had been 2 years since the battle in the canyon. During these 2 years, many geniuses had broken through to spirit origin stage. For this region, this was the arrival of a golden age. Zichun, if you're still alive, I, Chu Sun, will definitely kill you. On the first day that the Chu clan's monster broke through to the Zephyr realm, he made a threat, causing an uproar. Back when he was in the true element boundary, no one dared to challenge Zichun. Who would have thought that as soon as he broke through to the flight step, there would be someone who could not hold it in anymore? Unfortunately, Zichun was already dead and could not respond. This was a golden age. Many geniuses had broken through to the flight step, which was rare. Some people guessed that there would be a competition, or directly go to the outer regions. All kinds of guesses appeared. Rumble. In a deserted mountain range, the sky suddenly trembled. The sun was shining brightly, but a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared, striking down with a terrifying pressure. This was the lightning tribulation, which made people's expressions change. The pressure of the lightning tribulation made people's hearts tremble. In the past 2 years, there had been 2 consecutive lightning tribulations in this mountain range. Including today, it was the 3rd time. Boom! Under the lightning tribulation, there was a young man surrounded by golden light. His golden fist shattered the lightning tribulation with one blow. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the energy of the lightning tribulation into his stomach. This was an extremely terrifying scene. When people saw this, they were naturally shocked. In this world, who would not be fully prepared to resist the lightning tribulation? How could one break the lightning tribulation with one's body and swallow the energy of the lightning tribulation into his stomach? Boom, boom. The sky trembled, and a terrifying lightning tribulation appeared. More lightning tribulation fell, forming a curtain of light that shone brilliantly. The young man's body seemed to be made of pure gold, emitting golden light. He used his powerful body to resist the lightning tribulation. His strength was only in the true energy realm, but his body was extremely terrifying. Like a dragon waking up, dragon roars sounded. Golden chi and blood in his body soared into the sky, dyeing the world golden. Boom! A fist light appeared, and the lightning tribulation was shattered, turning into energy that was absorbed. The lightning tribulation was violent, and more lightning appeared. It was like a chain of heaven and earth, penetrating the sky with a destructive aura. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The lightning tribulation formed a sea of lightning that kept raging. Below, within a radius of a few thousand meters, there was a scorched earth. The grass and trees were turned into dust, and the rocks exploded. Buzz. Below, between the young man's eyebrows, a dazzling golden light appeared. This was the spiritual will that only flight step cultivators had. At this moment, it appeared on a true energy realm cultivator, which was incredible. Only flight step cultivators had spiritual will and spiritual source, but everything in front of them was beyond common sense. The golden spiritual will was very powerful. At this moment, it bloomed with golden light and bathed in the sea of lightning. The young man was undergoing the tribulation, and so was his spiritual will. It became more condensed and shone brightly. Puff! The lightning tribulation was even stronger. It roared like a thunder dragon and finally injured the young man. The latter coughed up blood, and his body was charred black. He was injured by the lightning tribulation. His spiritual will also retracted, and the golden light dimmed. It was very weak.
Again.
However, the young man shouted and did not retreat. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and he stood under the sea of lightning. His weak spiritual will rushed out from between his eyebrows and bathed in the sea of lightning. He was reborn in the lightning tribulation. Boom! The lightning tribulation fell, and the young man's body was emitting black smoke. He looked like a charred body, but his eyes were very bright. His bones were almost shattered, and there were cracks. He was seriously injured. Boom! When the last bolt of lightning struck down, the young man's life was reduced by half, but he didn't die in the end. After that, a surge of vitality appeared like a storm. The young man stood in the middle of the storm and began to be reborn. Next to him, there was a flash of light, and an old man appeared. Being reborn in the lightning tribulation will greatly increase your strength. Every time you experience the lightning tribulation's baptism, it's a transformation. It's a huge opportunity. And after experiencing the lightning tribulation, the perfect body that you have cultivated will be your greatest reliance in the future. Crack, crack. The charred body made cracking sounds, and then it cracked. Golden light appeared, dazzling and dazzling, accompanied by a powerful aura. Boom! Finally, the charred body exploded, and a brand new perfect body appeared. It was dazzling with golden light, without any flaws. In the perfect body, blood flowed like a river, providing endless energy. It was like a true dragon hibernating in it. The young man was naturally Zichun. 2 years had passed, and he had consumed countless pills. He had experienced 3 lightning tribulations and finally reached the 9th firmament of true essence. One more step, and he would reach the spiritual origin realm, known as flight step. I wonder how they are doing. It had been 2 years, and Zichun had been cultivating in seclusion. He would only appear when he broke through the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation was powerful, and it was not suitable to stay here for long. Zichun quickly left. A moment later, powerful auras appeared, but there was nothing in front of him except a scene of destruction. 2 years had passed, and Zichun believed that the storm back then had passed. No one made things difficult for him anymore. This time, his strength had broken through, and his realm had stabilized. It was not realistic to break through in a short time, so Zichun decided to go out. However, after arriving at Danyang City, Zichun was shocked by the news. The heavenly slaughter pavilion had been destroyed, and a major force in the southern region had disappeared. As for the major forces that had suffered heavy losses, although they still had their foundation, they kept a much lower profile and were no longer as arrogant as before. Then, there was the news of Wang Qiong and the others breaking through to the spiritual origin realm. This news was from a year ago. It had been a year since Wang Qiong broke through to the spiritual origin realm. Next, there were other monstrous geniuses breaking through one after another. They actually all broke through. Zichun was a little dumbfounded. However, after thinking about it, he understood. He had broken through 3 realms in the past 2 years, so it was natural that others would not remain stagnant. Zichun, if you're not dead, come out and see how I, Wu Ping, kill you. I, Li Zhou, can kill you with one hand. The major forces had not forgotten the humiliation from 2 years ago and had been enduring it. After their monstrous geniuses broke through to the spiritual origin realm, they all clamored. They had gone to the battlefield and searched carefully, but they did not see the purple golden gourd. The monstrous geniuses guessed that Zichun was still alive, which was why they kept clamoring. After breaking through, they were full of confidence and were very arrogant. When they saw that Zichun did not appear, they kept clamoring. However, Zichun did not appear, but he still had friends comparable to monstrous geniuses. Zhang Haoyin and LV Peng had obtained Ren Tu's inheritance and had a lot of cultivation resources. After all the monstrous geniuses broke through to the spiritual origin realm, the two of them naturally could not fall behind. After Zhang Haoyin broke through to the Zephyr realm, he responded to the monstrous geniuses of the major forces. Zichun is not needed. If you want to die, I, Zhang Haoyin, can kill you. He was as cold as before. His words were cold, and it caused a stir. Zhang Haoyin and LV Peng appeared together. Although the latter did not break through to the Zephyr realm, the flashing runes around him represented his identity as a formation master. It was also shocking. Some people suspected that the formation was set up by LV Peng. Thinking about the formation 2 years ago, no one dared to underestimate this formation master at the 9th firmament of true essence. If Zichun doesn't appear, I can help you if you, a mere independent cultivator, want to die? After breaking through and using many inheritance battle skills, the monstrous geniuses of the major forces were very domineering. This was their first battle after breaking through to the Zephyr realm. They had to win beautifully. In the end, Zhang Haoyin said coldly, "On the night of the full moon, we will fight to the death in the land of the dead." The monstrous geniuses wanted to fight to the death, which caused an uproar. This was the biggest shock in 2 years. Everyone was in an uproar. On the night of the full moon? When Zichun heard this news, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the past 2 years, his perfect body had become stronger, and he had spiritual senses. If it wasn't for the fact that the energy in his body could not keep up with his realm, he would also be in the spiritual origin realm. The monstrous geniuses of the major forces hooted again, which made him very dissatisfied. Chapter 348. On the night of the full moon, the battle of the monsters began. Although there was still more than half a month to go, people were still looking forward to it. The world was shaken, and more people gathered towards the land of dead silence. The land of dead silence was a name that had only appeared in the last 2 years. It used to be called the Zhanaying Valley. Elder Imo, do you think my spiritual sense can refine the purple gold gourd? Zichun left Danyang City and went to the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. His purple gold gourd had been hidden there all along. You've already cultivated spiritual sense at the 8th heaven. Now that you're at the 9th heaven, your spiritual sense is even stronger. It's enough for the purple gold gourd to recognize you as its master, Elder Imo said. The purple gold gourd was buried deep in the ground and Zichun dug it out. It shone with a purple light and runes flowed on its surface. This is a rare treasure. It can seal Xingchen sand and prevent its spiritual power from flowing away. It should be a space-type treasure. It's very strange, Elder Imo said. Zichen's spiritual sense had condensed into spiritual sense. At this moment, with a move of his mind, golden spiritual sense appeared, shining with golden light. The spiritual sense was like a flame, burning fiercely, surrounding the purple gold gourd and starting to refine it. The purple gold gourd flashed with light and mysterious runes appeared on its surface, revolving around the gourd.
Clang.
The golden spiritual sense was like a flame. When it touched the runes, it made a clanging sound and caused them to tremble. Zichen's spiritual sense was already very strong, far surpassing the average Zephyr. When he was at the 8th heaven, the spatial spirit ring only needed a moment to recognize him as its master. It only took a few breaths for the golden spiritual weapon to recognize him as its master. Now that he was at the 9th heaven, his spiritual sense had become stronger and more condensed after being baptized by the thunder calamity. However, it couldn't suppress the purple gold gourd. The runes on the surface of the gourd flowed and flashed, blocking the spiritual sense outside.
Clang. Clang.
The spiritual sense turned into a cold blade and slashed at the runes, but it caused them to tremble. The runes flowed and dissolved the impact of the spiritual sense. Don't be discouraged. The harder it is to refine, the more valuable it is. The fact that Ren Tu put it together with his foundation means that it's no ordinary item, said Elder Hiroshi. Zichun had never intended to give up on the purple gold gourd. He had a great use for it, so he had to subdue it. He couldn't possibly use a gourd in every battle in the future. Clang. Clang. In the place of seclusion, clanging sounds rang out continuously, like the clanging of sharp weapons. Time flew by. A day and a night passed. The runes on the purple golden gourd were still shining brightly. There was no sign of it being depleted. Zichen's spiritual senses were very strong, so he could withstand such consumption. He could already feel that the runes had dimmed a little. Now, both sides were competing in terms of consumption. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and the light on the rune had clearly dimmed. Hold on, we're almost there. Elder Hiroshi was cheering for Zichen. Zichen's eyes lit up, and more spiritual sense attacks were launched. 3 days, 4 days, a full 7 days had passed. The runes flowing on the surface of the purple gold gourd had also completely dimmed. Another day passed, and there was a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the runes. Then, the energy was exhausted, and it was completely hidden. At the same time, Zichen's spiritual senses invaded, and the purple gold gourd recognized him as its master. The purple gold gourd shone brightly. At this moment, Zichen felt that the purple gold gourd was a part of his body. It was as flexible as his arm and fingers. At the same time, Zichen also sensed that there was a huge space in the purple gold gourd. The purple light was dazzling, but it was empty. There were more runes flowing on the walls of the gourd. It's done. Zichen was overjoyed. The runes on the walls of the gourd were even more mysterious. At a glance, Zichen felt dizzy. It was extraordinary. Obviously, it was the one that sealed the Xingqian sand to ensure that the spiritual power of the Xingqian sand would not be lost. 8 days had passed, and there were still more than 10 days before the battle of the monsters. With a thought, the purple gold gourd disappeared and entered his sea of consciousness. The golden spiritual senses fell on the purple gold gourd. It was like a burning flame that was still nourishing it. On that day, Zichen left in a hurry. He rushed all the way south. During this time, more cultivators arrived at the land of dead silence, wanting to witness the battle of the monsters. And some people found out that this was not only the battle of the monsters. It seemed that after this battle, the fate of the monsters would be announced. Everyone was full of anticipation. However, Zichen walked through the land of dead silence and continued south. During this time, he bypassed Songli City and arrived at Yunxia City. The Thunder region was a place where lightning flashed all year round. Even from far away, one could hear the rumbling of thunder and an inexplicable pressure. This was a no-fly zone. No one could fly here. It was rumored that this was the result of a corner of the Thunder God Temple that was knocked off by the Wuji sect back then. It turned into a thunder region with a total of 9 levels. Among them, there was destructive lightning. Even sect masters could not go deep. Back then, Zichen hid in the thunder region and luckily escaped a pursuit. At that time, Zichen was in the true Qi realm, but he entered the 4th level. Today, Zichen was in the 9th firmament of true essence. He was even stronger. If he entered the thunder region again, how many levels could he enter? Wang Zhenwei was very wary of the 4th level of the thunder region, but obviously, he could not kill such an existence. Zichen entered the thunder region and directly passed through the 4th level. He entered the 5th level. The lightning here was even more violent and had the ability to destroy the air. Golden light flashed around his body as streaks of golden lightning circled around him, forming a light shield that blocked the lightning from the thunder field. Zichen carefully searched the 5th floor to see if there were any precious treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. After that was the 6th level of the thunder region. The surging thunder and lightning here were like thunder dragons. They were very powerful and had inconceivable power. Once touched by them in the air, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Even if ancestor-level experts were to be caught in the thunder and lightning, their lives would be in danger. Zichen entered carefully. The surface of his body was shining with golden light. The energy in his body circulated quickly, afraid that the light shield would not be able to maintain and destroy him. Rumble. The thunder region was violent, and the sound of thunder made his scalp numb. His heart was cold, but he still gathered his courage and walked forward step by step. Zichen did not dare to hope to enter the 7th level, but he could reach the edge of the 6th level. The lightning of the 7th level seemed to have a spirit. It was even more terrifying. It was like a dragon, swimming in the sea of lightning. It's up to you. Zichan stood in the middle of the 6th level of the Thunder region. He did not dare to continue, afraid that he would be turned into ashes. With a thought, the purple gold gourd appeared.
Bang.
With a light sound, the gourd opened. Purple light flowed. With a toss, the gourd flew out of the light shield and toward the 7th level of the Thunder region. Please don't break, Zichun prayed. He wanted to use the gourd to collect some lightning as his trump card, but he did not have the slightest confidence. He was just trying his luck. The purple golden gourd shone brightly as it flew towards the 7th level. In the next moment, the lightning on the 7th level became violent. Bolts of lightning seemed to have awakened as they bombarded the purple golden gourd. The power of lightning continued to wreak havoc.
Bang. Bang.
The purple gold gourd was bombarded by the lightning. It danced in the air and almost broke free from Zichen's control. Not good. Zichen's face changed. The gourd was not broken, but Zichun overestimated himself. Under the bombardment of lightning, the gourd gradually entered the depths and was about to break free. Come back, Zichun roared. His mind urged again and again, but with so many lightning obstacles, it was difficult to come back.
Buzz.
Seeing that the gourd was about to lose control, Zichun regretted. He should have collected the lightning of the 6th level. He was too greedy. However, at this moment, the purple gold gourd trembled. The surface of its body flowed and flashed with purple light. Mysterious runes revolved around the gourd, blocking the lightning outside. It seemed to be fixed in the void, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc, but it did not move at all. The purple light was shining brightly. Take it. Zichun was overjoyed and let out a low shout. The purple gold gourd, which was fixed in the thunder field, hung upside down in the air with Zichen's mind. Then, it spat out a psychedelic light, just like when it spat out Xingqian's sand. At this moment, a suction force appeared at the mouth of the gourd. The psychedelic light erupted, covering more than 10 meters in radius. Waves of suction force appeared, and the raging lightning went toward the mouth of the gourd. This was a very magical scene. The dragon-like lightning quickly shrank after being swept by the psychedelic light. In the end, it turned into a silver light and entered the space of the purple gold gourd. The psychedelic light scattered, and the lightning was collected. After that, it seemed to have reached a state of saturation. The purple gold gourd no longer swallowed the lightning, and the psychedelic light dissipated.
Collect.
With a thought, the purple gold gourd flew back, and the lid was instantly closed. Within the violet gold gourd, bolts of lightning filled the air. They were like tiny snakes that slithered within the gourd, looking very docile. Surrounding the gourd were purple gold runes that constantly flashed, suppressing the lightning. It's done. Zichun was very happy and excited. This was the second technique he had after the star sand. It could destroy everything. If all the lightning appeared at the same time, even a Grandmaster-level expert would be blasted into pieces by the lightning if they were careless enough to be caught in it. Humph! Whether this is a trap or not, I will make you pay the price. Zichun put away the purple gold gourd, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After leaving the thunder field, he went straight to the land of dead silence. There were many experts gathered in the land of dead silence. They were all there to watch the battle. 2 years ago, this was the Executioner Valley, the place where the big forces killed the rogue cultivators. However, in the battle 2 years ago, Zichun killed many experts of the big forces, turning this place into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. In the end, he attracted the heavenly thunder tribulation, which was even more shocking. Because of this, there were resentful spirits that lingered. Occasionally, one could hear the cries of ghosts, which made people's hearts palpitate. In the past 2 years, some cultivators who didn't believe in evil were infected with resentment. After a few days, they died strangely. It was very strange, making this place a real land of dead silence. Many cultivators gathered, but they watched from afar. No one entered the land of dead silence. Boom. Chapter 349. The night of the full moon, the land of death. Under the faint moonlight, heaven and earth became hazy. A sinister wind blew through the land of death. Occasionally, there would be figures flickering in the air. It was very sinister. Zichun is dead. Intermittent voices rang out, making people's hair stand on end. It had already been 2 years, but there were still voices cursing Zichun's death. Truly worthy of being called the land of death. It's actually so bizarre. There are even such unreal things. Everyone was shocked. Occasionally, illusory figures would appear in the land of death. Those weren't real people, but more like specters. They were illusory and ethereal, making people's hearts tremble. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. 2 years ago, Zichun killed hundreds of people from the major powers. Among them, there were dozens of people who were flying in the air. The rest were all cultivators of the true energy boundary. Their bodies died, but their wills did not die. They had a lot of resentment, so they formed this kind of ghost. Their resentment will not dissipate. In the crowd, an old cultivator explained the whole story. Zichun, hand over your life. The specters didn't disperse. Their intermittent voices made people's hearts turn cold, and they didn't dare go forward. So many people felt their hair stand on end. None of them dared to go forward. From this, it could be seen just how bizarre this land of death was. It's just some resentment. It doesn't have much strength. Those in the air with spiritual wills should be able to resolve it. Only those in the air could resolve it. Clearly, those who didn't enter the air would only die. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they retreated once more. They didn't want to be tainted by the resentment. Boom! The sky trembled as a powerful aura erupted. A figure in the air flew over from the distance. His body was like a raging flame, and a terrifying aura surged out. Everyone's expressions changed. Those were actually strands of Li flame. They contained inconceivable power, and once they erupted, they would burn everything. It's the Li family's monster, Li Hua. Not only did he break through to the air realm, but he also cultivated a true Li flame. He's even stronger than Li Hao back then. Everyone's gazes fell on Li Hua. He was like a man on fire. Li flame burned on the surface of his body, and battle intent rose from him. After Li Hua, the heavens shook, and a hurricane blew over from the horizon. The hurricane produced wind blades that cut through the air, creating hissing sounds. It was extremely terrifying, and within the hurricane, there was a cold figure. The genius of the Tsang family had appeared. His gaze was cold as he glanced at the shocked crowd and snorted. Buzz. The sky trembled, and an icy aura surged. At this moment, even the moonlight in the sky became cold, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice. The Chu family's monster, Chu Sun, came. He brought with him endless killing intent, making everyone's hearts shiver. After breaking through to the Zephyr realm, they were able to use many kinds of killing techniques. Their might was even stronger, and they were able to display the might of the major powers. The entire region was no longer able to accommodate them. Only the vast world outside could allow them to display their might. But before that, he had to settle some grudges. After that, it was time for the freaks like the martial ancestor to take the stage. Each of them stood in the air and looked down at their surroundings. After the Zichun incident, these humiliated powers had formed an alliance. Now that they had appeared, their auras filling the air. The godly slaughter pavilion had been destroyed, but no freaks had appeared. As for the Gung family, they couldn't even protect themselves, so they didn't have time to care about others. The 4 of them stood in the air, looking around with cold eyes. They were only in their 20s, belonging to the younger generation, but they had already broken through to the Zephyr realm, which made people envious. Swoosh! A beam of green light appeared between the heavens and earth. It was extremely resplendent, suppressing the moonlight directly. The moment it appeared, it was accompanied by a powerful aura that filled the entire heavens and earth. As a result, the entire deathly silent land fell into a momentary silence. Wang Qiong had arrived. As the first freak to break through to the spirit origin realm in this region, his appearance caused a huge commotion. It's Wang Qiong. He's here too. Even Wang Qiong is here. Looks like the rumors are true. Not only are they here to fight, but they are also here to decide when to leave this region. After Wang Qiong appeared, Wang Shi also appeared. Following that, a ray of light flashed in the sky, and another person appeared. It was Wuamo. He wore a loose robe and looked very lazy. He appeared in the sky, step by step. Zephyr. This is the Zephyr realm. Everyone looked up at the sky, envious. Not to mention how powerful the Zephyr realm was. Just flying in the sky was enough to make people envious. The Zephyr realm. Zichun stood in the crowd, his eyes shining. In terms of combat strength, he was not weaker than the Zephyr realm, but he could not fly in the sky, so he was still a little weaker. Light flashed in the sky. Obviously, this was a gathering of the Zephyr realm freaks. Little Butterball Lu Chun appeared, breaking through to the Zephyr realm. There was no powerful aura around him. He was still as gentle and honest as before. The Qing clan's freak had also arrived. The two brothers had both broken through to the Zephyr realm. Zhu Zizong and Lu Bo from the Zhu clan had also arrived. All the freaks who had broken through to the Zephyr realm had appeared today, but none of them had yet to break through. Lin Shui did not come, nor did Miao Kong. Even if they had received the inheritance, they were still one step behind these freaks. Miao Kong, Lin Shui, Su Mingyao, LV Pong, and Zi Chun had not broken through to the spirit origin realm. Only Zhang Haoyan had caught up with these freaks and broken through to the Zephyr realm. Zhang Haoyan had appeared. He was alone, and LV Pong did not come either. He stood in the air with a cold expression. As soon as he appeared, he nodded at Wu Mo and the others, then glanced at Chu Sun and the others coldly. Which one of you wants to die? Zhang Haoyan stood in the air above the land of dead silence, looking at them and asking coldly. He was the first to speak. He was still as arrogant as before, not putting these freaks in his eyes. You're courting death. The Li clan's freak's eyes shone with a cold light. The light that materialized pierced through the sky and landed on Zhang Haoyan's body. The surface of his body was burning with Li fire, burning everything. You're the ones courting death. Zhang Haoyan replied. Humph, such shameless boasting. Let me kill you. The martial ancestor took a step forward. His aura was surging, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The martial ancestor's killing techniques could only be used by the spirit origin realm. He was not afraid of Zhang Haoyan, even if he knew that Zhang Haoyan had received the inheritance of the human butcher. Let me do it, the Chu clan's freak said. He took a step forward, and the cold aura around him surged like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. Ziqin hasn't appeared yet, so I'll kill Zhang Haoyan first, Chu Sun said coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. He was the one who initiated the fight with Zhang Haoyan. Boom. The sky shook. He took a step forward and glanced at Zhang Haoyan with his cold eyes. However, the latter was even colder than him. There was only killing intent in his eyes. 2 years ago, Zichun was here and made you lose face. The strong cultivators were resentful and turned into ghosts. 2 years later, I, Zhang Haoyan, can still kill you. Zhang Haoyan was very arrogant and domineering. He stepped forward, causing the sky to shake. His powerful spiritual sense spread out and covered the entire land of dead silence. The ghosts did not dare to show themselves. Boom. The two of them did not talk much. Only killing intent was left. They turned into 2 rays of light and collided fiercely, causing a huge tremor. The battle broke out just like that. Swoosh. Killing intent filled the air with bone-chilling coldness. Zhang Haoyan launched a powerful attack. Energy swirled in the sky. The attack covered the sky and shook the earth. Even the moonlight was distorted. World of ice. Chu Sun also launched a fierce attack. It was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. A cold aura filled the sky. This was a killing move. It could kill both gods and bodies. It was very terrifying. Zhang Haoyan felt cold all over. His mind slowed down. This move of the Chu clan was very strong. Boom. The sky shook. A terrifying aura circulated. A sharp blade appeared in Zhang Haoyan's hand. It emitted endless cold light and rushed towards Chu Sun. At the same time, light flashed around him. His yuan qi burned like flames, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. A spiritual weapon appeared in Chu Sun's hand. He became one with the weapon and rushed forward. This was a battle of geniuses. It was also a battle of 2 inheritances. Whether Rentu's inheritance was more powerful or the Chu clan's inheritance would be revealed at this moment. Boom! With a huge tremor, terrifying energy swept out. The two of them flew back quickly. They were evenly matched. Then, they turned into rays of light and continued to move forward, displaying powerful battle techniques. Invisibility kill, Zhang Haoyan shouted. His figure suddenly disappeared in the air. It was as if he had merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. Then, a bone-piercing killing intent appeared behind Chu Sun. Zhang Haoyan appeared behind Chu Sun. He held a sharp blade and directly stabbed towards the back of Chu Sun's head. All things condense, Chu Sun shouted. His body was white and endless coldness spread out. Even space could be frozen. As soon as the sharp blade appeared, it was blocked by the cold aura. Bang! Killing intent swept out. Zhang Haoyan held the sharp blade and crushed the cold aura. It rushed through Chu Sun's forehead like a ray of light. It was very fast. A strand of hair fell. Chu Sun finally dodged the sure kill attack. However, he had dodged the sure kill attack. Exclamations sounded all around. They did not expect Zhang Haoyan to be so strong. Wang Qiong and the others were also shocked. Zhang Haoyan's move was the powerful battle technique used by Ren Tu in the past. There were some records of it in the ancient books of the Chu clan. He really did get Ren Tu's inheritance. Everyone was shocked. They no longer underestimated this wandering cultivator. First, it was Zichun. Then, it was Zhang Haoyan. As the strand of hair fell, Chu Sun's face was very ugly. His hair danced wildly, and his expression was ferocious. This was the first time he represented the Chu clan. He felt that he had lost face. Boom! Around him, the aura was violent. Boundless energy rolled out like stormy waves, sweeping towards Zhang Haoyan. This was an endless cold aura. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky. The sky was white, and even space was frozen. This was another powerful battle technique of the Chu clan. Crack, crack. The cold aura surged, and space was frozen. Even around Zhang Haoyan, a layer of ice crystals appeared, but they were quickly shattered by him. However, his face was pale. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a monster, he had just lost, and now he had regained some face. At this moment, the two of them were really fighting. The energy in the sky rolled, and powerful attacks collided again and again. Everyone was shocked. Among the crowd, there were many who were flying. At this moment, they were all amazed. As expected of a monster, he had just broken through and already had such extraordinary battle strength. Even many of the older generation were shocked. Chapter 350. The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant, but the outcome was still undecided. Terrifying energy swirled, and even the land of deathly stillness calmed down. The group of specters did not dare to show themselves. Spirit weapons and battle skills appeared one after another, and energy rippled in all directions. Lu Chun, Wang Shi, and the rest were all watching this battle without saying anything. After breaking through to Zephyr, everyone's battle prowess had increased by a lot. This was a qualitative change, and the gap between the group of monsters was no longer that obvious. In a short period of time, another few hundred moves had passed. Back then, when Zhang Haoyan killed the monsters, he did not use such a long time. This battle was clearly very difficult. Humph, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Sun's hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cold light flickered in his eyes, and his killing intent was boundless. An icy aura surged around his body, causing people's hearts to tremble. I'll return those words to you. If you want to die, then I can't fulfill your wish. Zhang Haoyan's face was pale, but he was still cold. Boom! The two accumulated their power and collided again. It was like two huge meteors fiercely colliding. At the same time, spirit weapons and powerful battle skills also appeared, causing the sky to tremble and endless blood to spray out. Zhang Haoyan's shoulder armor was pierced, and blood flowed out. One of Chu Sun's arms was almost chopped off, revealing eerie white bones. Such a desperate battle made people's hearts tremble. The two were completely going all out, trading life for life. And the land of deathly stillness below was even more terrifying. The group of specters no longer appeared, and it seemed very quiet. Fortunately, the two were fighting in the air. If it was on the ground, then the entire area would naturally collapse. PFFF, Zhang Haoyan rapidly retreated, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a shallow wound on his neck, and his head was almost chopped off. His expression was cold, and he was exceptionally ruthless as he threw out a desperate attack. Qi and a very deep wound appeared on Chu Sun's chest. His heart was almost pierced by Zhang Haoyan, and he died on the spot. The two clashed again and again, and their injuries were very serious. The onlookers were incomparably shocked. Such a bloody battle made their blood boil. In the end, the two exchanged another few hundred moves, and the battle came to an end. Zhang Haoyan kicked Chu Sun's chest, and a large amount of light scattered. Chu Sun fell to the ground, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. However, he wasn't in a good state either, as he was almost split into two by the spirit weapon. Pung. After that, a huge foot stomped on Chu Sun's body. Chu Sun lost, Zhang Haoyan won. The result of the battle left everyone dumbfounded. The Chu clan, which had been passed down for almost 10,000 years, had actually lost to a loose cultivator. How is this possible? The genius of the Chu clan is being trampled on by a wandering cultivator. This is too inconceivable. Could it be that Zhang Haoyan is also a Tian-level warrior and has unparalleled battle prowess? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. However, those who knew Zhang Haoyan's identity were relieved. He had obtained Ren-Tu's inheritance. It was rumored that Ren-Tu had even killed Tian experts back then. It was easy to imagine how terrifying his inheritance was. Chu Sun's hair was disheveled. He was being stepped on, but the coldness in his eyes was even more intense. He was unyielding. I was too impatient and appeared without comprehending a deeper battle technique. If you have the ability, then make a move. Otherwise, the next time, the one who will die will definitely be you. His eyes flashed with cold light. He was unyielding, like ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. You dare to threaten me? Then I'll send you on your way. Zhang Haoyan was very cold. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent was decisive. The aura around him surged, and he was about to stomp Chu Sun to death.
Stop!
Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Stop! Stop right there! Chu Sun's life was in danger. The others also shouted and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward. The three geniuses appeared like rays of light, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of the two. They stared at Zhang Haoyan unkindly. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Haoyan stepped on Chu Sun and glanced at the three of them coldly. He had also paid the price for stepping on Chu Sun. Zhang Haoyan, how dare you? It was just a spar, but you were so vicious and wanted to kill him. The genius of the Li clan stepped forward, his eyes flashing coldly. That's right. It was just a spar. You were lucky to win, and you took the opportunity to kill. The other two looked at each other coldly with unfriendly expressions. The crowd was in an uproar. Was this a spar? Why did he say that he wanted to kill Chu Sun? *T. We agreed to a battle of life and death. Zhang Haoyan said angrily. He had heard about the shamelessness of the major forces from Zichan. He didn't expect to encounter it today. A battle of life and death? You think you're worthy? Who are you and who are we? Brother Chu only gave you a handicap so that you wouldn't lose so miserably. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually want to kill him. You really don't know what's good for you. The Chu clan has been around for thousands of years. How can a small, wandering cultivator like you defeat us so easily? Can't you see that we're giving you a handicap? The three geniuses said confidently, which made Zhang Haoyan a little dumbfounded. As for the spectators below, they were all stunned. What was going on? You're giving me a handicap on purpose? Zhang Haoyan was so angry that he was about to laugh. He exerted force on his foot, and Chu Sun grimaced in pain. Look at you. Do you look like you're giving me a handicap? Why not? Brother Chu has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. Why can't he give you a handicap on purpose? The three of them were very thick-skinned. Chu Sun didn't say a word. His expression was solemn, and there was even a trace of regret. It was as if he had really given them a handicap. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Haoyan was furious. He wanted nothing more than to stomp him to death. You. The cold Zhang Haoyan didn't know what to say in front of this group of shameless people. In front of so many people, they inverted right and wrong and still acted so confidently. Apart from being shameless, this kind of shameless habit had to be cultivated from a young age. That's right. I knew it. A mere wandering cultivator could actually defeat a monster. So Chu Sun gave him a handicap on purpose. What a pity. Chu Sun's noble character and unquestionable integrity was actually used by someone and almost lost his life. This is too shameless. We're wandering cultivators. It's okay to lose, but there's nothing to be ashamed of. Even Zichan was chased around back then. Wandering cultivators can lose, but they can't lose their backbone and dignity. In the crowd, voices sounded, but they were all very illusory, making it impossible to determine who was the real person. Zhang Haoyan didn't know what to say. He was not good with words, so he was very angry. That's not right. Why can't wandering cultivators defeat the big forces? There was Zichun before, and now there's Zhang Haoyan. One is a Sky Realm expert with unparalleled combat strength, and the other has inherited Butcher's inheritance. Back then, Butcher had even killed a Sky Realm expert. Someone said with dissatisfaction, so what if he has Butcher's inheritance? The Chu family has been around for thousands of years. Who knows how many powerful inheritances there are, and they clearly gave him a handicap. That's right. Zhang Haoyan may be strong, but he doesn't have any backbone. Even a wandering cultivator like me feels ashamed of him. There were more and more voices in the crowd. Some were purely currying favor with the big forces, while others couldn't see Zhang Haoyan being so strong and were jealous. The voices were illusory, and then it was the wandering cultivators who spoke one by one. The voices supporting Zhang Haoyan also became fewer and fewer. How shameless. Now you're still trampling on Chu Sun. Do you really think you're invincible? Someone else said. After that, there were even more people who wanted to suppress Zhang Haoyan. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan provoked the public's anger. After a fierce battle, he was seriously injured, but he was called a shameless villain. Looking at Chu Sun again, he looked like he was lamenting the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, as if he was really noble. That's enough. You can't be so shameless. A cold snort sounded. Wu Mo walked out of the crowd and glanced at the crowd coldly. I don't care if you deliberately hurt others or were bewitched, but Zhang Haoyan won today with his own strength. Don't distort right and wrong. Once Wu Mo opened his mouth, the rebuttal from the crowd lessened significantly. Then, he coldly swept his gaze over the three monstrous talents and said, and you guys, don't always throw the face of your family. Everyone has seen the outcome of the battle. Whether or not you guys gave in, everyone knows in their hearts. You should leave some face for your family. Wu Mo, what do you mean? We clearly saw that Chu Sun went easy on him, and that's why he won by a fluke. Everyone saw it too. The moment you appeared, you wanted to use your power to suppress others. Can't we even speak the truth? Li was stared at Wu Mo. The truth, huh? Wu Mo laughed and said, as long as you're not a fool, you can see that the battle just now is the truth. You're indeed very elegant. You're very similar to the forces behind you. Wu Mo, don't talk about our forces again and again. Everyone saw the truth of the battle. Chu Sun went easy on Zhang Haoyan, allowing him to win. Not only was he not grateful, he even wanted to kill him. Could it be that his actions are still the actions of a gentleman? The monster from the Tsang family also spoke. You can be shameless, but you can't be shameless to this extent. This was a battle of life and death. Chu Sun's strength was not enough. He deserved to die. A cold voice sounded. Lu Bo walked out from the crowd. Beside him, Wang Shi and Wang Qiong also appeared. This caused an uproar. Obviously, they wanted to speak up for Zhang Haoyan. No one among the wandering cultivators spoke again. Lu Bo, you're wrong. This was originally a battle of learning. We saw that Chu Sun went easy on him. I know that because of Zichun, you want to protect Zhang Haoyan. But don't be so obvious. Li spoke again. He was very eloquent. It's not that they want to protect Zhang Haoyan. What they said is the truth. Zhang Haoyan won against Chu Sun. This is his true strength. Lu Chen also appeared. Beside him were the two Qin brothers. Haha, you guys are indeed Zichen's friends. Since you guys have spoken up, what else can I say? Li Wu laughed. If you guys say it's strength, then it's strength. It was originally a battle of learning, but after winning, you call it a battle of life and death. You guys are really righteous. Then, Li Wu looked at Zhang Haoyan and said, Zhang Haoyan, since it's a fact that you won against Chu Sun, then whatever. But do you dare to fight with me? A battle of life and death. Only one of us can survive. You. Everyone's expression changed. Zhang Haoyan was already injured, so how could he fight against such a monstrous genius? It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. This was their goal, just like how they wanted to kill Zichen back then on the battle platform. That's right. Zhang Haoyan, aren't you very strong? If you can win against Chu Sun, then you can also win against Li Wu. So what if we have a battle of life and death? Beside Li Wu, the monster from the Tsang family sneered. Zhang Haoyan's expression kept changing. He was not good with words. At this moment, he was very angry. He angrily said, Fine. Chapter 351. It had been 2 years, but the major factions were still as shameless as ever. Zichen had seen it all. Zhang Haoyan wanted to agree to the death match, so he had to stand out. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage due to his bad temper. Zichen clapped his hands and walked out of the crowd. He released his aura, which was only at the 9th firmament of true essence. This attracted many disdainful gazes. The other party was a demonic genius who rode the air. His combat power was very strong. How could a true essence realm brat speak? That is indeed a good suggestion, Zichen said with a smile. Fighting to the death with an injured person. You are indeed a major faction. He walked out of the crowd and walked towards the group of demonic geniuses. You are Chu Sun, right? The demonic genius of the Chu clan. You are indeed noble. You actually let others make one move in a death match, Zichen said with a cold smile. Chu Sun was still being stepped on. When he heard Zichen's words, he forced a smile and said, That is what I should do? Haha, you are really shameless. Zichen laughed loudly and mocked. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. First, there was Chu Chuan and Chu Bing. Then, there was Chu Lai. Now there is you, Chu Sun. The face of your Chu clan has been completely lost by the 4 of you. It is a death match, but you let others make one move. Are you brainless, or have water entered your head? Brat, who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The demonic geniuses had already seen that the other party did not come with good intentions. They asked coldly with cold gazes. However, due to their status, they did not make a move. I'm just here to join in the fun. Haven't you guys noticed that Chu Sun is being stepped on by others? He's losing face. We should help him up and then listen to him talk about the details. Zichen walked over. Hearing this, no one stopped him. All right, stop stepping on him. He is already embarrassed. It is useless to step on him, Zichen said indifferently and smiled at Zhang Haoyan. The latter understood and moved his foot away from Chu Sun. After that, Zichen lifted Chu Sun up with one hand. The latter's expression was very unsightly. After being mocked by a true essence realm cultivator, he clenched his teeth. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he thought of an excuse to kill the other party. But right after that, Chu Sun felt a sharp pain on his cheek. He had just been helped up when he was slapped in the face. It was a very crisp sound. Pooh. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a large white tooth. His cheek burned with pain, and a clear handprint appeared. Chu Sun was stunned by the slap. The other monstrous geniuses were also stunned. No one had expected that this 9th firmament True Yuan guy would be so arrogant, daring to slap another monstrous genius's face in front of so many monstrous geniuses. The crowd was in an uproar. This scene was really unexpected. Crisp sound rang out again. Zichen slapped Chu Sun again, and Chu Sun coughed up blood again. This time, he spat out 2 white teeth. So shameless. There's no use in saving face, so I might as well just smash it into pieces. Zichen's voice was cold. His face was frosty, and his smile had long since disappeared. You. Chu Sun finally reacted, and his face turned even uglier. He had been slapped twice by a true Yuan Realm kid. Now, there was no need to find an excuse. He could just kill him directly. His aura surged, and he was about to kill. Zichen's eyes were cold, and his face was gloomy. These people's shamelessness had completely infuriated him. He slapped Chu Sun twice again. Chu Sun's mouth was full of blood, and he could not even say a word. The aura that had just surged was directly dispersed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The one who had been slapped was a monstrous genius, not a cat or a dog. Moreover, there were a few monstrous geniuses beside him, and they were actually so aggressive.
Stop.
The other 3 monstrous geniuses finally reacted. Their eyes flashed coldly, and they rushed towards Zichun one after another. Swoosh. Martial Ancestor was the first to make a move. Streams of Yuan energy surged, and he grabbed towards Zichun. He opened his 5 fingers, and Yuan energy surged like a sharp light. Once he grabbed onto Zichun, his body would be cut open. Zichun turned his head, and his eyes flashed with disdain. He stretched out his right hand and stretched it forward. "You're courting death," Martial Ancestor sneered. The Yuan energy on his 5 fingers spun faster, and he was about to cut Yi Shiwen's right hand.
Clang.
However, when the sharp light landed, it caused a clanging sound. Yi Shiwen's arm was terrifyingly tough, and it directly broke the sharp light. Then, Yi Shiwen's arm was shaken away, and it went towards Martial Ancestor's face. Another slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Martial Ancestor was hit, and he spun 3 times to the right, and his head was dizzy. Such a blow was like being hit by an ancient beast. It resonated with his ears and eyes, and he saw stars. However, it was not over yet. Zichen backhanded another blow, and Martial Ancestor spun 3 times to the left. His body swayed, and he almost fell. This scene was truly too fast, causing people to be unable to react in time. At this moment, everyone was looking at this true energy realm young man in amazement. He was so miraculous that he had slapped another monster in the face. What was even more shocking was that he had shattered the monster's energy attack with a single blow. "You're courting death." The Tsang family demon turned into a hurricane, and sharp wind blades cut through the air. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Zichun, and there were wind blades swirling in his hand.
Clang.
However, it was still the same. Sparks flew everywhere, and the wind blades were shattered. Zichen's right hand shook gently, and the Tsang family demon was blown away, leaving him vulnerable. Yi Shiwen's right hand slapped down, and the wind blades surrounding him were scattered. This was a real slap to the face, and even the defensive light shield was shattered. Zichun was very fast, and he slapped the Tsang family demon twice in a row. The Tsang family demon spat out blood and was directly sent flying. Another demon was sent flying, and it was so easy that it made everyone speechless. Boom. Zichun turned to the side, and the leaf fire raged, and the horrifying heat spread out, burning everything. Liwa rushed towards Zichun. Zichun raised his right hand again, and this time, there was a flash of golden light, and he directly reached into the leaf fire. "You're courting death." Liwa's eyes were cold, and there was a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. The temperature of the leaf fire could burn everything, not to mention a hand. Even metal would melt in an instant. Boom. Zichun reached into the leaf fire, and the golden light flashed. It was dazzling, and the leaf fire was instantly extinguished. Then, the golden light scattered, and a slap landed on Liwa's face. The strong force made Liwa spin in circles, and he was hit until he was dizzy. Then, as the golden light flashed, Zichun slapped Liwa twice again, and he was sent flying. In a moment, 3 flight geniuses were sent flying. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were extremely shocked. Who is he? With the strength of the 9th sky of true essence, he actually sent 3 flight geniuses flying. Everyone's heart trembled. Such a method was really terrifying. Even the geniuses nearby were dumbfounded. Although the 3 demons didn't use their full strength, the difference of 1 level was huge. A mere 9th sky of true essence shouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Wang Shi's body was surging with battle intent. The other demons couldn't calm down at this moment. In this battle, Ziqian was still holding Chu Sun, whose mouth was full of blood. His eyes were cold and gloomy. "Aren't you shameless? Then I'll beat him up." Chu Sun's eyes were full of fear. He was held by Ziqian as if his life gate was grabbed, and the energy in his body couldn't rush out. Every time it appeared, it would be scattered by an unknown force. Slap, slap. Ziqian's attacks were casual and natural, but there was an inexplicable rhythm that sounded very pleasant. This was the invincible face-slapping technique. At this moment, it appeared in the world again, and it was shocking. Chu Sun's face instantly turned into a pig's head. There was no more blood in his mouth, but blood foam gushed out. His teeth were all knocked out. Stop. The three demons were all dizzy after being beaten by Ziqian. At this moment, they finally woke up and shouted, charging towards Ziqian. Buzz. The void trembled, and a spiritual weapon appeared, showing endless power. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Ziqian, filled with killing intent. Slap. With the last slap, Ziqian sent Chu Sun flying. Then, he turned around and swept his cold gaze towards the three demons. He said coldly, "Since you are so shameless, then pay the price for your shamelessness." His body suddenly flashed with a golden light. He clenched his fist and punched towards the spiritual weapon in front of him, using his body to receive it. Everyone was shocked. This was obviously an extremely shocking scene. But Ziqian didn't want to be shocked, nor did he want to simply receive the spiritual weapon. As his fist landed, a golden light scattered. On the spiritual weapon, a cracking sound was heard and cracks appeared. Then, with a bang, the spiritual weapon exploded. A single punch had shattered the spiritual weapon. In the crowd, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. In this world, there was actually someone who could shatter a spiritual weapon with a single punch, and it was someone at the 9th level of true essence. Boom. The fire was violent, covering the whole world and crazily pressing towards Ziqian. At the same time, there was a sword of fire, full of killing intent. Ziqian's body was surrounded by a golden light. He punched out, bringing along a large patch of golden light. The leaf fire in the sky dissipated when it met the golden light. At the same time, the sword of fire was also shattered under the punch. A terrifying force rolled up, and the surrounding demons all retreated. In the distance, the spectators also retreated rapidly, wondering where this fierce person came from. He was too strong.
Crack.
The ground cracked, and huge cracks appeared, spreading towards the land of dead silence. The land of dead silence was previously filled with chilly winds, but after Ziqian appeared, it became dead silent. The spirits no longer appeared, and even the chilly winds disappeared as if they had disappeared. Woo-woo. The chilly wind whistled, bringing with it sharp blades that cut through the air. The Tsang family demon rushed towards Ziqian, launching a powerful attack. At the same time, a spiritual weapon bloomed with endless power and fell on Ziqian's head. "You're courting death." Ziqian snorted. His body suddenly exploded, bringing with it a large patch of golden light. He shattered the spiritual weapon with a single punch. At the same time, a large patch of golden light scattered, falling on the chilly wind like sharp blades. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. The sharp blades collided with the golden light, and waves of energy raged. Finally, the golden light suppressed the sharp blades, and a large patch of them dissipated. Swoosh. Chapter 352. This was an extremely terrifying scene. 3 freaks were flying in the air and fighting a cultivator at the 9th level of true essence, but they were actually being suppressed by him. All around, everyone was extremely shocked. This matter was too strange. Ziqian was like a war god in golden armor. His battle strength was ferocious. Wherever his fist passed, everything was obliterated. Everything that came into contact with his fist was shattered. 3 spiritual weapons were broken, and the 3 freaks were heartbroken. Ziqian's slap landed, and the Tsang family freak shouted. Wind blades swirled around him again as he retreated quickly. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flickered, and golden light flashed under his feet as he followed closely. Wind rolling clouds. The Tsang family freak shouted, and the aura around him surged. He seemed to have turned into a hurricane, driving the energy of heaven and earth within a few thousand meters to gather with him as the center. This was an extremely powerful move. The hurricane rolled, and the space began to distort violently, as if it was being cut by sharp blades, making a humming sound. Poof! Poof! Such a hurricane was truly terrifying. Everyone retreated in shock, but there were still two people who retreated too slowly. Their bodies were cut open by the sharp blades, and blood flowed everywhere. Both of them were at the 9th level of true essence, but they didn't even manage to dodge for a second before they died. The cold wind howled, and a hurricane rose up into the sky like a gigantic tornado. Immediately after, sharp blades appeared, densely packed. There were at least tens of thousands of them, cutting towards Zichen. Each blade could cut through a 9th level of true essence, and at this moment, there were tens of thousands of blades. Zichen's body flashed with golden light, and the blood in his body boiled. His perfect body was displayed, and he allowed the blades to cut him. Clang, 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 clang. The blades slashed Zichen's body, splashing out endless sparks. The blades that could kill a 9th level of true essence couldn't cut through Zichen. The many sharp blades were either shattered by the golden light or knocked away. Zichen stood among the thousands of sharp blades, unscathed. His strong defense was shocking. Boom! Finally, the energy around him surged, releasing endless golden light. A powerful aura burst out, and many blades shattered. Extreme Yang. With a loud shout, he formed a seal with his hands. A blazing golden light appeared, carrying with it a destructive aura unique to lightning as it rushed forward. The tornado that shot up into the sky was instantly destroyed by the golden light. The Tsang clan elite coughed up mouthfuls of blood as he retreated. This is ultimate energy. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the leaf fire in the sky surged, burning the sky, causing the void to collapse. Liwa activated it with all his might, and the power of the leaf fire grew even stronger. Even the void could not withstand it. After that, the leaf fire in the sky condensed and turned into a sword of fire. It surged with endless light, and a terrifyingly high temperature caused ripples to appear in the space. Then, the sword of fire suddenly slashed down, leaving behind a pitch-black scar. The sword of fire cut open the void. Extreme Een! Zichen shouted again. He formed another seal with his hands, and a cold aura appeared. It shone with a golden light and rushed towards the leaf fire sword. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The leaf fire sword instantly disappeared, and endless flames filled the air. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The strongest attacks of the three elites could not suppress a level 9 true energy realm cultivator. Puff! Liwa coughed up mouthfuls of blood and was also sent flying. His eyes were also filled with shock. "This is ultimate energy," he exclaimed in shock. In the end, the martial ancestor was also sent flying by Zichen's powerful attack and coughed up blood. He fought against three elites alone. His unparalleled combat strength was shocking. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed because many people recognized the ultimate energy. In the southern region, Zichen was the only one who had two types of ultimate energy and was still alive. "Zichen, you are Zichen." Exclamations sounded like stormy waves, spreading throughout the entire place. Zichen. This was a shocking name that had brought about many miracles. A few years ago, he was born with great treasures. When he was in the true Qi realm, he was chased by the Imperial Sky realm. During this time, he had provoked many powerful forces, but he was still alive. Along the way, he had created one miracle after another. All of the great powers that provoked him lost all face, and several of their freaks were killed. This land of death had been formed because of his appearance. His sudden reversal of events had caused a huge commotion. 2 years ago, he killed hundreds of people from the major forces here. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm and had the potential to break through to the Grandmaster level. Even the array master, Ma Yanqing, was killed by him, causing resentment to fill the sky and resentful spirits to breed. Every night, there would be resentful voices. These were the voices of resentful spirits. Zichun had not appeared for 2 years. Many people thought that he had died in that battle and was obliterated by the heavenly thunder. They never thought that he was still alive. And he had become even stronger. He was only at the level 9 true energy realm, but he had suppressed the 3 elites. Didn't you want to challenge me? Come on then. Zichun returned to his original appearance. His expression was cold and frosty. It's him. It's really him. Heavens, he hasn't appeared in 2 years. Now he's even stronger. Every time he appears, there will be a bloody storm and a massacre. Is the massacre going to happen today? Everyone's heart trembled. They were all guessing whether he would kill the 4 elites. Swoosh! Zichun was like a ray of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He passed through the layers of attacks in an instant and arrived in front of Li Hua. He reached out and slapped. Slap. This was a real slap to the face. With the world's fastest speed and unparalleled battle strength, Zichun suppressed all the elites. When he was at the true energy realm, no one dared to challenge Zichun unless they broke through to the imperial sky realm. But now that he had broken through to the spirit origin realm, Zichun had become even stronger. He had become even stronger and suppressed the imperial sky realm elites. Li was screamed. Li fire spewed out of his body, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. Boom! He seemed to have gone berserk. The light of Li fire flickered, and endless yuan qi surged. However, he was still sent flying by Zichun's slap. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had lost all face. Zichun had defeated 3 elites in a row. It was shocking. Too terrifying. Even if he hasn't broken through to the spirit origin realm, he still has the strength to suppress the spirit origin realm elites. Could it be that he's a sky realm warrior? Wang Shi's eyes flashed. The elders of the family said that there are many sky realm warriors in the outside world, but they are not the strongest. Many people have killed sky realm warriors before. The outside world is really exciting. No, sky realm warriors are indeed strong, but Zichun is very special. He has the inheritance of the Wuji sect and powerful battle skills. That's the strongest. Wang Qiong shook his head. The Wuji sect was known as the strongest in the southern region. The 3 elites were defeated even after joining forces. As for Chu Sun, he was even more ashamed. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Previously, he had boasted that he could kill Zichun. Now that he saw Zichun's power, he finally understood the huge gap between them. Without seeing Zichun in action, no one could imagine how strong his battle prowess was. It was simply inhuman battle prowess. There were no flaws in his battle prowess. Aren't you shameless? Then tell me now, do you want to fight to the death with me, or do you want to spar? Zichun's voice was cold. He was very strong. He stepped forward and arrived in front of martial ancestor. Then, a golden light flashed and he slapped. Bzzz, martial ancestor tried his best to dodge the attack, but it was useless. He was still sent flying in front of the world's fastest speed. He coughed up blood and looked very embarrassed. Then, it was the Tsang family's elite, who was also sent flying by Zichun. They were boasting that they could kill Zichun. Now that they joined forces, they were slapped like cats and dogs. Aren't you shameless? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Zichun shouted coldly and used the invincible divine face slapping technique. The beautiful melody rang out once again. It was extremely clear and melodious, rising and falling as it rang out. It carried a certain type of charm that made people feel intoxicated. This was a very violent face slapping. Blood spurted out and teeth fell. It was also very bloody. However, in Zichun's hands, violence had turned into art. It had a kind of beauty. Listening to the music and seeing the blood and teeth, it didn't feel strange at all. Instead, it made people's blood boil. Blood spurted out of their mouths. They couldn't faint even if they wanted to. Zichun controlled his strength very well. He didn't let them die, but he didn't let them faint either. Everyone's blood surged as they listened, but their minds were trembling. They all felt their cheeks burning. They all thought to themselves that they should never provoke this demon, Zichan. 2 years ago, he had taught them a lesson and caused so many people to die. 2 years later, the elite geniuses had taught people another lesson. Zichan shouldn't be provoked. The elite geniuses were dumbfounded. Zichun was too strong. His methods were always so unique. He was not only slapping the elite geniuses' faces, but also the big forces' faces. They once wondered if Zichun was the nemesis of the big forces. Why would the big forces be slapped in the face every time they provoked him? Boom! The three elite geniuses were about to die. However, at this moment, the sky trembled. A terrifying aura appeared, covering the sky and earth. It made people's hearts palpitate as if they were facing a vast heavenly power.
This is the aura of a grandmaster.
Everyone's expression changed. They never thought that there would be a grandmaster hidden in the dark. Now, he finally made his move. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. A sky-covering palm print appeared with boundless pressure, sweeping down. This was the attack of a grandmaster. He used all his strength to destroy everything. Many people in the distance fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. The void was shattered, and the palm print appeared. It was a few hundred meters large, blocking everything. It carried a destructive aura and fell on Zichen's head.
Humph!
Zichun looked up. Golden light surged around his body. He was like a god of war, resisting the Grandmaster's pressure. This was a scene that he had expected, and he was well prepared. A purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Then, the purple gold gourd hidden in his sea of consciousness opened and spat out a bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning appeared between Zichen's eyebrows. It went berserk instantly, carrying the power to destroy the world. It was like a terrifying dragon. Chapter 353. There were ancestral masters hiding in the dark, waiting patiently. At this moment, they finally made a move and struck out a devastating blow. The crowd was in an uproar. This was obviously a trap to lure out Zichun. The major forces were still unwilling to give up on Zichun and were determined to kill him. When an ancestral master attacked, his attack could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing the void to collapse. Just when everyone thought that Zichun was dead for sure, a silver light suddenly appeared on Zichen's body. The silver light suddenly enlarged and turned into a lightning with an unparalleled destructive aura. It was like a dragon that could shatter the world. The dragon swung its tail, and the sky shattered. The lightning dragon flew up with shocking power and clashed with the terrifying palm print. Boom! It was like two Xing Chen colliding, and there was a loud explosion. The lightning exploded, and the destructive energy dissipated. A large area of the space collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared and spread in all directions. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and the palm print retreated like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. It was unbelievable that Zichun had injured an ancestral master. What was that lightning? It was so powerful that it could even injure an ancestral master. What a terrifying lightning! It's so powerful. The rain of blood fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Zichun had injured an ancestral master. In the sky, the destructive energy dissipated, and there was nothing unusual. Zichun stood there, motionless. His figure was tall and sturdy. The attack of the master level did not hurt him at all. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! The sky shook again, and a huge crack appeared. Another destructive palm print appeared, blocking the endless moonlight. The world was pitch black. Another ancestral master had made a move, and there was more than one. Boom! The void shattered again, and another palm print appeared. It was surrounded by endless flames and emitted a terrifying aura, and it fell on Zichun. Buzz! Zichen's forehead flashed with a dazzling brilliance. He opened the purple gold gourd, and two lightning bolts rushed out like two dragons. They turned into hundreds of meters long and flew up into the sky. Above the roaming dragon, there was a violent aura with the unique destructive aura of thunder and lightning. Dazzling silver light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Then, the lightning struck the palm. Boom! Almost at the same time, the collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The two sky-covering palm prints retreated, and a rain of blood fell from the sky once more. Everyone was stupefied, completely stunned. Zichen actually had more than one method that could injure a sect master. He actually had 3 bolts of lightning. Every bolt of lightning was a trump card. It was shocking that Zichen had so many trump cards. Boom, boom. The dome of heaven shook again and again, continuously shattering. The ancestor level was clearly unwilling to give up and struck out again. Everyone's expression changed. 5 palm prints appeared in the sky, which meant that there were at least 5 patriarchs in the dark. Humph! Looking at the 5 sky-covering palm imprints, Zichen let out a cold snort. Light flashed between his eyebrows once again. This time, a total of 10 lightning bolts appeared. It was like 10 lightning dragons. The moment they appeared, they enlarged and filled the sky. Lightning flashed and went against the palm imprints. Rumble. A heaven-shaking explosion caused people to lose their hearing. A powerful energy shockwave spread out in all directions. Many rogue cultivators were sent flying by the shockwave. They were already very far away from the scene, but they were still thrown out. If they were on the scene, they would have been killed instantly. This time, Zichen was even more ruthless. He shot out 10 bolts of lightning, which exploded with a terrifying aura. More blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of a grandmaster. The 5 palm prints were withdrawn. When the energy dissipated, the heavens and earth became dead silent. The sect masters no longer attacked and completely hid themselves. It was as if they had never appeared. Only the rain of blood continued to fall. A few miles away, everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen was so powerful that he actually had such a trump card. Even the sect masters didn't dare to show themselves. Zichen stood at the bottom, looking around with disdain. Even the ancestor-level experts were pushed back. No one dared to look Zichen in the eye. Then, he turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the flying monster. Bang! The Tsang family's monster, who had just dodged the energy wave, was sent flying by Zichen's palm. He coughed up blood. Slap! The Li family's monster was slapped by Zichen. He spun 3 or 4 times on the spot. His head was in a daze. Then, he was slapped again and was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Bang! The martial ancestor's monster was kicked in the butt by Zichen and was sent flying. He was very embarrassed. As for the Chu family's monster, he had already been knocked out by the energy wave. They were completely suppressed by Zichen. They couldn't do anything at all. Unparalleled combat power was displayed at this moment. The sect masters didn't show up. Zichen had completely defeated the 4 monsters. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that the fierce battle between the flying monster would develop to such an extent. Zichen showed up and defeated them directly. Pung! Slap! Bang! Sounds were heard. Zichen's expression was cold as he launched one attack after another. In the dark, the sect masters didn't show up again. It was as if they had already left. Even when the monster's monster was beaten, they didn't have the slightest intention to help. Zichen's attacks were very decisive. He kept slapping the monster's faces. Pung! Finally, he was tired. He knocked the 3 of them out, but he didn't kill them. The murderous intent that shrouded him slowly dissipated. The radiance of the moon had disappeared at some point in time, and the sky had turned white. The land of dead silence became really dead. That night, the ghost didn't dare to show up. The voice that cursed Zichen's death also didn't appear. The 4 monstrous geniuses fainted one after another. Zichen appeared and created another glorious scene, shocking everyone. His gaze swept across the area, and his voice was ice-cold. 2 years ago, I was able to kill all of you once. 2 years later, I will be able to kill all of you a second time. No matter how deep your resentment is, even if you turn into vengeful spirits, you will still be destroyed. Golden light surged around his body, emitting a bright light. He was like a golden sun that illuminated the land. He was tall and majestic, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Everyone was speechless as they looked at this scene in shock. In the next moment, boundless golden light shot out from Zichen's glabella. He was like a Buddha as his glabella shone with golden light. This was to purify the vengeful spirits here. This is spiritual sense. Oh my God. Zichen is only in the true energy realm, but he has spiritual sense. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they exclaimed. Zichen's appearance had shocked them so much. At this moment, the appearance of spiritual sense caused another stir. The golden light descended, bringing with it a righteous aura that obliterated all things evil. The sinister aura in this deathly still land silently disappeared. Occasionally, there would be a shrill scream that chilled people's hearts. These were all vengeful spirits. Once they developed and grew, they would turn into ferocious spirits. These were evil things that would inevitably cause a great disaster in the future. The golden light fell, and wherever the powerful spiritual sense passed, everything would be destroyed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the land of dead silence, all the gloomy aura disappeared. The sun shone, and the world was warm. All the vengeful spirits were destroyed by spiritual sense. The battle of the monsters in the air came to an end. The land of dead silence disappeared, but no one left. Instead, more people appeared. In the sky, auras surged, and a powerful aura appeared. Those who came were all in the air. Obviously, the rumors were true. After the battle of the monsters would discuss whether to stay or leave. I missed a fierce battle. More people arrived. When they saw the 4 fainted monsters on the ground, their faces changed, and they all sighed. Then, they saw Zichen, and their faces changed. If they looked down on Zichen before, then 2 years ago, Zichen's reputation had spread far and wide after he killed hundreds of people from the major forces. Even some of the monsters in the air were trembling. It's him. He really came out. Some of the insiders looked around, but they didn't see a Grandmaster. They were puzzled. The Grandmaster didn't attack Zichen. At this moment, a golden light appeared in the sky. It was very dazzling, and it reflected the golden light around Zichen. Feeling the dazzling golden light, Zichen looked up. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the golden light approached. After seeing Zichen, it also surged with a strong battle intent. In the golden light was a monk with a kind face and a solemn face. However, after seeing Zichen, his aura changed drastically. It was as if an enlightened monk had turned into an evil monk. The good and evil monk reappeared. It's you. Seeing Zichen, his kind eyes turned cold. It's you. Zichen's eyes also flashed coldly. Zichen remembered the humiliation back then very clearly. The evil monk broke his bones, extorted vitality stones from him, and took away the fiery sword. Although he mistakenly threw a page of the heavenly book to him as trash, he didn't think that he had taken advantage of him. The golden light around Zichen's body shone brighter, and a surge of battle intent rose. The same was true for the monk. He gave a treasure to Zichen as trash and had always wanted to get it back. He had troubled Zichen many times, but he didn't succeed once. Boom! The aura around the two became completely violent. Then, they rushed towards each other like 2 golden suns colliding. Damn monk! Zichen roared and punched with a large amount of golden light. Give me back my things. The monk also shouted angrily. He no longer looked merciful and pointed at Zichen. Boom! After the attack, the monk retreated in the air, while Zichen fell to the ground. They were actually evenly matched. Buzz! The void trembled. The monk took out a big bell. The golden light was dazzling, and in an instant, it enlarged and shrouded Zichen with supreme pressure. This was a very unique spiritual weapon. It was very powerful, and as soon as it appeared, it made people's expressions change. The sound of the bell reverberated, shaking Zichen's mind, causing him to lose control of his mind. Then, the bell fell, enveloping Zichen with a loud bang. Chapter 354. Return it to me, or I'll refine you alive. The monk roared and activated the bell. Golden light flashed and runes flowed. Many monks appeared on the bell. They looked solemn and seemed to be chanting sutras. He felt aggrieved. He had been chased by the assassins of the Assassin Pavilion for a long time. It was only when the Assassin Pavilion was destroyed that the chase came to an end. Killing Yukong in the battle that day was a misunderstanding. However, he had helped Zichun. Who would have thought that Zichun did not have any good intentions and had given him an empty spiritual ring that had caused him to be in trouble? Moreover, Zichun had joined forces with others to snatch his things back at Yongqi City. The monk felt aggrieved at the thought of this. He did not hold back at all. Clang! The bell rang and Zichun was trapped. Golden light flashed on the bell, and chanting could be heard. Many old monks were chanting sutras and golden light flowed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This monk was too strong, wasn't he? He actually took away the arrogant Zichun so easily. Return it to me, the monk roared. Chanting could be heard continuously. Runes flowed and the old monks were chanting sutras. Golden light rushed into the bell. Clang, clang. The bell rang again. It was ear-piercing and golden ripples could be seen. Zichun was trying his best to break the bell. The bell vibrated and the runes on its surface dimmed. Even the old monks in it became illusory. Clang. The bell vibrated again, and the world shook as if it was going to soar into the sky. Amitabha. The monk sat cross-legged in the air. He chanted Buddha's name and golden light flowed on his body. He started to control the bell to refine Zichun. The bell rang and the chanting could be heard. The runes and the old monks became clear as a strange energy surged. The group of monstrous geniuses were dumbfounded. The bell was only a spirit weapon, but Zichun did not shatter it. Should we go up? Lu Bo asked with worry in his eyes. He was afraid that evil good and evil good would really refine Zichun. No need. Wang Qiong shook his head, indicating that he would wait and see. Boom. With a loud rumble, the great bell trembled once again. Streaks of destructive golden light shot out in all directions. Boom, boom. Within the bell, Zichun exerted his full strength. His golden blood aura surged as he unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Outside, the bell trembled continuously. The old monk and the runes quickly dimmed. Clang. The final sound caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The entire bell soared into the sky. The old monk and the runes all disappeared, and Zichun appeared. You damned monk, Zichun roared. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He rushed forward and waved his golden fist towards the monk. Amitabha. The monk's expression was dignified. He didn't dodge or evade and pushed out a palm that carried endless golden light.
Clang.
Like the sound of metal clashing, it brought about a huge vibration. The two of them retreated one after the other. After that, he quickly rushed forward. The two of them were very fast, like two streaks of golden light. Other than flying in the air, no one could see the two of them clearly. Zichun's fist could break and destroy everything. Even the spiritual weapon was shattered. However, it couldn't do anything to the monk, nor did it break the monk's spiritual weapon. From this, it could be seen that the monk was extraordinary. Extreme Een. Zichun was going all out. He formed a seal with his hand and unleashed a terrifying attack. A dazzling golden light rushed towards the monk. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha. His expression was dignified. A golden light shield appeared around his body. Runes flickered as the Buddhist protective divine art reappeared. Boom. The monk's strong defense allowed him to block the attack. However, he was sent flying by Zichun for several miles. Soon, he turned into a ray of light and flew back.
Ma.
He opened his mouth and shouted. The Buddhist 6 syllables appeared with a strange fluctuation that entered one's soul. At this moment, many cultivators screamed. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They fell into panic. Pung! Zichun was also stunned for a moment. His spirit was impacted, and Tyrant seized the opportunity to send him flying with a palm strike. Give me back my things and I'll let you go today. The monk stood in the air with a dignified expression. However, when he spoke, he looked like a merchant. Damn monk, let's see who's the one who won't let go. Zichun turned into a ray of golden light and rushed back. Then, he attacked the monk with extreme speed. The sky shook and a large amount of golden light scattered. The two were locked in a fierce battle. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. The two's combat strength was abnormally terrifying. The monk was indeed powerful and awe-inspiring. However, the most terrifying one was Zichun. One had to know that he was only at the ninth sky of true essence. Once he broke through to the Zephyr realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Who would dare to provoke him? Boom. The more the two fought, the more courageous they became. They fought faster and faster, causing the world to tremble. In the blink of an eye, thousands of moves had passed. Moreover, they had no intention of stopping. Let's separate them. Let's talk about business first. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. Obviously, he already knew that the two would not be able to determine the winner in a short time. All right. Wu Mo also nodded his head. However, at this moment, his lazy face appeared extremely solemn. Stop! The two shouted and turned into two rays of light. Wang Qiong rushed towards the monk, while Wu Mo rushed towards Zichun. Stop! Let's talk nicely. While they were talking, the two blocked in front of them. However, they obviously had to take a blow from the two. Boom! The monk threw out a powerful palm that flashed with endless light. It rushed towards Wang Qiong. This was the mighty Vajra palm, which carried endless power. Wang Qiong's body flashed with green light. He stood in the air and blocked the attack. Surging energy swept out, wreaking havoc. However, Wang Qiong did not take a single step back. His body glowed with a brilliant green light as he forcefully blocked this attack. The crowd was in an uproar. Wang Qiong rarely fought. This was the first time he fought in front of everyone. They did not expect him to have such strength. He blocked the monk's attack. Pong! At this moment, Zichen's fist collided with Wu Mo's palm. In a loud sound, Zichen flew back. Wu Mo also flew back in the air. In between the two, a terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. Both sides retreated. There was not much difference. The crowd was shocked. They thought that Zichun and the monk were the strongest among the monstrous geniuses. They did not expect Wang Qiong and Wu Mo to block the two's attack. The other monstrous geniuses were also shocked. You are indeed Zichun. You are indeed powerful. You managed to injure me with just one blow. Wu Mo smiled as he shook his hands and resumed his lazy demeanor. All right, stop fighting. Wang Qiong said as he landed from the sky. That's right. Everyone, stop. Lu Bo, Lu Chun, and the others also came forward. They looked at Zichun with smiles. With the appearance of so many monstrous geniuses, the monk also stopped and returned to normal. The golden light around him retracted. He became unusually merciful and descended from the sky. Zichun snorted coldly, but stopped as well. The few monstrous geniuses who fainted had also woken up. They stood in the distance and stared at Zichun with hatred. In addition, there were even more people who flew in the sky. It was simply a gathering. Zichun, congratulations on becoming stronger. Lu Bo came forward with a smile. I should be the one congratulating you. You've become a Zephyr. Zichun smiled. Then, the others came forward and greeted him. How's Lin Shui? Lu Chun of the Lu family came forward. Before he could speak, Zichun asked. She's doing well. She's been working hard on her cultivation. Lu Chun said. 2 years ago, the head of the Lu family, Lu Chen's father, took Lin Shui as his adopted daughter. Lin Shui stayed in the Lu family and cultivated in seclusion. Although her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, she was still one step away from becoming a Zephyr. Zichun. Zhang Haoyan came forward. When he saw Zichun, he was very excited. 2 years ago, Zichun left alone and didn't come with them. How are you and LV Peng? Yeah. Zhang Haoyan nodded. Then, the two monstrous geniuses of the Qin family came forward. The older one was called Qin Xing, and the younger one was called Qin He. So many of you gathered here. You're not just here to watch a battle, right? Zichun looked at the monstrous geniuses. Of course not. We're here for business. What business? Zichun turned his head and asked curiously. Zhang Haoyan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He was only here to participate in the battle. First, we can't let this land of dead silence develop. That's why we're here. Of course, this is just a side trip. The most important thing is to decide whether to stay or leave. This time, it was Wu Mo who spoke. Stay or leave? Zichun was stunned. That's right. Wu Mo nodded and said, There's an unwritten rule among the major forces. After the monstrous geniuses of the family break through to the Zephyr realm, they can go out and see the real southern region. What do you mean? Is this not the southern region? Zichen asked curiously. Of course not. Wu Emo smiled and said, this is just a small place. How can it be compared to the vast southern region? This is just a small area in the southern region. It's not even 1/10,000th of the southern region. Without the Zephyr realm, it's impossible to leave this place. Zichun was shocked. For him, the area of influence of the 7 major cities and 3 major sects was big enough. So far, he had only been to a few major cities. He couldn't imagine how big the entire southern region was. However, Su Long had said something similar before. It was better not to go out before reaching the Zephyr realm. Then among your forces, there are monstrous geniuses of each generation who go out to explore. You must know a lot about the forces outside. How strong are they? Zhang Haoyan asked. Obviously, he was very curious about the outside world. Reaching the Zephyr realm was almost the peak of this region. No one could do anything to them except for grandmasters. Before Zichen appeared, the Zephyr realm had not been killed for many years. Zhang Haoyan's words made the monstrous geniuses of the major forces change their expressions. They said bitterly, the forces outside are very strong and there are many experts. Even if our monstrous geniuses go out, they will suffer heavy casualties. After so many years, there are too few who can come back alive. They only say that the outside world is very big and dangerous. As soon as the news came out, everyone blushed with shame. The monstrous geniuses of the major forces all had inherited killing skills and were very strong. If they went out, they would suffer heavy casualties. If they went out by Zephyr realm, they would be slaughtered. Then are you guys here to discuss when to leave? Zichun suddenly asked. No, there are many monstrous geniuses in this generation, and they broke through almost at the same time. Naturally, we have to leave. But before that, we have to go to the Saint Burial Ground. Chapter 355. The Holy Burial Ground. Zichun was startled by Wu Mo's words. Many people were startled. They had clearly never heard of this place. Only old Mo's heart trembled as he exclaimed, Holy Burial Ground. Elder Emo, you know that place. Zichun transmitted his voice using his spiritual sense. Who doesn't know about the Holy Burial Ground? Rumor is that it's second only to the Lightning Divine Hall in the Martial Heaven continent. Sighed Elder Emo, what's inside? It's rumored that other than the inheritance for becoming a god, everything else is inside. There are even supreme cultivation arts and inheritances. Rather than calling it a burial ground, it's better to call it a treasure land. Elder Emo sighed. Whether it's a burial ground or a treasure land, it's a dangerous place. The everlasting sect has existed for countless years and has many experts, but in that time, we've suffered 2 losses. The first time was when we entered the Holy Burial Ground. At that time, many of our experts died. If it weren't for the old master, we would have been annihilated. At that time, the everlasting sect's losses were disastrous. The other powers were eyeing them covetously. Later, the old master acted and intimidated the other powers, saving the everlasting sect. The second time they suffered a loss, Old Emo did not mention it, but Zichun could guess it. That time, the entire sect was mobilized to attack the Lightning Divine Hall, and the everlasting sect disappeared from then on. That was 10,000 years ago. At that time, the old master that Old Emo spoke of had already disappeared. The Holy Burial Ground. Just from its name, it's a dangerous place, said Zichun. Their spiritual communication was very quick. He instantly learned everything. Of course it's dangerous. Wu Emo smiled, his gaze falling on Zichun. At the same time, a few other acquaintances also looked at Zichun with smiles on their faces. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it dangerous if I go? Of course it's dangerous, but if you go, it'll be less dangerous. This time, it was Wang Qiong who spoke. What do you mean? Do you remember when the martial ancestors people chased you? Asked Wang Qiong. It's related to that. Someone said that you have the key to the Saint Burial Ground. Wang Qiong had a rare smile on his face. When the others heard this, their eyes sparkled as they stared at Zichun. Even Tyrant had a strange look on his face. I have the key. You mean? Zichun's expression changed, and he instantly thought of the black armor. Back then, the black armor was very ordinary. Other than saving his life once, there was nothing unusual about it. Many years later, Zichun's strength increased, and he cultivated spiritual thoughts. However, the black armor had long been forgotten in a corner. He never thought that it would be the key to the holy burial ground. For a moment, Zichun was dumbfounded. The saint burial ground was filled with treasures. Didn't that mean that he had the key to a place filled with treasures? As long as he opened it, there would be endless treasures waiting for him. The saint burial ground is filled with danger. It's a danger zone with no chance of survival. It's impossible for there to be a key. If there really was a key, how could the old master not have sensed it back then? Said Elder Imo confidently. As for Zichun, he also asked him a question. The saint burial ground is very mysterious. No one knows how it was formed. However, in this region, even the southern region, and even the entire Martial Heaven continent, the saint burial ground is an extremely mysterious place. That place used to be a land of death. Even if there were many treasures, it was impossible to obtain them. However, a few thousand years ago, for some unknown reason, a change occurred in the saint burial ground. Various tokens flew out of it, including a map to the saint burial ground. In other words, the key to that place can reduce the danger, explained Wang Qiong. Over 20 years ago, the Nimbus Martial Ancestors Grand Elder was fortunate enough to find a token. However, he ended up fighting the Martial Ancestors people. In the end, the Martial Ancestors experts were annihilated. The Grand Elder returned, but his son and daughter-in-law died. He himself was heavily injured. Back then, it caused a huge commotion. The Martial Ancestor kept looking for the culprit. In the end, he suspected the Grand Elder, but he couldn't be sure. In the end, a few years ago, he acted and destroyed the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. If the information is correct, the item on you should be the key to the Saint Burial Ground. No one had paid attention to this matter in the past. However, this change in the Saint Burial Ground caused these dusty matters to be brought up once more. Several large powers had clearly learned of this matter through certain channels. Zichun was relieved. He finally understood everything. The black armor was the key to enter the Saint Burial Ground. The Thunderbolt Finger and 9 fleeting thunders were brought out from the Saint Burial Ground by the Grand Elder. In the battle back then, Su Mengyao's parents both died in battle. When the Grand Elder gave him the black armor, he seemed very casual about it, as if it was purely a defensive item. After that, he sent Su Mengyao and Lin Shui away, and arranged for Zichun to leave the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. It was obvious that he had guessed something. His original intention was to leave Zichun with a chance to survive. However, he never expected that Zichun would return with the rock and be hunted down. Many people in the air gathered around. Many of them didn't know this secret. When they heard the news, they were extremely shocked. It was no wonder that the Martial Ancestors people would go through so much trouble and even disregard their reputation to send people in the air to hunt down a kid in the true Qi realm. It turned out that it was for the token to enter the Saint Burial Ground. They looked at Zichun with strange gazes, and in the dark, there were even a few hidden murderous intents. Even if there is a token in the Saint Burial Ground, there must be danger, Zichun asked. At this moment, he really wanted to take out the black armor to study it, but he resisted the impulse. He was afraid that if he took out the black armor, the ancestor-level experts in the dark would make a move. Of course there is danger. However, with the right path, the danger level will be much lower. Wang Qiong said. Zichun muttered to himself, seemingly a little worried. Don't worry. We entered the Saint Burial Ground this time because something happened. The seal loosened a little, and the Saint Burial Ground appeared. During this time, no one will harm you. This is the first time the Saint Burial Ground has appeared in the past 20 years. We discussed and decided to go there first. If we can find something, we can guarantee our lives when we get out. Let me think about it. Moreover, I can't be sure whether that thing is a real map or not. It is still in the corner of the spatial spirit ring. Zichun's words made everyone speechless. Such a precious thing was actually abandoned in the corner of the spatial spirit ring. Okay, we will wait for your news. After that, the group left. Soon, the news of the Saint Burial Ground spread in this area. Moreover, it was rumored that Zichun had obtained the token of the Saint Burial Ground. A few years ago, the martial ancestor sent people to kill Zichun. So it was because of the token of the Saint Burial Ground. With the token, one can enter the Saint Burial Ground and search for treasures. I didn't expect Zichun to be so lucky. He even has such a thing. Isn't that right? Zichun has too many treasures on him. Is he a heaven's pride? Why does he always get the favor of the heavens? He even has the token of the Saint Burial Ground. The news spread out on the same day, causing an uproar. Zichun, take out the token of the Saint Burial Ground and share it with us. That's right. This thing is not something that you can have alone. Zichun was in Yongqi City. More cultivators heard the news and rushed over. Moreover, voices of dissatisfaction sounded out. Zichun's expression changed when he heard the news. No wonder the martial ancestors people did not attack him and snatch the black armor. It turned out that they wanted to let the world know that he could share the black armor. If the black armor was really the token, it would be fine. However, if Zichun could not take out the real token, he would offend everyone. Most people were selfish and greedy. Zichun could imagine the consequences if he could not take out the real token. More and more cultivators gathered in Yongqi City. Among them, there was no lack of spiritual origin realm cultivators. Everyone was talking about Zichun and the key. If it was said that many rogue cultivators defended Zichun before, then after this incident, everyone remained neutral. If Zichun did not share the black armor, he would offend the world. These big forces are really good at scheming. In the room, Zichun's voice was cold. Obviously, this was the doing of those people who were hostile to him. Then let's hurry up and see if the black armor is the token to enter the Saint Burial Ground, Elder Hiroshi said. With a flash of brilliance, the black armor appeared. It was like a scale armor. It was polished very brightly. There were lines all over it, like lines of runes flickering. The black armor was as black as ink. Its material was unknown, but it was very hard, far stronger than a spiritual weapon. Zichun could not crush it with his strength. Moreover, there was no reaction when he activated the energy in his body. Golden spiritual sense came out of his body like a flame, burning fiercely and calcining the black armor. In the next moment, Zichun felt that something was wrong with the black armor. It was a complicated pattern, like a road map, crisscrossing and extremely mysterious. It's really a road map. It seems to be real. Zichun shared the roadmap with Elder Hiroshi. The latter was amazed. The flame of spiritual sense burned continuously, and the road map became clearer and clearer. The road map was very complicated, and the design was very wide. It was like there was a boundless space, but it was incomplete. Many had been cut off halfway. There should be more than one piece of this black armor. Once all of them are gathered, they will form a perfect pattern to enter the depths of the Saint Burial Ground, Elder Hiroshi said, very shocked. The raging fire of spiritual sense burned and finally completely refined the black armor. A streak of resplendent fiery light shot out, and the black armor became sparkling and translucent. The blazing fiery light turned from black to scarlet red, and on the surface of the armor, brilliance circulated. Symbols formed an area, and within them was a complete road map that led straight to the depths. The black armor completely changed, becoming extremely red and containing a terrifying heat. If Zichun had not refined it, his perfect body would not have been able to withstand it. This piece of armor was also a rare treasure. Among the many lines, the most obvious one was the path to the depths. With a flash of brilliance, Zichun put away the armor piece and fell into deep thought. This armor piece was a precious treasure, and he must not share it. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a disaster. But when Zichun walked out of the room and came to the street, he was completely dumbfounded. Almost all the cultivators in several major cities had gathered here, and the voices of sharing sounded like a monstrous wave. There were many rogue cultivators, more than tens of thousands, and they all spoke with great momentum. Chapter 356. There were a lot of rogue cultivators, and with the help of the big powers, the clamor for sharing was very loud and could not be suppressed at all. Zichen had no choice but to agree. On the same day, Zichen announced that he would share the keepsake after entering the Saint Burial Ground. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Zichen to really agree, and confirmed that he had the keepsake, which shocked everyone. Many rogue cultivators were very happy when they heard this. This was clearly an opportunity, and Zichen was willing to share it with them, which made them both surprised and happy. When some of the big powers heard this, their faces changed, and their expressions became complicated. The news spread quickly, and more people arrived, waiting to head to the Saint Burial Ground. It was rumored that there was a saint buried there, and its mystery was second only to the Lightning Divine Palace. No one knew what a saint was, but it was a very, very strong existence. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Why should we believe you? The keepsake is with you, and if you run away, where are we going to find you? Hand over the keepsake first, and let us keep it. We will give it to you when we depart. That's right, this is a serious matter, and we have no reason to believe you. The keepsake should be shared, and everyone should keep it together, not with you. It is rumored that the Saint Burial Ground is a saint's burial ground, and there are pill weapons as common as cabbages. We cannot believe you. Hand over the keepsake, and everyone will keep it together. After Zichen's announcement, many people were looking forward to the day of departure, but a few days later, there were dissatisfied voices shouting for Zichen to hand over the keepsake. That is the Saint Burial Ground, and there are many treasures there. What reason do we have to believe him? We can only ask him to hand over the keepsake. That's right. It is said that there is a pill inside, and once consumed, one can break through to the spirit origin realm and become a high and mighty Yukong. The pill weapons there are as common as cabbages, and they are the most worthless. Moreover, the most miraculous one is a supreme treasure pill. Once consumed, one can successfully break through to the ancestor realm, successfully deceiving the heavens, and even the heavenly lightning tribulation can be avoided. That is the burial ground of a saint. It is said that a single breath from a saint can destroy a large power. It is normal for miracles to happen. This matter is of great importance. We have no reason to trust Zichen. After the discontent, Yongqi City added many other voices. Many people asserted that there were many precious pills inside, as many as cabbages. After swallowing the treasure pill, one would be at the ancestor level. With a pill weapon, one would have great battle prowess. Everyone was moved, and the anticipation in their hearts became even more urgent. That's the burial ground of a saint. We have no reason to believe that Zichen would lead us there and share the token. There's no reason to trust him. The real token should be given to someone we trust. That's right. We should find a respectable person and let him hold the token. More voices rang out. Many rogue cultivators were dissatisfied with the current expectations. They didn't want to entrust their destiny of breaking through to the ancestor realm to others. Gossip was a fearful thing. Previously, no one had believed it. They had thought that it was a conspiracy against Zichen. But as more and more people spoke out, everyone gradually believed it. There were precious pills in the burial ground. Just one pill could allow one to break through to the ancestor realm. More and more people believed it. After that, the rogue cultivators in the city began to fight for their own destiny. Zichen, hand over the token. We have already found a respectable old man. He is also a rogue cultivator. Give the token to him. We only trust him. It was better to believe it than not. When tens of thousands of people were saying the same thing, even a lie would become the truth. Such voices became louder and louder. In the end, they formed a torrent that constantly attacked Zichen. Zichen, come out. Hand over the token. Otherwise, you will be going against the world. All sorts of voices rang out, resounding throughout Yongqi City. Moreover, more and more people were looking for Zichen in Yongqi City for the chance to obtain a precious pill and become an ancestor realm master. They searched all the inns, from big restaurants to small houses. The power of the masses was very strong. For the sake of the precious pills and pill weapons, everyone had gone crazy. Zichen had been hiding for many years, and many great powers had not been able to find him. However, In just 3 short days, he had been discovered by the masses. Everyone was like a tide, rushing to the inn where Zichun was. Boom! On the same day, a battle broke out. A rogue cultivator attacked and fought fiercely with Zichun. In the end, he was defeated. Zichun escaped from the torrent. Zichun, what do you mean? Are you looking down on rogue cultivators just because you are strong? Don't forget that you are also a rogue cultivator. When you were chased by the major forces, we were the ones who supported you. I didn't expect you to bully us now. We just asked you to hand over the token. We will keep it together. We didn't say that we will take it for ourselves. Don't be too selfish. Zichun's battle strength was unparalleled. Even a group of freaks was defeated. Many rogue cultivators knew that they were no match for him, so they didn't choose to use force. Instead, they stood on the moral high ground and condemned Zichun. The entire Yongqi city was filled with voices condemning Zichun, forming a torrent of condemnation. At this moment, Zichun had become the public enemy of the world. No one made a move. More people chose to fight a war of words. They wanted to drown Zichun with the saliva of the people. Treasure pill? Just one pill and you'll be able to break through to the Grandmaster level? What a load of nonsense. Elder Imo was infuriated when he heard the news. If there was such a precious pill in the world, what was the point of cultivating? Elixir weapons are comparable to cabbages. This is nonsense. Even spirit weapons are not cabbages. How can elixir weapons be cabbages? These people are really brainless. Elder Hiroshi roared. Humph! It must be these people again. Zichun's eyes flashed coldly. The voices of suppression grew louder and louder. Zichun didn't get tired of it and entered the Liu family. The Liu family was a large force with many experts. No one came to behave atrociously. Even if they knew that Zichun had entered the Liu family, they could only stay outside. The Liu family invited Zichun in, but many rogue cultivators were blocked outside. They didn't dare to behave atrociously in front of the Liu family. Zichun, you really forgot the pain after the scar healed. We looked up to you before and thought that you were the representative of rogue cultivators. I didn't expect you to join a large force. How shameless. We trusted you so much. I didn't expect you to be a despicable person. For a mere token, you joined a large force. Zichun, you have disappointed us too much. All kinds of condemnation sounded continuously. Zichun was invited into the Liu family. He was very polite, and a group of monsters was there. Zhang Haoyan, the Qin brothers, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wu Imo, Lu Bo, and the others were all there. To Zichun's surprise, Evil Good Monk was also there. He still had that sanctimonious and compassionate look, which made Zichun very unhappy. Zichun, you really can keep your composure. It's so noisy outside, and you still have the mood to come here to relax. Could it be that you got a treasure pill and want to share some with us? Wu Mo was the first to tease. Why can't I keep my composure? It's just a few shameless forces. Go ahead and shout, the louder the better. Zichun smiled and said, when the time comes, I'll give each of you 10 treasure pills. After saying that, the crowd burst into laughter. These rogue cultivators are greedy by nature. They are so easily used by others. They are simply brainless people. How can there be such a treasure pill in the world? Even if there is, it's hard to find. How can it be as common as cabbages? Wang Shi said coldly, we should kill one to warn the others and let them completely wake up. A few days ago, you shouldn't have held back and directly killed Yukong. A bunch of greedy people. Why should we pity them? Zhang Haoyan said coldly. He was cold and ruthless, and he had a pitiful number of friends. He was a friend of life and death with Zichun. Zichun smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Haoyan's method was extreme, but it was reasonable. It was not impossible to kill one to warn the others, but it was not time yet. Zichun. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Hearing that Zichun had arrived, Xuelin came out of her seclusion. She was like a green lotus, elegant and refined. Her face was stunning, her waist was slender, and her body was slender. She turned into a green light and rushed towards Zichun. You're finally here. A faint fragrance wafted over. Her 2 arms hooked around Zichun's neck like a swing. She hung on Zichun's body, ignoring the strange expressions of the surrounding people. Shuer. The two hugged. Zichun called out softly. He had only seen Lin Shui once in the ruins. For her safety, he had only taken a quick glance and didn't recognize her. They hadn't seen each other for many years. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, Lin Shui was the top beauty of the outer sect, and he was just a little cultivator who was working hard for the Zhanqi Dan. Lin Shui was interested in him, but he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. At that time, he was called a fool by Lin Shui. Even Miao Kong was disappointed and taught him some other methods. For example, he pushed her and let him seize the opportunity. After the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, they had not seen each other for many years. During this time, they had only seen each other in a hurry. Now, they finally met. Sigh, let's go. This kind of scene is really unbearable. Wu Mo sighed and turned to leave. He looked at Lu Chun and snorted. What are you snorting about? She's my sister. Lu Chun glared at Wu Mo. Little Butterball was very simple and honest, but everyone thought that he was interested in Lin Shui. How affectionate. How touching. The others also laughed strangely. The two reunited. No one wanted to disturb them and left. Monk also chanted and left. He didn't ask Zichun for the heavenly book. Only Wang Qiong's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word. After glaring at Zichun, he turned and left. He didn't like Zichen's character. After seeing Lin Shui, the two had a lot to talk about. During this time, no one disturbed them. Chapter 357. Seeing Zichun, Lin Shui was very happy and emotional. She was crying and laughing at the same time, telling him the pain in her heart. Her father was killed, her family was massacred, and Lin Shui had been living in self-blame. She was very bitter in her heart, and only by cultivating in seclusion could she forget this pain.
This hatred must be avenged.
Zichun said coldly. He already knew who the murderer was. Gung, Chu, Song Li, how is Sister Ming Yao? Lin Shui asked, her eyes filled with longing. After that day, the two had not seen each other. Zichen shook his head. I haven't seen her yet, but I think she's fine. The Floating Mist sect is very special. Even the Heavenly Kill Alliance was forced to retreat. Back then, when the Heavenly Kill Alliance was defeated at the Floating Mist sect, he had also heard about it. The Heavenly Kill Pavilion's plan to use Su Mingyao to threaten Su Long had completely failed, so they had to settle for the next best thing, using Lin Shui to threaten him. I've heard about your matter. The current situation is very unfavorable for you. Everyone in the world sees you as an enemy. It's okay. It's just a scheme of the big forces. These rogue cultivators were just bewitched. I have a way to deal with them. After that, the two chatted for a long time, and finally, they talked about the Saint Burial Ground. I've obtained Qing Nu's inheritance, and it's very extraordinary. Once I fully comprehend it, my battle strength will be very strong. I don't need anything else for now, Lin Shui said, indicating that she would not go to the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground is very dangerous. Even if you have a token, it's still very dangerous. You have to be careful. The Saint Burial Ground was full of treasures. It was said that even pill weapons were equivalent to trash there. Supreme treasure pills were everywhere, and once consumed, one would be at the ancestor level. They would not even need to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation, which made everyone crazy. Moreover, it was a hidden place. Unless something happened, it would never appear. The last time was 20 years ago, and the next time, it might be 1,000 years later. No one wanted to miss it. The voices of condemnation were getting louder and louder. At this moment, even many higher heaven realm experts joined in. Didn't you say that many tokens that lead to the holy burial ground have appeared? Why is everyone so fixated on mine? Zichun asked the question in his heart. There were quite a few of these things in the past, but there was a limit to the number of times they could be used. They have long been damaged and can no longer be used. So far, you are the only one who has the route map. Furthermore, you must have also noticed that this route map can change at any time. Even copying it is impossible. Zichun nodded. His original intention was to draw the circuit diagram, but he found that the circuit diagram was constantly changing, so he couldn't draw it accurately. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They didn't dare to confirm that you really had the route map. Now that you've spoken in such a high-profile manner, many forces are relieved. Although they won't do anything to you, they will definitely cause you some trouble, Lu Chun said. Back then, the Lu family had also obtained a token, but it was destroyed after using it once. Moreover, the gains were not great. Although this region couldn't be said to be completely united, important matters related to the holy burial ground still had to be discussed. No one could monopolize it. Zichun had learned this from his conversation with Lu Chun. In the past, it had always been the major powers that had gone. There had never been a chance for rogue cultivators. Now that Zichun had obtained a token, it could be considered an exception. It was also because of this that rogue cultivators believed in the legend of the treasure pill. That was because the holy burial ground was known as the most mysterious place on the Martial Heaven continent. I've already said that I'll bring everyone with me. I guarantee that we'll share the tokens when the time comes, Zichun said as the wandering cultivator's clamor grew louder and louder. However, his words were quickly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. We don't believe you. You can only hand over the token. That's right. We've already found a person of virtue and prestige. Hand the token to him. We only believe in him. You've already joined a major power. We won't believe a despicable person like you. Only by handing over the token will we believe you. Zichen's voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Following the bewitchment of the major powers, the clamor reached a peak. Even though Zichen was in the Lu family, there were still cultivators attacking the Lu family. Although there was no bloodshed, the clamor of condemnation had reached a peak. It's about time. Zichen's voice was icy. Killing intent filled his eyes as he walked out of the Lu family. Outside the Lu family was a huge martial practice field. Today, it was packed with rogue cultivators. They were all condemning Zichun. Zichun has come out. That despicable person has finally come out. He should have been kicked out by the Lu family. How could such a despicable person be worthy of the Lu family? Everyone cried out in surprise. Then, a wave of voices rang out. Despicable person, hand over the token. Otherwise, Yangqi City will have no place for you. We won't let you off. A ninth heaven stage true energy cultivator stood up, condemning Zichun. Swoosh. Zichen's eyes were cold. He pointed with one hand, and a cold light appeared. With a dense killing intent, he pointed at the center of the opponent's eyebrows. Puff. With a soft sound, blood appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. His eyes dimmed as he fell to the ground, dead. There was a lot of noise and the scene was very chaotic. However, after the cultivator fell to the ground dead, the scene suddenly became quiet. Zichen acted decisively and killed the cultivator. All around, there was a deathly silence. The clamoring voices had disappeared. Previously, although Zichen also acted, he was careful and did not kill. Everyone was greedy and ignored Zichen's strength, thinking that he would not dare to kill. At this moment, in front of the bloody corpse, the surroundings were quiet. Zichen, what do you mean? Do you think you can kill everyone just because you're strong? A ninth heaven stage true energy cultivator walked out. A powerful aura surged around him as he condemned. Don't forget that when you were chased by the big forces, we were the ones who always supported you. What did you support me for? Zichen sneered. Did you support the reward for catching me? Taking a step forward, Zichen pointed again, and a golden light flashed. Pop, like a blooming blood flower. A bloody hole appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. His eyes were full of shock. Another person died. Zichen, what do you mean by this? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong? Another person stood up. Don't tell me you've forgotten the days when you were chased like a dog by the major powers. Now, you think you're invincible after joining the major powers? Don't forget, if they can kill you once, they can kill you a second time. We're the only ones who support you. As long as you hand over the token, we will always support you. The two people appeared one after another. They were both ninth heaven stage experts. Pop, pop, Zichen didn't say anything. A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He pointed twice, and the two fell to the ground dead. The crowd was in an uproar. Zichen was determined to kill. His actions were decisive and ruthless. and he didn't explain anything at all. Is there anyone else? After killing 4 people in a row, Zichun shocked everyone. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked around. Everyone was shocked. This was the rhythm of killing. Back then, Zichun killed hundreds of experts from the big forces without blinking an eye. The number of cultivators who died at his hands was more than 1,000. He could be said to be a real demon king. At this moment, the demon king was crazy, and there was only killing intent in his eyes. Zichun, you've really sided with a great power, and now you're attacking us? Have you forgotten how we supported you? Don't tell me that you're going to turn against us over a mere token? A voice rang out in the darkness. It was illusory, flickering left and right, and it was hard to tell what it was. Pop! Zichun leaped up, and a cold light flashed in his hand. A sharp blade slashed forward, and in a flash, another person fell into a pool of blood. Zichun landed and looked around. I want to ask everyone, when I, Zichun, was being hunted, how did you help me? How did you support me? Around them, no one spoke. Many people lowered their heads. When Zichun was being hunted down, most of them were just there to watch the show. They had heard the sensational news, but if they wanted to support or help him, it would be pure rumors. We hoped that you wouldn't die. The strong power of will allowed you to create miracles time and time again. That's why we helped you. Now that you've joined the big forces, you're turning your back on us. Are you still human?
The voice in the dark said again, still illusory.
Pop! Zichun attacked again, and another attack landed. Among the crowd, a person fell to the ground, blood gushing out from between his eyebrows. If you have the ability, come out and speak. Don't hide in the dark. That's the behavior of a scoundrel. Zichun coldly said, Power of will. What is this power of will? It's such an illusory thing. Are you cursing me to die, or are you trying to let me live? Only you know. I believe that there are some among you who don't want me to die, but it's definitely not you. Zichun's voice was cold, filled with boundless killing intent. These people were indeed shameless. They even dared to talk about the illusory power of will. If hope could come true, then Zichun would have been cursed to death after so many years. The land of dead silence appeared because of him. Vengeful spirits appeared, but Zichun was still alive. Humph, you're really an ingrate, heartless, and unscrupulous. To think that we were praying that you wouldn't die. Pop! Zichun attacked again, his voice cold. You were praying for me to die, right? We didn't want you to die before, but seeing that you colluded with the big forces for a mere token, we cursed you to die. Pop! The golden light fell, and a flower of blood bloomed. Zichun coldly laughed. A mere token? Don't make you sound so noble. I've already said that I'll bring you there. Why are you so aggressive? Who doesn't know how to speak empty words? Why should we believe you? We only believe in the respected seniors. You'd better hand over the token. Pop! The sharp blade fell, and another person died. Zichun acted decisively, shocking everyone. If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? This is originally mine. Why should I hand it over? If you don't believe me, just leave. Zichun spoke. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Zichun answered everyone's questions, but only after killing one person. Every time he answered, the person who asked before would inevitably die. Such methods made people tremble. You think that you're strong enough to not put us rogue cultivators in your eyes? Have you forgotten that you were once a weak rogue cultivator? Pop! Another golden light fell, and Zichun killed another person before answering. I'll say it again. I'll bring you to the saint burial ground, and we'll share the token. Why should we believe you? Pop! Another person died, and everyone's heart trembled. Zichun spoke. Don't let these men of sacrifice die. Whoever wants to snatch my token, come out yourself. Zichun was very strong, and said proudly, Let me tell you, if you want me to hand over the token, you're dreaming. Now, if you're not convinced, you can come up. If you're strong enough, I can give it to you. But if you're not strong enough, you'd better leave early. Humph, what an arrogant junior. Chapter 358. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a cold man with a powerful aura around him as he walked towards Zichen. How arrogant. You obviously don't want to take everyone to the saint's burial ground, but you still make it sound so dignified. Yukong said coldly, since you shamelessly think that force can solve everything, then I'll meet you. A surging aura swept out, and a pressure that traveled through the air wreaked havoc towards Zichen. Yukong wanted to fight. Everyone's heart palpitated as they retreated, leaving the square and watching from afar. Haha, what a good inverting of right and wrong. I, Zichen, have stated many times that I want to take everyone there, but you insist on forcing me to hand over the token and say that I'm shameless. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, since you think so, then come. Let's solve everything with force. Arrogant. Yukong shouted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for killing you. Boom. The sky trembled, and a terrifying killing intent dissipated. A huge palm print fell towards Zichen's head, bringing with it endless pressure. You're not qualified. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with killing intent. He formed a seal with his hands, and golden light flashed. The seal was simple but contained endless mystery, dazzling everyone. Extreme Young. Zichen roared. The moment he made his move, it was a powerful move. A bright golden light appeared in front of Zichen. It was abnormally hot, representing the ultimate energy, and was full of destructive aura. This was the Extreme Young energy with the aura of thunder and lightning. Its power was unimaginable, and it directly went against the sky. Boom! Extreme Young rushed past, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Yukong's palm print was instantly shattered, and at the same time, Yukong himself was also knocked back, coughing up blood. Yukong was injured by Zichen in one blow, and his face was full of shock. Wong. At this moment, the void trembled, and a spirit weapon appeared. It carried endless power and attacked Zichen. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and the spirit weapon came with extreme speed, emitting a piercing killing intent. Like a ray of light, it pierced towards Zichen's forehead. Swoosh! In front of Zichen, with a flash of brilliance, a dazzling golden longsword appeared. This was also a spirit weapon. Back then, after Su Long had added in the diamond stone, he had specially refined it. Its quality was very high, and it was abnormally sharp. Crack. Under his spiritual sense, the golden spirit weapon turned into a streak of golden lightning and rushed past, directly slashing the spirit weapon that was flying in the air. Yukong's expression changed as he retreated in midair. Blood once again flowed out from his mouth. He did not expect Zichen to be so powerful. After 2 consecutive attacks, he had suffered losses. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen's powerful spiritual senses swept over. The spirit weapon rushed towards the other party at an extremely fast speed, and a terrifying aura instantly wreaked havoc. The spirit weapon's speed was very fast as it chased after him. No! Yukong exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear. The energy in his body surged crazily, wanting to block this attack. Pooh! The golden light rushed down, bringing with it a large amount of blood rain. The quality of the spirit weapon was very high, and it was extremely sharp. Yutian was instantly split into 2, and all the various methods he used were unable to block this move. Zichen killed the enemy cleanly. Below, the crowd was completely dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with fear. 3 attacks. In just 3 attacks, he killed a Yutian. Zichen's unparalleled combat power shocked the world. Even the Yutian was slashed. He stood on the square like a killing god, his eyes cold and emotionless. Whoever wants my keepsake, come up. The crowd was frightened. Who dared to come up? After being swept by Zichen's eyes, they all involuntarily retreated. Oomph! No wonder you are so arrogant. So you are relying on your strength. But no matter how strong you are just a small true energy realm. After Zichen finished speaking, a Yutian walked out, his eyes cold. Zichen cleanly killed a Yutian, and there was still someone who dared to appear. Obviously, he thought that he was extraordinary. The other party appeared, and he was very powerful. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The other party stood in the air, but he did not use any combat skills. Instead, a bright light gushed out from between his eyebrows. This was the light of spiritual sense. It was the foundation of the spirit origin realm, and it could kill any true energy realm cultivator. Swoosh! His spiritual sense swept out, and like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Zichun. This was a spiritual attack, and it was very direct. Few people in the world could withstand it. You want to compete with my spiritual sense? You are courting death. Zichun was not afraid at all, and a golden flash of lightning also rushed out from between his eyebrows, rushing towards the other party's spiritual sense. This was a battle of spiritual senses, and it was very dangerous. If one was not careful, he might become an idiot, or his spiritual sense would be destroyed. Arg! The two spiritual senses collided, and the cold man instantly screamed. He felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows, and he quickly withdrew his powerful spiritual sense as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Your spiritual sense is so strong. The other party's expression changed, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked very scary. He knew that Zichun was extraordinary, and that he could cultivate spiritual sense at the true energy realm, but he never expected that his spiritual sense would be so strong that it could injure him severely. Since he dared to show up, he naturally had the confidence to kill the enemy, but he was still defeated. The other party was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his spiritual sense was damaged. Knowing that he was no match for Yishiwen, he turned around and left. I will send you to hell. Zichun's voice was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. His powerful spiritual sense swept out again, and like a flash of lightning, it rushed towards the other party. The cold man screamed again, and his spiritual sense was damaged. Blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. Rumble! As if thunder had exploded in his mind, the terrifying golden spiritual sense ravaged everything, instantly obliterating the other party's spiritual sense. The next moment, the latter fell to the ground, and his vitality was gone. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he died. Everyone was shocked, and they retreated again as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Zichun, who was in the true energy realm, killed a flying cultivator with his spiritual sense. Everyone was frightened. Who else? Zichun shouted, and his cold eyes swept across the crowd. Swoosh! At this moment, the void suddenly split open, and a dark figure appeared behind Zichun. There was also a sharp blade, and a cold light flashed as it pierced towards Zichun's forehead. A sure kill attack from the heavenly slaughter pavilion. Oomph! Zichun snorted coldly, and his eyes swept over, dodging to the side. At the same time, his golden fist surged, and he was about to shatter the spiritual weapon. Boom! The sky shook again, and the void split open again. Another dark figure rushed out, holding a sharp blade in his hand, and surrounded Zichun, slashing towards him. The sudden change made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. They never thought that 2 flying cultivators from the heavenly slaughter pavilion would appear at this time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden light flashed under Zichun's feet, and the 9 lightning flashes appeared. It was like a ray of light, wandering between the 2's sharp attacks. Cold light flashed, and streaks of sharp sword chi appeared. The 2 joined forces, and their attacks formed an inescapable net, determined to kill Zichun. The sky trembled, and a terrifying aura surged. Clang! Clang! During this time, Zichun continuously attacked, and his golden fist landed on the spiritual weapon, causing clanging sounds. Swoosh! In the end, 2 cold lights flashed past Zichun's body, cutting off 2 pieces of his sleeves. Failing to kill, the 2 were very decisive. They hid in the void and wanted to escape. After all, Zichun's battle strength was there, and they were no match for him in a head-on battle. Where do you think you're going? Zichun shouted, and his voice was like thunder. He controlled the spiritual weapon, and it turned into a golden lightning, slashing forward. On the other hand, he held his fist and punched out 2 resplendent fist auras. Boom! The sky shook, and a surge of energy rolled. The 2 who had just hidden in the void were once again shaken out by Zichun, and they were in a sorry state. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the two held their swords and rushed towards Zichen decisively. Extreme Een. Zichen's hand formed a seal, and a glaring golden light appeared, rushing towards the other party, causing a loud sound. Extreme Yang. Soon, Zichen struck out with Extreme Yang again. This was an extremely terrifying technique, and it had unimaginable power. Once cultivated to the limit, this attack could split the heaven and earth. The two powerful techniques struck out with extreme energy were extremely terrifying. When such an attack landed, the black figure in the sky suddenly trembled, and then his body fell straight to the ground. During this period of time, his spirit weapon and his body were all torn apart, falling from the sky. Puff. At the same time, Zichen's powerful spiritual sense controlled the spiritual weapon to destroy everything. After more than 10 lightning-like exchanges, the other Zuqian was also killed, and endless blood rained down. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The two Zuxians were killed by Zichen even when they joined forces. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, Zichen was like a murderous demon. His gaze was cold and emotionless. Everyone's hearts turned cold, and they didn't dare to clamor. They had been relying on the fact that Zichen didn't dare to kill them. That was because there were too many wandering cultivators. Just Yongqi City alone had tens of thousands of them. But now, Zichen clearly didn't care. No one dared to say anything, and no one dared to condemn Zichen. In the martial heaven continent, the strong were respected. This was the law of survival. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. What treasure pills? What pill weapons? What keepsake? You had to be alive to get them. Zichen had attacked a wandering cultivator. Both sides had completely fallen out. At this moment, many people were panicking. If Zichen really didn't bring them along, they would be finished. Is there anyone else? Zichen's voice was ice-cold. He was like a killing god standing in the plaza. The wandering cultivators had long since been scared out of their wits. The stronger ones had long since understood everything. Naturally, they wouldn't attack. Those who dared to attack now were the major powers that had enmity with Zichen. How domineering. If you don't want to bring wandering cultivators, then just say it. Since you're killing people here, let's meet you. Boom. The void trembled, and 4 terrifying auras appeared. They were 4 Zuqians. Although they were all at the early stage of the Zuqians, their combined strength couldn't be underestimated. The auras of the 4 of them seemed to have merged into one, stirring up space. Ripples spread out, and a terrifying pressure descended. Everyone was shocked. The 4 Zuqians had joined forces. They clearly knew some joint attacks. This was already beyond the scope of wandering cultivators. Only major powers could nurture them. Zichen coldly snorted. His body shone with a golden light as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. His chi and blood surged, and his perfect body provided endless energy. The ground suddenly trembled. Zichen soared into the air, waving his fists. With a large amount of golden light, he charged toward one of the Zuqians. What is he doing? He's taking the initiative to kill the 4 Zuqians. Chapter 359. For figures appeared in midair. Zichen's body shone with golden light as he took the initiative to attack, causing everyone's expression to change. However, those who knew were relieved. This was a joint attack technique. If one wanted to break it, they had to attack first. The 4 figures ambushed Zichen. Not only was the latter not afraid, he even charged forward. Under his perfect form, Zichen directly flew hundreds of meters and attacked one of them. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled as the void trembled. One of the figures was sent flying by Zichen, coughing up blood. He took the initiative to attack, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. He broke the joint attack technique in one strike, surprising everyone. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, 3 spirit weapons appeared, carrying endless killing intent. They landed on Zichen's body, but one was missing. The joint attack technique was not complete. It was only a slightly stronger attack, but it did not break through his defense. It exploded with clanging sounds and countless sparks. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Just how strong was Ziqin's constitution? Even the spirit weapons could not break through his defense. Bang! As if it was unstoppable, Ziqin punched out. Golden light flashed, instantly shattering a spirit weapon. The fragments danced in the air like hidden weapons, shooting in all directions. Miserable cries rang out as cultivators fell to the ground one after another. Ziqin punched out again. Like lightning, another spirit weapon was shattered, turning into cold light that shot in all directions. Another wave of miserable cries rang out. Swoosh! The last spirit weapon was controlled by Ziqin's will. It was cut in two and fell from the sky, sinking into the ground. All of this happened very quickly, like a flash of lightning. Without the spirit weapon, the combined attack technique completely collapsed. Boom! During this time, Ziqin fought fiercely with 3 people, erupting with sounds of explosions. He fought 1 against 3 without showing any signs of defeat. His battle strength surged, and golden light dyed the horizon. Blood splattered. When the 4th person rushed up, another was sent flying. The joint attack could not be formed. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Ziqin was like an ape, constantly leaping and attacking Yukong. Every time they exchanged blows, Yukong would be sent flying. The 4 of them had originally planned to launch a joint attack in the air, but at this moment, Ziqin had forcefully destroyed their advantage. Ziqin had been through 9 thunder tribulations along the way. Every single time, he had been on the brink of death. Using the heavenly thunder to refine his body, he had undergone metamorphosis after metamorphosis. Right now, fighting against 4 Zephyrs was a piece of cake. Pooh! In the sky, blood rained down. After fighting for such a long time, the 4 Sky Warriors were coughing up blood, but the joint attack still hadn't appeared. On the other hand, Ziqin didn't seem to be panting at all. He kept leaping into the sky, jumping hundreds of meters high and launching powerful attacks. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ziqin was too powerful. His battle prowess was unparalleled, capable of obliterating everything. The blood on Yukong's body had already turned into a rain of blood. On the other hand, Yukong's body was shining with a golden light, without any injuries. Green Peak Seal. Ziqin yelled as a seal appeared in his hand. The sky shook as a huge golden seal appeared, carrying a mountain-like aura. Runes flowed on its surface as it smashed towards one of the Sky Warriors. Boom! Yukong was smashed away, coughing up blood. The joint attack they had just formed was broken again. The 4 of them were helpless. Although they had powerful attacking skills, they couldn't use them. Green Peak Cut. A rain of blood splattered everywhere as a golden blade flashed past, almost chopping off half of Yu's body. The sharp blade slashed across his shoulder armor, and fresh red blood appeared. This was an extremely shocking scene. Ziqin, with his true essence 9th Sky Strength, had actually blocked the attacks of 4 early Sky Warriors. His battle prowess was simply unbelievable. Spiritual Thought Combination Attack, kill him. The 4 of them were all injured. If this continued, they would definitely die. At this moment, they were determined to use their Spiritual Thought Combination Attack. Everyone's spiritual thought was different. It was impossible to combine them, even if it was a joint attack. If they tried to combine them forcefully, even with the help of secret arts, they would still be injured and need a long time to recover. But at this moment, the 4 obviously couldn't care less. Buzz! The void trembled as 4 spiritual thoughts appeared. Like 4 lightning bolts, they fused in the air and turned into a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. This was the combination of spiritual thoughts, which had incredible power. The moment it appeared, the faces of the Sky Warriors changed. Then, the dazzling light flew towards Ziqin. Swoosh! Between Ziqin's eyebrows, golden light shone. His powerful spiritual thoughts also rushed out and collided with the dazzling light. This was a silent collision, but it was very dangerous. Ziqin's body trembled as he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. His spiritual thoughts were injured. Along the way, Ziqin's spiritual thoughts had also been baptized by the Thunder Calamity. It had undergone many transformations and was very powerful. At this moment, the 4 Sky Warriors joined forces and combined their spiritual thoughts, but they still couldn't suppress him. Swoosh! The dazzling light trembled in the air and was almost separated. The four sky warriors all shouted. Zichen's powerful spiritual thoughts were beyond their imagination. The four of them joined forces, and the dazzling light flashed again. For into one, like a dazzling lightning bolt, rushed towards Zichen. "Open for me!" Zichen roared. The spiritual thoughts between his eyebrows came out of his body and dyed the boundless golden light. Another silent collision. Zichen retreated more than 10 meters. His face became pale. The golden spiritual thoughts rushed back, causing his mind to buzz and tremble. Looking at the sky again, the dazzling light was divided into four and turned back. The four sky warriors screamed, bleeding from their 7 orifices. How is it possible? The fusion of the spiritual thoughts of the combined attack technique increases the power by several times. But it was blocked by Zichen. Is he really only in the true energy realm? Why is his spiritual thoughts so powerful? Everyone's face changed. Zichen's spiritual thoughts were beyond imagination. The four sky warriors couldn't suppress it. "Extreme young," Zichen roared. His eyes were full of killing intent. A blazing golden light rushed out and rushed into the sky. Puff. Wherever the golden light passed, there was a murderous aura. Endless blood spilled. The injured sky warriors couldn't resist the powerful blow. The sky warriors were split in half, and their bodies fell from the sky. Extreme. The golden light flashed again. It was still the ultimate energy, but the aura became completely different. Another sky warrior was cut down, and blood rained down. 2 of the 4 sky warriors were cut down in the blink of an eye. The other 2 were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their spiritual thoughts and body and mind were seriously injured. At this moment, they couldn't run even if they wanted to. Boom! The aura rolled, and a huge mountain-like seal appeared. It was flowing with golden light. The runes on the surface flashed and fell down. The seal could destroy everything. It was the killing technique of Yunxia City, and its power was unparalleled. Boom! The seal was like a mountain, and its aura was terrifying. It could destroy everything. The heavily injured sky warriors were instantly smashed into pieces, turning into a pile of flesh and blood and falling from the sky. Zichen was extremely powerful. He killed several sky warriors. Everyone was scared. At this moment, only one of the 4 sky warriors was left. Swoosh! But this person didn't live for long. A golden light slashed down and split the sky warriors in half, killing them on the spot. It was Zichen's golden spiritual weapon. It was indestructible and of high quality. The 4 sky warriors who knew the art of joint attack were killed. No one was left alive. The surroundings were dead silent. No one said a word. One by one, they looked at Zichen in horror. He was like a murderous demon, standing on the spot. It made people's hearts tremble and the soles of their feet cold. The inborn experts who were clamoring before were even trembling. Is there anyone else who thinks that the token is not worthy of being in my hands? Zichen's voice was cold. His cold eyes swept around. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Zichen. Those bloody corpses were a lesson, and each of them was strong. They were all sky warriors. No one wants to take your token. We just want you to hand it over and let a reputable rogue cultivator keep it. At this moment, a voice sounded. Swoosh! Zichen's cold eyes glanced over. Then, he pointed with one hand. A golden sword chi appeared and pierced through the man's forehead. This is mine. Why should I let others keep it? If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? Zichen explained coldly, and the person who spoke was already dead. Everyone's heart trembled and no longer spoke. Just like how you don't trust us, we don't trust you either. However, this senior loose cultivator of virtue and prestige was jointly elected by all of us loose cultivators. His character is guaranteed. An illusory voice rang out. It was sometimes left and sometimes right, and it resounded through the square. It was hard to fathom. Zichen flew up. His eyes flashed coldly. A golden sword chi fell to the crowd. In the next moment, a true energy realm cultivator fell to the ground. I've said it before. This is mine. Those who don't believe me can leave. Zichen's eyes swept across the crowd. And I'll emphasize again. This is mine. Only I can distribute it. If anyone wants to interfere, show me your strength. Zichan, you're really overbearing. We're telling the truth. We're not from any big force. Are you going to kill people who speak the truth? With a flash of golden light, the man died. Zichan said coldly, I'll kill anyone who speaks, no matter what they say. If you want to say that I'm overbearing, then I'll be overbearing for once. Zichan glanced at everyone and said, from now on, if anyone says another word and helps me distribute the token, I'll enter the Saint Burial Ground with the big forces. As for you guys, you're not related to me. You can go wherever you want. These threatening words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Too overbearing. That was what everyone thought, but no one dared to say it. You're so overbearing. A voice sounded in the crowd, making everyone's expression change. Zichan killed the man and said coldly, those who still speak now obviously have ulterior motives. You don't want to let all of you go. Next, if I hear another word of nonsense, don't even think about sharing the token with me. A voice sounded in the crowd, but it was quickly suppressed. Many rogue cultivators rushed up. You're King trying to kill us. You really have ulterior motives. Many rogue cultivators attacked. It was like a sea of people, drowning the man in an instant. Zichan, you. Another voice rang out, but it was suppressed once again. Many rogue cultivators attacked viciously, directly going for the kill. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were killed. The rogue cultivators went crazy. Obviously, they knew that they were being used. It was related to their future. Their eyes were red, and their killing intent was monstrous. The instigator of the big forces was finally suppressed and no longer spoke. Overbearing indeed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.